She has my face. Soon, she will have nothing else. This is The Woman in the Next Bed, a gripping medical psychological thriller about obsession, stolen identities, and a woman who decides that if life has given someone else everything she ever wanted, she will simply take it for herself. The first time I saw Freya, I thought we looked alike. Not exactly, just enough. The same dark eyes, the same brown hair, the same shape of a smile. People say everyone has a double somewhere in the world. I found mine cleaning her house. Freya lived in the kind of home people stop to admire through iron gates. She had money, beauty, freedom, everything that seemed to come so easily to people like her. People like me spent our lives cleaning up after them. At least, that's what Freya believed. She never noticed how carefully I listened, how much I learned, how often I watched. She thought I was invisible. That was her mistake. Because while I dusted her shelves and folded her expensive clothes, I discovered something important. Freya had secrets, dark ones. Secrets worth more than all the money in her bank account. Then came the accident, the hospital, two women lying side by side, two faces similar enough to confuse a stranger. And in that quiet room, while machines softly hummed and Freya slept beside me, I made a decision. A life like hers shouldn't be wasted on someone who doesn't deserve it. People think stealing a life is impossible, a name, a history, a family, a future. But they underestimate how easily the truth can change when someone wants to believe it. Freya has no idea what I've already taken, and by the time she realizes who I really am, it will be far too late. 1. Freya. The first thing I see when I open my eyes is the woman lying in a bed next to me. Her eyes are closed and she looks peaceful. I guess she's sleeping just like I must have been. But the more I look at her, the more peculiar I feel. There's something familiar about her. I feel like I recognize her from somewhere. But where? The long, dark hair, the slender physique, the nails that are more mediocre than manicured. Yes, this woman in her early 30s does look very familiar to me. But then I notice the machine beside her and how it appears to be monitoring the woman's heart rate, and suddenly, she doesn't look so peaceful. The machine is bleeping, and she is connected to an intravenous drip, and she also has a bandage wrapped around the side of her head. What happened to her? Why am I lying next to her? Then I realize that there is another machine next to my bed, and that's my heart rate I can see on the screen. Suddenly, it's spiking. I start to panic as I worry about where I am and what has happened, but that only causes my heart to beat faster and the machine to bleep louder. The woman in the other bed doesn't wake up, but the sound does attract the attention of a woman in a white nurse's uniform. "Are you okay, Iris?" she asks me with a look of concern on her face as she regards the monitor beside me. Iris? Who is Iris? My name is Freya. But when I try to correct her, no words come out of my mouth. My throat is dry, and it feels difficult to speak. That awful sensation tells me it might have been a while since I last uttered any words. But how long has it been? How long have I been here? And why did this nurse call me by the wrong name? As I watch the nurse fiddle with the drip that appears to be already inserted into my left arm, I figure she is about to increase my dose of meds in a bid to calm my racing heart. It might work, and I presume it will because she looks like she knows what she's doing. But I don't want to feel better or go back to sleep. Not yet. Not until I find out where I am, why I am here, and why I was called by the wrong name. I try to speak again, but get the same result as the first time, and my increasing frustration and fear only causes the heart monitor to bleep even louder. The nurse is still working as quickly as she can, but I detect concern on her face, and then start to worry that she thinks I am in serious trouble here. Am I? Is it too late for me? Am I going to die? "What's going on?" says a man on the other side of my bed, and I turn to see a handsome guy in a white coat. He looks to be in his 40s, and he also looks to be a doctor, meaning the nurse now has somebody else to help her. "She woke up," the nurse says, her voice only just audible over the incessant bleeping of the machine. woke up. From a nap? Or from a coma? Everything is a blur. My brain feels scrambled. It's an awful sensation, but right now, the only thing I know with any certainty is who I am. All other parts of my life seem to be in question. I want to know how long I was unconscious for, because I have no idea. But in order to find that out, I'd need to be able to ask the question, and I still feel too weak to speak. But then, all of a sudden, a calming sensation comes over me, and all my panic and paranoia begins to float away effortlessly. At first, I think that it means everything is going to be okay, but then I realize that it is most likely because the drugs the nurse was administering to me are now coursing through my veins. But I can't complain about this feeling because it really is a sweet one, and as my eyelids grow heavy, I stop worrying about trying to speak and simply accept the inevitable sleep that is pulling me into its warm embrace. As I close my eyes, I can still hear the voices of the doctor and nurse, and they are discussing my condition. But I mostly hear a bunch of medical mumbo-jumbo that means nothing to me and my medically uneducated mind, so I'm prepared to just ignore all of it as I slip into unconsciousness. But just before I go under, I hear something my frazzled mind does understand. Iris. There it is again. That name. That name the nurse called me a few moments ago. The doctor has just said it now in reference to me, which means he also must think that is my name. But it really isn't, so why do they keep getting it wrong? My name is Freya. I might be in a hospital, and I might not be in full health at present, for whatever reason that might be, but I am not stupid. I know my own name. But why don't the people who are treating me know it? Why do they keep calling me Iris? And then it comes to me. The woman in the bed beside me, the one who looked familiar. I do know her. She is my cleaner, and her name is Iris. They must be getting her mixed up with me. That must be what's happened here. But that's all I seem to know. I don't know why either of us is in this hospital. I don't know what happened to put us in here. All I know is I am losing consciousness. When I wake up, I just hope the doctors and nurses call me by my real name. I hope they call me Freya. That's who I am, not Iris. 2. Iris. My head hurts, but I guess that's why there is a bandage wrapped around it. I touch it tentatively before figuring it's better if I leave it alone. The nurse who bandaged me told me not to mess with it in case I disrupt the 6 stitches that were applied to the head wound I suffered in the accident. I'll follow that advice because I certainly don't want my stitches to burst. All I want is to be out of this hospital as quickly as possible. I want to be out of here before anybody realizes what I have done. I look over to the bed beside me, but the curtains are drawn around it, meaning I can't get a glimpse of the woman behind them. That woman is the person I was admitted to this hospital with. She is the woman who was in the same accident as me, but we have both had very different outcomes. How different? I didn't suffer a serious head injury like she did. I am not dazed or confused or mixed up. Most of all, I know exactly what is going on here. I know that I have assumed another person's identity. Okay, Freya, let's take a look at your stitches, shall we? The nurse says as she approaches my bed before closing the curtains around it. Do we have to? I ask, making sure to respond appropriately to the incorrect name. I am nervous about this inspection, and not just because I'm pretending to be someone I'm not. My head does hurt a little, so I don't really want this nurse prodding around my wound. But she is only trying to do her job, just like I'm trying to get away with the fact that I am not really who she thinks I am. How are you feeling? The nurse asks me as she begins to slowly unwrap my bandage. Like I just stole another woman's identity is the first answer that flashes through my mind. But I decide to go with the second answer. Not too bad, I reply, before wincing as the bandage is unraveled. That's good, the nurse says. I nod, but really I'm thinking that what isn't good is that I could go to prison if anyone ever finds out what I have done. Okay, I'm just going to take a look, the nurse says once my bandage is off. I grit my teeth and brace myself for the inevitable pain that will come from her poking and prodding around my injury. But I can't complain about the damage I suffered because I could have come off much worse. I could have been like the person who was in the accident with me. I could have lost consciousness for a long time like they did. I could have had my identity stolen like she has. "What's the verdict?" I ask anxiously after a few moments of the nurse examining my wound. "I think whoever put these stitches in for you did a very good job," she says before laughing, "because we both know she did it." "Lucky me," I say, and the nurse smiles. "I'd say so. I think you'll be able to go home tomorrow," she tells me. "Really? That soon?" "Yes, as long as you don't suffer any more adverse effects. You will tell me if you feel dizzy or nauseous, though, won't you? A concussion can be serious, and the full effects of it might not be present for some time." "Of course," I lie. "Good," the nurse says. "I think I'll leave the bandage off and allow some air to your wound if that sounds good to you." "That sounds great," I say, because it sure sounds better than her wrapping another tight bandage around my sensitive scalp. It also sounds better than her asking me anything more about myself, as I don't want those kinds of questions. Not when I am pretending to be someone I'm not. "I have to tell you something," the nurse says suddenly, and the look on her face strikes dread into me. "What?" "The police are here." Oh my God, I should have known I was never going to get away with this. How could I? Now I'm going to be arrested, and all of this will have been for nothing. "The police?" I stammer. "Yes, they want to talk to you about the accident." Of course they do. How could they not? I don't know what to say now. What can I say? It's already too late. All I can do now is lie here in this bed with my perfectly sewn-in stitches and wait to be arrested. But don't worry, I told them that you were still recovering, so they agreed to talk to you at a later time. I stare at the nurse in sweet disbelief. "You did?" "Yes, of course. Your health is my priority, and the last thing you need at the moment is a load of questions about the awful incident you were just involved in," the nurse says with a kind smile before she walks away. God bless her and her caring ways. Without them, I might already be in custody by now. As it is, I am still here, still free, still able to get away with what I have done. But for how long? Now that I'm alone again, I'm glad the nurse didn't reopen the curtains around my bed. It means I don't have to look at the woman next to me and feel guilty about what I have done to her. It means I don't have to look at the real Freya. 3. Freya. When I wake up, the machine beside my bed is quieter than the last time I heard it. That must mean my heart rate is steadier, and that can only be a good thing. But what isn't good is that I have no idea what I am doing here. Why am I in hospital? It's time somebody told me what is going on. "Hello," I say, but it was merely a test to see if I had regained the use of my voice. Thankfully, I have, so now I can start to say far more important things than offering mere greetings. I look around for a nurse or doctor who I can immediately begin questioning, but all I see are curtains. They are drawn around my bed, and I am the only one on this side of them. I make a move to get up, eager to open the curtains and see more, but I find that I don't possess the strength to get out of bed. My body feels strange, and I'm lightheaded. It must be whatever drugs that nurse gave me when my heart rate was spiking. She succeeded in calming me down, but she's also succeeded in rendering me useless. Without knowing how long it will be until I feel more like myself again, I have no choice but to accept that I'm not getting out of bed yet, and instead will have to make do with calling for help. Fortunately, as in all hospitals, there is a red button I can press that will send somebody scurrying to my bedside to administer aid, so I press it and wait. 1 minute later, the curtain moves and a nurse appears. I guess that was a fairly good response time, although it might not have felt like it if I was actually in serious trouble. Would they have been quicker if I was dying? Best not to ponder that one too much. "Are you okay?" the nurse asks me as she steps through the curtains, but I only get the smallest glimpse of the rest of the room I'm in behind her, and I don't see much. "I need to know what's going on," I say. "I need to know why I'm here." It's such a relief to have the power of speech back. The only way this could be worse is if I still couldn't communicate. Or at least, that's what I think until the nurse answers me. "You were in an accident," she says softly, before making a few checks on some of the medical equipment around my bed. "An accident? What accident?" "You don't remember?" "No, I don't." The sudden snapping causes the nurse to jolt slightly, but any guilt I might feel at startling her is offset by how frustrated I am about being drip-fed information. "Your car came off the road," she says. "My car?" I repeat, before I think back and try to remember actually being in a car. That's when I can see myself driving down one of the quiet country roads near my house. Yes, I was in the car, but I didn't know it had come off the road. "I don't understand," I say. "I crashed?" "It's not quite clear what happened yet," the nurse replies sympathetically. I fear she might be treating me carefully in case I get upset or panic, but I have a feeling she knows a little more than she is letting on, and that's why I'm worried that she is trying to shield me from the truth. "Tell me what you know," I urge her. "Please." "How about I go and get the doctor?" she suggests. "How about you listen to me and tell me what happened?" I plead, desperate for anything that could help me. I'm sure if this nurse felt as helpless as I do right now, then she would understand my plight. "All I know is that you were involved in an accident in which your car came off the road. You were unconscious when the paramedics arrived at the scene, so they brought you here. You woke up briefly a little while ago, but your heart rate was high, so we put you back to sleep to give your body more time to rest. We induced a coma, just for 48 hours, so the swelling around your brain had time to lessen. Then we woke you up, and we did that because we need to conduct brain scans and check you for further injuries. But for now, it's important that you rest, okay?" I stare at the nurse in disbelief. All that happened to me? Now I think about it, I do remember my car coming off the road. It happened because I was distracted. No, wait, that's not right. I was upset about something. Yes, that's what happened. I was upset. I had tears in my eyes. I was panicking. But why? As the nurse leaves to go and get the doctor, I keep trying to join together the fragmented pieces of my memory. Then something else comes back to me. I was upset because of him, my ex, the one I hate, the one who hates me. I was upset and afraid because I had just found out something about him, something that terrified me. I can't believe I crashed my car, though. I could have died. Thankfully, I didn't. Although, can I really be sure about that? Because this situation kind of feels like hell right now. But no, this is real. This is actually happening. I am in hospital and everything the nurse told me is true. They are going to check my injuries, but hopefully I am okay and will be able to leave here soon. Maybe this isn't as bad as it seems. "Okay, Iris, good to have you back with us again," a doctor says with a charming smile as he steps through the same small gap in the curtains that the nurse used a moment ago. "Now, I understand that you are a little confused about what happened, so I will do my best to explain it all to you, and we can take things from there, okay?" "Wait," I say before the doctor can do anything more. "What is it?" "You called me Iris." The doctor frowns. "Yes." "And that nurse, she called me Iris earlier when I woke up the first time." "Okay," the doctor replies, not looking like he knows where I'm going with this. "But Iris is not my name," I say. "Excuse me?" "I said Iris is not my name. So why do you keep calling me that?" The doctor looks really confused now, and it is unsettling to have the medical man who should be in control here look so perplexed. "I'm not sure I understand," he says, his voice trailing off before he picks up the clipboard at the end of my bed and consults the notes. "My name is not Iris," I say. "You must have me mixed up with somebody else." "I don't think so," the doctor replies. But how can he disagree with me? I mean, I would know my own name, wouldn't I? I decide to make that very clear by telling him what it is. My name is Freya, I say clearly, before repeating it once more for good measure. Freya, do you understand? The doctor lowers the clipboard, but while it's good of him to make eye contact with me while I'm talking to him, it's not good that he looks so confused. He clearly does not understand. Freya, he repeats. Yes, that's right, I say, feeling like we're getting somewhere. But then he goes and says something that completely obliterates that naive thought of mine. You're Iris, he says. Freya is the name of the passenger who was involved in the accident with you. What? I stare at the doctor, wanting any of what he said to make some sense to me, but no matter how long I look into his brown eyes, it doesn't do that. What do you mean? I have to ask. Freya was in the accident too, he tells me, but I'm Freya. No, you're Iris. No, I'm not, I snap, before pulling back the thin bedsheet that covers my lower body and making another attempt to get up. Fortunately, I seem to possess more strength than the first time I tried this, and I can actually move. Not that the doctor seems to appreciate that. You need to stay where you are, he tries. We still have tests to conduct, and you need to rest for those. Get off me, I cry, slapping away his arm as he tries to keep me in my bed. And as I get off the bed, I feel weak and wobbly, but I don't fall over. I'm simply too determined to get to the truth. Where is she? I demand. Where is the woman I was in the accident with? If you can just take me to her, I can get her to tell you who I am, and you will see there has been a mix-up. You will see that you have got our two names confused. I can't do that, the doctor says. Why not? Because she isn't here. What? I glare at him before remembering something else. When I woke up in here earlier, I looked at the woman in the bed next to mine and saw someone I recognized. It was her. Iris, my cleaner. She was here. She was in the car with me before it crashed. Somehow, since then, all these doctors and nurses have been calling us both by our wrong names. But it's time to clear that confusion up, so I reach out and pull back the curtain that separates my bed from hers. But when I do that, I find that what the doctor just told me was right. She is not here. Her bed is empty. She has gone. 4. Iris. I'm so glad I was discharged from the hospital before Freya woke up. It would not have been good if she had seen me and figured out what I had done while I was still close to her. But I am out of there, and that means my plan can still work. Or at least it can if the person who is driving me away from the hospital sticks to it too. You're going the wrong way, I have to say, looking at the guy beside me who sits behind the wheel of this beat-up Honda. You should have taken a left there. What? Our place is this way, he tells me, before glancing at me as if I am suffering from memory loss as a result of the accident. But I am not, and the doctors were convinced of that too, or else they wouldn't have allowed me out, with just a simple instruction to contact them again if I suffer from any headaches. Yes, but Freya's place is that way, I say. You want to go there right now? Yes, I do. Is that a good idea? Is any of this a good idea? I ask him, and bless him, my boyfriend does not have a good answer for that. I've been with Isaac for 2 years. We met at a prestigious ball where I was wearing a beautiful flowing red dress, and he was standing there looking handsome in a black and white tux. He had champagne, I had a cocktail, and as our eyes met across the glitzy, fashion-fueled room, we both knew it was love at first sight. I wish. In reality, we met whilst waiting for taxis to take each of us home after a night out. We eventually found our taxis, and each other, and that's about as far as highlights go for us so far. I wait for Isaac to indicate left so we can get back on track, but while he does hit the indicator, he doesn't steer us onto another road. He just parks us up by the roadside. What are you doing? I ask him as he turns off the engine. It's not too late for us to stop this, he says. I could take you back to the hospital, and you could tell them that you were confused after the accident and told them the wrong names. Just say you got mixed up and that you're really Iris and she is Freya, and then there is no need for us to do anything else, okay? I stare at Isaac in disgust, because after what he has just said, it's as if he did not listen to a single thing I said to him when I came up with this plan. Please tell me you're joking, I beg him. No, I'm really not. This is as far from a joke as possible. Yes, it is, I agree. So stop saying stupid things and drive me to Freya's house. Aren't you worried about the police? Isaac asks, as if the thought of being arrested for my lies had never occurred to me. Of course I am, but I'm also worried about what happens if I don't do this. We go back to our normal lives, he says. That's what happens if we don't do this. Is that so bad? Yes, it is, I snap before reaching for the door handle. Where are you going? If you're not driving me, then I'm going to go to the house myself, I say, hoping Isaac stops me, because it is half an hour from here by foot, and I really don't feel up to such a long walk. Not when my head is still buzzing from the accident. Just because I told the nurse I was fine, it doesn't mean that I actually am. I only said what I had to get out of there as quickly as possible. Wait, Isaac says, much to my relief. Just stay in the car. I'll drive you there. I stop what I'm doing and wait for Isaac to put us back into motion again, and when he does, I have to make something clear to him. This can't happen again, I tell him. What can't? This second guessing and uncertainty. We have committed to this now, and there is no going back. This can work, but only if we fully go for it. There can be no more room for doubts or regrets, understand? I'm just saying that, understand? Isaac glances at me, and I hold his gaze until he nods his head. Good, I say, before he finally turns his car in the direction I need to be going in. Neither of us says a word for a few moments, which is unusual because we've always been one of those couples who talk a lot. We would chat about our work after we had been apart. I'd tell him about my day at work, and he would tell me about his. Neither of us particularly like our jobs or how hard we have to work in them, but we would still make the effort to discuss them rather than pretend like work doesn't exist. After that, we would talk about more fun things, like what we planned to do at the weekend on those 2 precious days when neither one of us had to put on our uniforms and go and do something we hated just to pay the bills. We would make as exciting a plan for Saturday and Sunday as our limited budgets allowed. That usually meant going for a picnic in the park if it was dry weather, our hamper just a plastic bag from the grocery store, and our picnic consisting of cheap items like cold cuts of meat and a bag of crisps to share. If we were feeling adventurous, we might share a bottle of wine, but such a purchase depended on the time of month and how close we both were to payday. If the weather was bad, we'd opt to stay in, watching a movie on the sofa, a sofa that we were able to get for free because one of Isaac's neighbors left it out on the street, and we quickly took it before it could be transported to the dump. It's not the comfiest sofa, but I take great pleasure in knowing that we didn't have to pay anything for it. If we had, Isaac probably would have been required to take on more overtime, and he already does enough of that. Why are we doing what we're doing now? Why the fake name and the secrecy? Why the taking on so much risk? I decided to change my life, and in the process, change Isaac's too. I'm not just a woman who cleans a big house anymore. I'm now a woman who gets to live in that big house. So what if the house isn't really mine? I only need it to look like it is, just like I only need everybody to think that I am the woman I worked for. I am now Freya, and she is now me, whether she likes it or not. 5. Freya. Take a deep breath, count up to 5 and down again. Try to relax. Once I've done that, I'm sure I will see how there is a perfectly understandable explanation for all of this, right? I inhale sharply before exhaling slowly. Then I do my counting, 1 to 5, then 5 to 1. After that, I remind myself to relax. Only then do I wait for a simple explanation to show itself. Except it doesn't. That's why I give up on that plan and try and figure out another way to understand this. There are currently no doctors or nurses in view, nor is there anybody else in this room I'm in. That means I can't repeat what I've already said in that my name does not match the name on the clipboard at the end of my bed. It also means I can't talk to the one person here who might have been able to help me clear this mess up. That's because she's already left the hospital. She was discharged while I was unconscious, and she made her exit without bothering to tell anybody here that she had been called the wrong name too. Iris was called Freya, which is my name, while I am being called Iris, which is her name. As soon as I realized the mistake, I voiced the issue. But why didn't she? From what I can gather, she just had her injuries tended to and then left. I need to talk to Iris now for many reasons. Not only to help me clear up this name confusion, but also to help me fully get a sense of what happened in the accident. All I have been told is that the car I was driving veered off the road and hit a tree. But I want to know about the moments leading up to that incident. I want to piece it all together, not just for selfish reasons either. I want to make sure Iris is okay. She has been my cleaner for almost 2 years and, as my employee, I have a duty of care to her. I didn't crash the car on purpose, but even still, she was caught up in a scary event, and I want to check on her. That she has been discharged is a good sign, but she could still be harboring some psychological scars from the impact. After all, being in a car crash is a frightening thing to experience. Maybe she screamed just before we hit that tree. I can't remember because it's all a blur. I really hope she isn't going to have nightmares about this. I hope she isn't going to quit her job either. I need her. Not only does she keep my house clean, but she has become a friend, the only friend I have in this world, the only friend I'm allowed to have. I'm just about to press the red button to call a nurse and have another go at getting them to ask Iris to come and see me when I freeze. Somebody has entered the room, though it's not who I wished to see. It's neither a doctor nor a nurse, though they are in uniform. It's a police officer. If he greets me by the wrong name like everyone else here has done, then I think I might scream. Thankfully, he does not, but only because he doesn't use any name. "How are you feeling?" asks the man in his 50s, with a gray mustache and a warm smile just below it. As far as officers of the law go, this guy looks like a good one. Not hell-bent on catching criminals, just doing his bit for society, trying to help out good people who deserve it. Like me? I guess so, because I was in an accident and I didn't deserve to be. But as the officer takes a seat in the chair beside my bed, a part of me worries that they have sent this guy to disarm me and put me at ease before he throws me off guard by ratcheting up the questions and looking to catch me out in some way. What if Iris has told the staff here that the crash was all my fault, caused by dangerous driving or something like that? Could she be pressing charges against me for involving her in an accident that could have taken her life? Is this what this is? Is this police officer here to punish me for crashing my car on what was a clear road in good driving conditions? "I'm okay," I reply meekly as the officer sits. "I have a headache, but I'm okay apart from that." "Good," he replies. "My name is PC Sahara." "Like the desert?" "Yes, like the desert. Unfortunately, I've never been, but I hope to get there one day." "I haven't been there either, but I don't feel it necessary to say that." "I've spoken to your doctor, and he has said you might be up to answering a few questions. Would that be okay?" That was nice of the doctor to volunteer me for this, I think, but again, I choose not to share that thought. "That's fine," I say, though I must admit I'm struggling to remember everything about the crash. "That's okay. Just try to recall what you can, and if you would like me to stop at any point and come back, I can do that." I nod before taking a deep breath and then forcing my throbbing brain to delve into its memory banks. "I don't use my car much," I say, which is a severe understatement, but the officer doesn't need to know the details of my troubled life before the crash. But my cleaner asked me if I could take her to the bus stop because her car wasn't starting, so she couldn't get home otherwise. Your cleaner, the officer says, before checking something on the notepad he has just taken out. Her name is Freya? There it is again. The wrong name. No, it's not, I say, sitting up a little straighter in my bed, because it's important I make this clear. Her name is Iris. I'm Freya. There seems to have been a mix-up with our names when we were admitted here, but obviously I can't remember getting here because I was unconscious after the accident. So you're saying your name is not Iris? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. My cleaner is called Iris. I am called Freya. I really, really hope that is the last time I ever have to say that to somebody. I've certainly already said it enough since I've been in here. Are you sure? The officer inexplicably asks. Yes, I'm sure, I cry, before realizing I was a little too loud there. Look, my name is Freya, and I can prove it. Just look at my ID. It's with the clothes I was in when I was admitted here. I'm not sure where they are now, because I woke up in this gown. But I had my driving license in the pocket of my jeans. Just check that, and you'll see that I am who I say I am. I wonder why Iris didn't just show the staff here her own ID, especially since she was seemingly more conscious and sentient than I have been. But maybe she tried that, and she didn't have her clothes with her either. But somebody at this hospital must know where our clothes are. Have you spoken to Iris yet? I ask then, wondering what she might have told the police about the incident. The officer glances up from his notepad at me, and I wonder if it is because he's trying to decipher who is really Iris here and who is not. Yes, we spoke to her, he confirms. And? I'd like to get your version of events. So you can check them with hers and see if there are any discrepancies? That's not what I said. But it's what you mean. PC Sahara gives nothing away, his expression as blank as the landscape that bears his name. Am I in trouble here? I have to ask then. What makes you think that? Because I am getting the feeling that something is wrong, I reply. Well, there is one thing. And what's that? PC Sahara sighs before telling me. The thing is, when we spoke to the other person involved in this accident, he says, the person you say is called Iris, she told us something different. She told us her name was Freya, and it was you who was called Iris. She did what? I cry. But that isn't true. Why would she lie? I don't know, but she did. Maybe she was confused. She suffered a head injury. She had a bandage on. She must have memory loss. I don't know, but she is wrong. She is not Freya. I am. The doctors have said her brain scan was clear and showed no signs of concussion or any other symptoms of memory loss. I don't care what the scans showed. Something is obviously wrong with her because she seems to have forgotten her name and started using mine. What reason would she have to do that? I have no idea. There is no reason, I cry, before I suddenly think of one. It's a fleeting thought, but the fact it occurs to me means it may also have occurred to Iris, and more specifically, it could have occurred to her in the aftermath of the accident. What if she thought I was dead and saw a chance to swap lives with me? Could that be a thing? It seems ridiculous, far-fetched, outrageous, like it could never happen. But stranger things have happened in this world, haven't they? Strange, inexplicable things happen all the time, every day, and to far more normal people than me. I mean, if Iris thought I might die from my injuries, she might have presumed there was a way to do this. So could it be true? Could she have seen an opportunity to do something crazy? Could she have seen a way to go from being my cleaner to actually living my life? If so, she has made a truly terrible mistake. That's because my life is not as perfect as it appears from the outside. Not as perfect at all. 6. Freya. Before. "My name's Jax," he says, holding out his hand to greet me. As I shake it, I note how strong it feels, how secure, how safe. Should I be noticing those things so soon? Or is it just a sign of how desperate I am? I have a feeling I know the answer to that question, and it's not an answer I like, so I don't dwell on it for a second longer than I have to. Instead, I concentrate on making a good first impression too. That's because Jax has already made a good first impression on me. Then again, it would be hard for him not to, with his broad smile, perfect physique, and meticulous manners. "I'm Freya," I say with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Freya," he replies, and for a second, this could actually feel like a first date. "So, have you decided what you're having yet?" That illusion is shattered by the reminder that I am sitting in a cafe, and the only reason this man is talking to me is because he wants to take my order. "Oh, sorry, I've not looked at the menu yet," I say apologetically, and that's the truth, though I can't say why that is. I can't say it's because I've spent all this time since I came in here admiring the cute male waiter rather than the items on the menu. "No worries, take your time," Jack says, before he turns to serve someone at another table. But I don't want him to go yet. "Is there anything you recommend?" I ask, hoping to keep him chatting to me and not somebody else. Jax considers that question for a moment before leaning in and lowering his voice. "I have a confession to make. I don't actually work here." I laugh at that because it sounds silly. He sure looks and acts like he works here. "What do you mean?" I ask him. "I'm just helping my friend. This is his cafe, and he's short-staffed. But the truth is, I don't really know what I'm doing, so all I can promise is that I'll try my best not to mess up your order." I laugh again, whilst also liking that Jax has let me in on this secret of his. He could have just pretended to be professional, but he has let me in on something, and that only makes me like him even more. "Don't worry, your secret is safe with me." I'm admiring him even more because not only is he hot and hunky, but he is also the kind of person who is generous with his time, too. We could all use a friend like Jax, or in my case, I could use a boyfriend like Jax. "I think I'll just have a cup of tea," I say, handing him the menu. "1 cup of tea coming right up," Jax says, accepting it. Or at least I hope it will. I don't actually know how to make tea because I've never drunk it myself, but I'm sure my friend over there behind the counter does. I laugh again as Jax leaves, and I already can't wait for him to come back to my table with my drink. I won't even care if the tea doesn't taste nice. The main thing will be that I get to talk to him again. Having been single for a long time, I might seem a little keen, but really, I just haven't met anyone who makes me feel happy inside. Until now. Jax instantly made me smile. Maybe I should ask for his number before I leave. Would that be too forward of me? Shouldn't it be the man who asks the woman for her contact details? I don't know, but I do know this is not the 1950s. If I want to ask a man for his number, I don't see why I shouldn't. So that's exactly what I will do just as soon as Jax comes back over here with my cup of tea. Until then, I will make do with admiring him from afar. All I care about in this moment is whether or not he will be interested in me, too. I'm not thinking any further ahead than that. Why would I? But if only I had, maybe I could have somehow foreseen that I was making a terrible mistake. That's because Jax coming into my life was not going to be a wholly pleasant experience for us both. Things were going to be very different to that cute exchange we just shared in the coffee shop. I had no idea the kind of man Jax really was at that point, nor did I have any idea the kind of woman I was either. By the time we found out, it was far too late for us both. 7. Iris. Present. "Take a right here," I say to Isaac, and he follows my orders, which is a relief because I don't want a repeat of what happened earlier on this car journey. No more roadside chats about whether this is the right or wrong thing to do. Just action, progress, decisiveness, fate. We're almost there, I say next, as I see the fields on both sides of the car, as well as the tall trees up ahead. The sight of the English countryside is one that usually brings peace and tranquility, but I'm not feeling that effect today. This is really out in the middle of nowhere, my boyfriend notes, and he isn't wrong. I was worried I'd got the address wrong when I came here on my first day as Freya's cleaner, but I did find her house eventually. Soon, I'll be there again, but in a very different capacity. Next left, I say, and Isaac turns the wheel to take us onto a long, tree-lined road. As he does, I instantly get a flashback of the last time I was here. It was only a couple of days ago, but it was a memorable time. The time Freya crashed her car while I was in it. It was right here, I say, as we pass the point on the road where her vehicle left the tarmac and plowed into one of the trees. What? The crash. It was just here. Look, you can see the damaged tree there. I point to the tree with the damaged trunk, the one that is still standing but could easily have collapsed after the impact of Freya's car hitting it. But the tree is obviously made of sturdy stuff, or at least sturdier stuff than the car was. The vehicle in question isn't here anymore, so I guess it was towed after the police took a look at it. I don't know what they might have thought about what happened, other than the vagaries of what I told them in the hospital, but I don't want to think about all of that right now, or ever again if I can help it. Isaac drives us past the point of the crash, and now we are only a minute away from Freya's house. I have driven this route countless times over the last 2 years, but this is the first time I have come here as a passenger. I always travel here in my car, but that car is currently still parked outside Freya's house. I discovered it had engine trouble and was no longer drivable after I had finished my latest shift. I was worrying I'd either have to get Isaac to come all the way out here after he finished work, or make the long walk to the nearest bus stop. But then Freya kindly offered to drive me into town, and I accepted that offer. I had no idea we weren't going to make it far before we crashed, nor did I have any idea of all the craziness that was to ensue in the immediate moments after it, while she was unconscious at the wheel, and I had a split-second decision to make. But I made it, and here we are. It's that house just there, I say as I point through the windscreen. That one? Isaac cries when he lays eyes on it, and I guess he is having the same reaction I had when I first saw this place. Yeah, I reply, aware of how impressive it is, not just on first sight, but on all subsequent sights too. Wow, is all he can say next, and that would be the simplest way to sum up this property. Standing amongst the leafy greens of the countryside, this whitewashed stone building must easily cost £2 million, if not more. Spanning 2 floors, the home consists of 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a huge kitchen and dining area, a spacious living room, and a large garage. But you can't really talk about this place without mentioning the sprawling grounds it resides in. And while it was a hard task being Freya's cleaner and taking care of all those rooms, I am just glad she didn't try to employ me as her gardener. I have no idea how she was able to maintain the luscious lawns, the numerous hedges and tall trees that surround the property, but she managed it. I guess she had a lot of time on her hands. But now she is elsewhere. This garden won't be looking this lush for much longer. This is insane, Isaac says as we get nearer. I don't know if he is still talking about this place or the plan I have concocted to live here myself. I'd rather not know, and fortunately, I don't have to, because we reach the gates and Isaac has to stop the car. I'll put the code in, I say as I hop out of the vehicle and hurry over to the electronic keypad that is discreetly fitted into a stone wall. I enter the same code that I enter every time I come here, to begin another day as a cleaner, and then step back as the heavy iron gates spring to life. As they do, I glance up at the camera on the wall to my left. It's perfectly positioned to face whoever is at these gates, allowing the person inside to see who is attempting to get in. The cameras would be a problem if not for the fact that I know nobody else is looking at them right now because nobody is home. I also know where the footage is stored on a database inside the house, so I can make sure to delete whatever I need to if and when the time comes. I return to the car as the gates part, before telling Isaac to drive us through them.
"This is like Buckingham Palace or something," he says as he eases on the accelerator, and I would smile at that comment if I wasn't so stressed. I'm stressed as I know I shouldn't be here. This is not my home. This house belongs to Freya. Only she has the right to unlock the door. But I have taken that right from her by taking her name. How long will I get away with this? If all goes to plan, I won't have to worry about it, but only time will tell. For now, I just look at the enormous house that is getting nearer by the second and swallow strongly. This is my last chance to tell my boyfriend to turn the car around and take us back home, to our real home, where we belong. I decide to stay quiet. This is my home now. My transition to becoming Freya is another step closer to completion, and there's nothing she can do about it. 8. Freya. It's like going into a tunnel head first. It gets claustrophobic fast, but you're told to stay perfectly still or it won't work. So you try your best. You lie as motionless as you can and hope it is going to be over quickly. Then the noise starts. It gets louder and louder until it sounds like you're part of a plane that is taking off. Then comes the spinning sensation, and along with the noise, it feels like you're in a washing machine. That's very discombobulating, because the only things that should go in a washing machine are clothes, not human beings. Yet here I am, feeling very much like I am being spun around inside a giant machine. Except I'm not moving. Only everything around me is. It's called an MRI scanner, and I'm right in the middle of one now. Outside of this hellish invention sits a team of medical professionals who are staring at a screen and trying to decipher what this machine is showing them. They'll be looking at an image of my brain and scouring the scan for any signs of damage. Whether or not they find anything concerning will only become apparent to me when I get out of here. Until then, I am supposed to just stay still, as if I'm lying on a beach in the sunshine, rather than lying inside this cold, emotionless vacuum that simply determines matters of life and death and has no ability to feel compassion. When it ends, the silence is almost as daunting as the loud noise that came before it. That's because I'm waiting to see what the scan showed. Do I have brain damage? Did the accident wreak more havoc on me than first thought? Is it the reason I seem to be so confused about me and Iris and our two names being swapped? Or are the results going to come back clear, meaning that whatever is happening between me and Iris has nothing to do with brain injuries and could be about something much worse? It could be about human intention. What's the verdict? I ask nervously as I'm led back to my bed, which takes a while because I'm walking slowly, and the nurse holding my arm seems to think I will fall if she lets go. She might be right. I feel stronger than I did yesterday, but I still don't feel 100%. The doctor will come and see you shortly, the nurse replies, which is not a comforting answer in any way. Is it bad news? I ask anxiously. Please, just tell me if it is. I can handle it. I definitely can't handle it, but I would rather know the facts than drown in paranoia for the next few hours until a doctor mercifully puts me out of my misery. I don't think so, the nurse replies, but is she just saying that to keep me calm? Does her answer have any substance to it, or is it a baseless answer that will be proven to be so when a doctor does eventually give me my grim diagnosis? I don't know. All I do know is I'm expected to get back into this damn bed and lie in it all day again, like I have been doing ever since my car left the road and I wound up as a patient here. But I suppose it could be worse. I might never have woken up after the accident. How's that for a silver lining? Once alone, I try to find the positive in my highly unusual situation. After a very stressful few days, it's a relief that the police officer and his questions have left me alone. I'm sure PC Sahara will be back, and I hope so because I demanded he let me know why Iris was pretending to be me. But for now, I don't have to deal with him. It's also a relief that the doctors and nurses here seem to be giving me a break too, and the longer I wait for a doctor to appear with scan results, the more I enjoy existing in blissful ignorance. It also means I have a chance to consider what has happened and, most importantly, what might happen next. A woman I trusted has taken my name. I don't know why, but she has. And while I am stuck in here, she is out there doing goodness knows what with it. The fastest way I can see this being resolved is if Iris comes to visit me and corrects what has happened. But it doesn't seem like there's much chance of that happening. I've spent plenty of time trying to convince the staff here that there is a mix-up, but to no avail. So the only other way I can get to the truth of all this is if I am discharged and therefore free to try and find Iris myself. But when will I be allowed out of here? Good afternoon. The male voice from the end of the bed causes me to look up, and when I do, I see a smiling face that instantly puts me at ease. Who is this guy, and why has he pushed a wheelchair to the end of my bed? Are you a doctor? Yes, that's right, he says. I figure he must be a very senior one, because he isn't wearing the same white coat that the other doctors who have treated me so far have worn. But he can't be that senior, because he appears to be in his 30s, unless he's just really good at his job and progressed quicker than his peers. Do you have the results of my scan? I ask, bracing myself for what could be bad news. Your scan? Yes, I'm here to talk about that, the doc says, before he pulls the curtains closed around my bed. Considering there was no one else in this room, it feels unnecessary for him to do that. The bed beside me, the one Iris was in, remains empty, so why the need for such privacy between us? Unless he is going to give me such shocking news that he knows I will weep uncontrollably, and he is just being considerate to give me as much privacy as he can in the circumstances. Just tell me, I say, as he completes the closing of the curtains. Just get it over with. What did the scan show? Is there something wrong with my brain? How are you feeling? The doctor asks, answering several of my questions with one of his own. I'm okay. I feel tired and have a bit of a headache, but I guess that's to be expected because I am not sleeping well in here and I did bang my head, I say. The doctor nods. Of course. But you don't feel nauseous or like your headache is getting worse? No, I reply. That's good, right? It means I'm getting better? Yes, I think so, he says. That's why we are going to move you. Move me? Where? To another room. Don't worry, it's not far. I brought a wheelchair for you, so you don't have to walk. But what did the scan say? All clear, the doctor says with a smile. I feel such instantaneous relief that I actually start crying. Thank goodness, I say as I wipe my eyes. I was so afraid. I understand, but we really need to get you moved now because there are other patients who need this room. Is that okay? Yes, I say. Before you go, the nurse told me you are due some more pain relief, the doctor says, and he turns back to the wheelchair to pick something up. That's when I see that there is a syringe on there with some yellow liquid inside it. I feel okay, I say. That's because your last dose of meds hasn't worn off yet, he says as he checks the syringe, but they will shortly, and you won't be feeling so good then, so you're best having a top-up now, okay? Yeah, I suppose, I say, before bracing myself for the injection. I've never had a problem with needles in my life, and I'm glad I'm not going to start now. I just wait for the doc to do what he needs to do, and then he can move me, and I guess I'll be another step closer to going home. As the tip of the needle pierces my skin, I grit my teeth because this doctor is not as gentle as the other staff here. In fact, he's downright hurting me. Ouch! I cry out when the needle feels like it is digging into my arm far more than it should be. I'm sorry, he says. Just 1 second and this will be done. It continues to hurt until, finally, the needle is removed from my arm. At least that's over with. Now I guess there is just the step of getting me from my bed into the wheelchair. But do I need it? I think I'm okay to walk, I say as I go to get out of bed. I advise you sit in the chair, just in case, the doctor says. No, really, I'm fine, I reply. And it is the truth. But in the next moment, I realize I am not fine at all because my eyelids feel very heavy and the bright lights of the room are starting to dim. I don't feel so good, I confess. That's why I have the chair, the doctor says as he eases me down into it. Thank you, I say, as I struggle to keep my eyes open. No problem at all, he replies. I am struck again at how nice he is being to me. Sure, he might not be the best with a needle, but the rest of his bedside manner is superb. So much so that I feel he should be recognized for it, and I feel I would be inclined to contact this hospital and commend him for his care so he can be acknowledged by his superiors. But to do that, I need to know who he is. What's your name? I ask the doctor as he begins to push my chair. Dr. Morgan, he replies as he wheels me away from my bed, but you can call me Isaac. 9. Iris. I wish I could enjoy being here in this house, especially now I'm no longer only here because I'm the cleaner. But I know I can't relax until I have heard from my boyfriend and found out how the next part of the plan has gone. Isaac should be with Freya now, attempting to move her, and it's vital that he is successful. This cannot continue to work unless he does what he has to do, so I pray I will get a phone call from him very soon to confirm that it has worked. Until then, I can only control things at my end. What does that look like? At the moment, it has mostly consisted of me lying on a huge sofa, scoffing snacks and watching television. To say this is a very different experience to the one I usually have when I'm here would be a huge understatement. Previously, all the time I spent in this house had seen me either scrubbing toilets, wiping down surfaces, or dusting corners. It was all brooms, mop buckets, and disinfectants. But now it's the total opposite. I'm getting to actually enjoy this property instead of just being employed in it. I can cook a nice meal in the kitchen and sit at the large table, cutting into my food with the gleaming cutlery that Freya stores in the top drawer beside the cooker. I can take a shower in one of the bathrooms and not have to worry about picking up any fallen hairs or wiping away any of the water that smears the shower screen. Instead, I can just wash my hair with Freya's expensive shampoo and soothe my skin with all the soapy suds that come from one of the many bottles that the homeowner keeps in here. I can sit down on a chair or the sofa and actually relax instead of just taking 30 minutes to savor my lunch break before resuming work again. I can put my feet up, grab the remote control, and use it to scroll through the multitude of streaming channels that Freya subscribes to. I can sip a drink, maybe a hot tea in a huge mug, or a glass of chilled wine from the selection Freya keeps in the enormous fridge. I can eat snacks, or take a nap, or lose myself in one of the books Freya stores on the bookcase beside the large bay window. It feels like I'm on holiday, and sometimes, for the briefest of seconds, I can imagine that I am. But then I am reminded of the truth, and I know I can't get too comfortable here, not when there is so much at stake. I could be arrested for what I have done. Freya would be well within her rights to have me in handcuffs as soon as possible. The only reason I'm not already in them is because she is still recovering from an accident, and the people treating her are more focused on her health than anything else. I think about my boyfriend again now. If Isaac is successful, the pair of us can stay out of prison, and I can stay in this house. If he's not, then I guess this is going to be the only time I ever get to experience a life of luxury, and the rest of my life will be spent in very different circumstances as an inmate at the local prison. But I've not spent all my time here just enjoying the benefits of having this huge house to myself. I have been busy doing other things too, like inspecting the multitude of cameras around this house to make sure they are all still working as they should be. Why am I so concerned about home security? It's because Freya clearly was, so I'd be a fool not to follow suit. In total, she had 16 cameras installed around her property. If that seems like overkill, I once thought the same. That was until I realized who she was trying to keep out. It's not just an opportunistic burglar, it's someone much worse than that. 7 of the cameras are on the outside of the house, including the one by the gates. I checked those first, mainly because any trespasser would first be outside before they got inside. Once I was confident all those cameras were working well, I moved on to the ones in the home, like the one in the kitchen facing the back door, the one in the hallway facing the front door, the one at the top of the stairs pointing down, and then the ones that are in some of the bedrooms, because seemingly no square inch of this place can be left uncovered. All cameras are in working order, and I know that because I checked the computer in the basement. It's the computer I shouldn't know about because my cleaning remit did not extend to the basement. But I went down there one day after Freya had left the door unlocked. I was curious, and she was busy upstairs, so I just had a quick look. When I did, I saw a load of dusty old boxes, which most basements seem to contain. But amongst them was a computer on a table, and when I moved the mouse, the screen flickered on, and I saw a grid of surveillance footage. It took me a few seconds to figure out what I was looking at before I understood that all the footage was of this house. The only place there didn't appear to be a camera was in this basement, which was lucky because I would have been caught snooping otherwise. Though I had noticed numerous cameras around the house while I had been working here as a cleaner, I hadn't known where the footage had fed to. Nor had I bothered to ask Freya, mainly because it was none of my business. This was her house, so she made the rules and I just followed them. But now this is my house, so I can make the rules. However, I have a feeling I'd be very wise to keep some of the previous owner's ways, and that includes making sure all these cameras are fully functioning at all times. While I feel better for knowing that they are, I still can't relax. Not until I hear from Isaac. Nor can I relax when I know that the cameras could show the police arriving at this house at any time to arrest me for what I have done. It's a scary thought to think of this house being stormed by several police officers, moving room to room until they locate me cowering in a corner somewhere, begging for forgiveness, but understanding that there is no way I am going to get it. Why would I? Nobody can forgive a person who steals another person's identity. For all I know, Freya worked incredibly hard to have a house like this, to have a life like this. Yet here I am, taking it all from her for free. It's not fair, but I already know life doesn't care much for fairness. I check my phone again, but still no sign of Isaac getting in touch with me. Is he okay? Or have I ruined his life like I might have already ruined mine? Anything is possible now this is in motion. All I can do is stick to the plan and hope that mistakes are kept to a minimum. But as I glance up at one of the cameras in the corner of the room, staring right at me and recording my every movement, I am aware that my biggest mistake might not have been taking over Freya's life. My biggest mistake might be assuming I could keep out whoever she is trying to stop getting in. I could pretend that the accident started all this, but really, this all began when I came here for my interview. 10 Iris before. This can't be the right place. I double-check the address that the woman at the job center gave me and realize that it does match, but it still doesn't seem right. This is the house that needs a cleaner? I mean, I can see why they would need one. It's huge, so there are obviously plenty of rooms to keep tidy here. But surely whoever lives in a house like this could afford somebody better than me. Surely they could find somebody beyond just who the local job center has sent them. I don't know. But what I do know is that I am here because the owner of this house wants to interview for a cleaner, and they have sent me. I park at the front gates and get out of my car to look for some kind of buzzer that will alert the homeowner to my arrival, thinking, as I do, about how it is weird that a cleaning job requires an interview. Surely I could just start work and be judged on how tidy everything is when I'm finished. Surely the interview should only be about how hard I work with a mop and bucket rather than anything more formal than that, right? But again, I can't question it. I can only follow orders. After all, I need a job, any job, and if this cleaning job is to be it, I'll gladly take it. I locate what looks like a buzzer and press it before standing back and waiting to see what happens. Hello? comes the voice through the intercom. "Oh, hi," I say, clearing my throat. "My name is Iris, and I'm here about the cleaning job." As I wait for a response, I am feeling far more nervous than I thought I would do on the way here. But then again, I thought I was just going to a house, not a mansion. "Come in," the voice replies, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do that because there are two big gates blocking my way. That is, until the gates whir into life, and as they open up, I rush back to my car so I can drive through them before they close again. As I drive closer to the house, I get even more of a sense of how impressive this property is. I also fear that it is far too big for my cleaning capabilities. Even if I get given a chance to work here, I'll surely fail based on how long it will take me to get around all the rooms. But I guess I better just go inside and at least find out. What's the worst that can happen? At least I'll get to see how the other half lives before going back to my humble abode. I park and then knock on the front door, and when it opens, I'm greeted by a well-dressed woman who instantly makes me feel inferior as I stand before her in my dowdy clothes. "Hello, Iris. My name is Freya," she says simply, before looking past me at the mode of transport I used to get here today. It must be just as unimpressive as the clothes I am wearing, but she doesn't say anything about either. She just steps aside and allows me in. "Thank you for coming," she says as she closes the door behind me while I try not to gawp at the huge house I have just entered. "And thank you for agreeing to the interview. I understand that it might seem a little unnecessary to interview for such a position, but I have the need to be very thorough. I hope you appreciate that." "Of course," I reply. "I'm happy to do whatever you need me to do." I wince, as I know that probably sounded more than a little desperate, but Freya doesn't react. She just walks off, and I assume I'm supposed to follow her. We enter her kitchen, and I wonder if she is about to offer me a drink. But she doesn't. She just takes a seat at the impressive breakfast bar before gesturing to the vacant stool opposite her. I slide onto it whilst simultaneously thinking about how long it would take to clean a kitchen of this size. "This position would require you to be here 5 days a week," Freya says. "As you can see, this is a big property, and I would like it to be kept clean at all times. So, would you be able to commit to this being your only cleaning job?" Yes, I suppose so," I reply. "Just as long as—" "Don't worry about money. We can come to an agreement on that. But I can assure you that your pay here would be far higher than it would be at any other cleaning job elsewhere." That sounds good to me, so I simply nod. "But I need you to understand that as well as being the cleaner here, you will be required to do something else for me," Freya says. "What's that?" "You will have to be very discreet," she replies. "Discreet?" "Yes, I live alone, and that is on purpose. I like being out here in this remote area, away from other people. So if I allow you into my inner sanctum, it means I am placing a great deal of trust in you. Do you appreciate that?" "Of course," I say quickly. "What I mean by discreet is that I don't want you talking about me or my house to anybody else," Freya goes on. "I don't want other people knowing my business. I don't want to be gossiped about." "I understand," I say, although I assume I will be able to talk to my boyfriend about my work here, though I don't say that, just in case Freya objects. "Do you really understand? It's imperative that you do," Freya says, as she stands up and walks over to the kitchen window where she looks out over her huge back garden. "The thing is, I'm not just living here because I like the peace and quiet. I'm living here because of the security it offers me. Did you notice the cameras on the way in?" Freya turns to look at me as I shake my head. I don't remember seeing any cameras, but that doesn't mean they weren't there, I suppose. "There are cameras all over this house, outside and in," she explains. "You will have seen the front gate, too. So as you can tell by all these security measures I have taken, I don't want anybody just wandering in here. In fact, other than you and the man who delivers my groceries once a week, nobody else should ever come here. Not even a gardener, because I deal with that myself. Is that clear?"
I nod my head because it is clear. It is also a little sad. Nobody comes here except people who are paid to? No family? No friends? No partner or kids or anyone who might actually want to visit just to say hello? But I don't say any of that. I just keep nodding. Good, Freya says before looking back to the window. I think this can work, so we'll start you off with a trial shift. If I am satisfied with your cleaning, you will get the job. Great, thank you, I say, eager to get started and already looking forward to a first paycheck very soon if all goes well. But before I can get too carried away, Freya has one more thing to say. Just remember, this cleaning job is not just about how tidy you make my house. It is about how safe you keep my house too. My safety and security are the #1 priority, far more of a priority than having a clean bathtub or a sparkling sink. Am I clear on that? Yes, absolutely clear, I say, although one thing is not clear. Why does Freya need all this security? Who is she trying to keep out? Common thieves? Or someone more personal? I don't ask. I just get to work and hope for the best. 11. Freya, present. When I open my eyes, I see the wheelchair the doctor helped me into before, but I can't remember what happened after that. Did I fall asleep? Or did I pass out? I don't know. It's all a blur. 1 minute, I was sitting in my bed accepting an injection from the kindly doctor, and the next, I was struggling to keep my eyes open. The last thing I remember is being wheeled away from that bed because I was told it was time for me to be moved to a different part of the hospital. That's where I am now, a different room. It certainly looks different to the previous one. I note the pale walls, which lack the color of the previous ones I was surrounded by. I also notice there are no curtains around my bed in here, which comes as a relief because they were starting to make me feel claustrophobic whenever they were closed around me in that last room. There is no second bed in this room either, only mine, and this one is not quite as comfortable as the previous one. Then again, not many hospital beds are known for their comfort. Other than that, everything else feels pretty similar. It's just another fairly depressing room that nobody wants to be in. And that's why I still feel as eager as ever to get out of this hospital and get back to my home as soon as possible. Although, by the looks of it, I have my own personal bathroom, judging by the door I can see that goes into a small room with a sink and a toilet, so at least I don't have to share with other patients. I have private health care, but was obviously unable to explain that in the immediate aftermath of my accident, due to being unconscious and all. Perhaps this is why I was moved. Maybe this is my private room, and as such, I no longer have to share with anybody. But as far as benefits go, that's about it, and overall, I am still very much hating being here. One thing that makes my current situation more bleak is the lack of visitors I have had since I have been in here. Have the doctors and nurses tasked with taking care of me noticed how nobody has been to see me since I have been their patient? I imagine so, and they are probably embarrassed for me. Even I am embarrassed for me. What kind of person has zero family or friends to come and check on them after being in an accident? Me. I am that kind of person. Just because I have a good reason to be all alone in this world, it doesn't mean I feel good about it. Before I can get too down, I decide to try and get an update on the timeline of when I can leave. But for that, I need a doctor or nurse to talk to, and currently, there are none around. I look to the door, but it is closed. Where has the doctor gone? What was his name again? Dr. Morgan, I think. But he said I could call him Isaac. That was nice of him. I hope he comes back again. Although I'll happily accept anybody if they are willing to give me an update on when I can go home. But at least Isaac told me that my scan had come back clear. That was great news. What is not so great is that I seem to have passed out not long after receiving that news. I need to know what all that was about. Hopefully it's not a symptom of something sinister, a lingering after effect of the crash perhaps. But whatever it was,
I'm fully awake now, and if no doctor is going to come and see me, I'm going to get up and try to find someone. I lift my legs off the bed before placing them down on the cold, hard floor. I really need to get my shoes back, but they must be with the rest of my clothes, and I don't know where they are. I'm sick of wearing this hospital gown and really want a shower, but given a choice between showering here or at home, I'll take my personal shower every day of the week. Hopefully, I can be back at my house by the end of the day, and how lovely that would be. To use my own shower, to eat in my own kitchen, to sleep in my own bed. It would be heaven. I need to hire another cleaner. My current one has acted bizarrely and told everyone she is me and I am her. I don't know her motive, but I do know she has made a very big mistake. But I can always find another cleaner, one who is actually worthy of my trust. I can do that once she has paid for betraying me. But first, I need to actually get back to the house I foolishly welcomed her into. Taking a couple of tentative steps, I feel fine to walk, so I keep moving and pass the wheelchair before approaching the door. I am sure that the first doctor or nurse I see will tell me that I should have stayed in my bed, but I'm done with being treated like a child. If my scan was okay, then I don't see why I can't go home now. What are they keeping me here for? Unless there is something else they are worried about, but if so, I have a right to know what it is. That's why I don't feel bad about reaching for the door handle so I can leave this room and go out into the corridor in search of somebody to tell me what is going on. I imagine it won't take me long to find somebody to ask in the middle of this busy hospital. Except there's one problem. I frown as I look at the door handle that I just tried to lower before trying it again, but I get the same result. What is going on here? Is the door stuck? Why is it not opening? It takes me 2 more attempts before I realize what the real issue is here. This door is not stuck. It's locked. 12. Iris. Just have a drink. It'll help you calm down. My suggestion to Isaac is not received in the way I hoped it would be. Rather than help himself to a glass of wine from one of Freya's bottles that I opened earlier, he chooses to continue pacing around the kitchen instead. That's all he has done since he came in here earlier after moving Freya, and any relief I felt about him having had a successful interaction with her is starting to diminish now that I can see how stressed out he currently is. Alcohol is the last thing either of us needs at a time like this, Isaac says, as he keeps pacing on the other side of the breakfast bar I am sitting at. We need to keep our heads clear. Numbing ourselves won't alleviate the guilt or the fear. It will only make it worse. Speak for yourself, I say, before taking a large gulp from my glass. If he isn't having any wine, then I guess it just means there is more for me, and I'm not afraid to indulge. Not only is it helping my mood, despite Isaac's thoughts to the contrary, but it is clear that Freya had very good taste in wine. I should have guessed that because she had good taste in everything else, too, from the decor of her home to the appearance of her lusciously landscaped gardens. Then again, it's easy to have good taste when you have the money to afford it. I don't have bad taste because I drank 6-pound bottles of wine from the local supermarket. I drank them because I had a bad credit score. But that can't stop me now. You did what you had to do, and I'm proud of you, I say to Isaac, opting to change tack and heap praise on him in the hope that will make him feel better where wine won't. It can't have been easy, but you did it. Based on Isaac's reporting of the event, it certainly wasn't easy. I think I hurt her with the injection, he had said moments after he'd arrived at this house and I had buzzed him through the front gates. She looked like she was in pain. Did she suspect anything was wrong? No, I don't think so. I think she trusted me. That's good. Is it? Isaac had asked, looking unsure. I deceived a vulnerable woman. How can that be good? You did what you had to do. I did what you told me to do, Isaac replied, which was a little more accurate. Yes, you moved her, and that was a key part of our plan, I told him, before asking an important question. How many people saw you doing it? What do you think? It's a busy hospital. Loads of people saw me. Doctors, nurses, other patients, random members of the public. But nobody stopped me. And why would they? I'd said. They had no reason to stop a doctor pushing a woman in a wheelchair around a hospital, just as we thought. That doesn't mean it was easy. I didn't say that because it wasn't easy. It was hard, and it was horrible, and I kept waiting for somebody to stop me and tell me I was under arrest. But they didn't, and it's over now, I had reminded him, before he had reminded me of something else. No, it's not. I'd decided to try and leave the conversation there for the time being, because Isaac clearly wasn't in a positive frame of mind. But not much has changed since then, as demonstrated by how much he is still pacing around this kitchen. You should try and get some sleep, I suggest. You think I can sleep after what we've done? You're going to have to try, because like you said earlier, this isn't over, and it won't be for a long time. Isaac stops pacing then and looks at me, not with anger or guilt in his eyes, but with hopelessness. Somehow, that feels worse. I put down my wine glass, slide off one of the stools of the breakfast bar, and approach my paranoid partner. I'm proud of you, I say. I know I have asked a lot of you, but you have done it all, and that shows how much you love me. I wrap my arms around Isaac's waist before bringing my lips close to his. Now, how about I show how much I love you? I don't wait for Isaac to answer me, instead opting to plant my lips on his and give him such a deep and passionate kiss that he has no choice but to go with it. As we continue to kiss, I feel his body relaxing slightly, and that's a good start, but I can do so much more. Follow me, I say, taking his hand and leading him out of the kitchen and through the hallway towards the decadent staircase. We can't, Isaac says, although his statement lacks conviction, and he doesn't stop following me as we move upstairs. Yes, we can, I purr. I didn't plan to sleep with Isaac so soon after making Freya's house our own. I guess now is as good a time as any. What's the best way to feel settled in a new place? You have to make yourself at home. That's what we're about to do right here. But before I fall into bed with Isaac, I can't help but spare a thought for Freya and how she is adjusting to her new home. I doubt she is as comfortable as I am about to be. 13. Freya. Open this door! I cry as I bang my fists against it in the vain hope that whoever is on the other side of it might actually do as I wish. But I know it's a vain hope because I've been doing this for what feels like forever, and still the door remains locked. I'm totally trapped in here, and, as such, I am panicking about what it means for me. Will I ever get out of this room? Or am I going to die in here, alone and unable to do anything that even resembles me trying to fight back? No, I refuse to. I refuse to give up and accept whatever fate my captor plans for me. My captor, it has to be him. The doctor. He tricked me. He made me trust him with his charming smile and his pleasant bedside manner. I should have seen through it. I should have known something was wrong. Like the fact the injection he gave me hurt far more than I would have expected it to, given it was supposedly coming from a man with medical training. The injection. I realize now that he wasn't giving me pain relief, but something stronger. He sedated me. That explains why I felt so weak and tired moments after the needle pierced my skin, and how he was able to get me into the wheelchair so easily. But where has he taken me? Where am I now? The room I am in offers no clues. All I know is that I am desperate to get out of it. Open the door! Let me out! I cry again, before wasting what little energy I have left by pounding my fists into the barrier between me and freedom several more times. But it's all still for nothing, and now I'm feeling dizzy and nauseous. These were symptoms that the real doctors warned me about. They said they could be signs that my recovery wasn't going as well as hoped. I need a doctor. Now. Where is he? Why is he doing this to me? And what happens if he never opens this door? I collapse onto the floor, weak and spent, and close my eyes as I try to ease the migraine that is quickly threatening to overpower me. Having a moment of weakness is not going to do me any favors at a time like this, but I can't help it. I was in a car accident, and now I'm in this extremely stressful situation. How is my body supposed to be functioning well after all that has happened? An awful thought occurs to me then, and I open my eyes to look around and see if it could be true. What if there is a camera in here and I'm being watched? That doctor, Isaac, if that was even his real name, could be taking great pleasure in observing my suffering in here. If so, I need to toughen up, because I'd hate to give him any more pleasure than he might already be deriving from this. I can't see a camera, though it doesn't mean there isn't one, so I wipe my eyes and force myself back to my feet. I don't feel any stronger for doing so, but if he is watching me, I hope he can see that I am not just going to give up. But what else can I do? I decide to check the rest of the room to see if there is another way out of it, although I can already guess what the answer to that will be. But other than the bathroom, there is not much else in here. The main door is the only way in or out, and I stop my search quickly, again not wanting to give Isaac any potential pleasure if he is spying on me. If he is watching, maybe the best thing to do is be as boring as possible. If he isn't being entertained, he might come in here to stir up some drama, and I do need him to visit me. That's why I decide to just get back on my bed and close my eyes, as if I'm going to sleep. I'll make it seem like I'm doing nothing. Isaac might not like that. He probably would prefer me to keep screaming and begging, but I won't give him the satisfaction. If he wants me to do anything else, he's going to have to come in here and make me do it. But will he? Where is he right now? What is he doing? Will I ever get out of here? 14. Iris. Feel any better? I ask my boyfriend as I roll over on the pillow and look into his eyes. Isaac doesn't say anything, but he doesn't have to. I can see his flushed cheeks and the bead of sweat on his forehead, as well as the glint of satisfaction in his eyes. All that tells me is that my plan worked, and bringing him up here to the bedroom has done the job of getting him to stop worrying so much about Freya and what we have both done to her. Or at least it has for a moment or two. We shouldn't have done that in her bed, he says as he rolls onto his back and stares up at the ceiling. Where would you rather have done it? In her shower? In her kitchen? On her sofa? I ask as I roll onto my back too. We shouldn't have done it anywhere in here. But we did, and now it's done. And don't you feel just a little bit better? I know he does, although he doesn't want to admit that I am right and he is wrong, so he says nothing. He just gets up and disappears into the ensuite bathroom. I wonder what he is going to do in there before I hear the shower go on, giving me my answer. Apparently, he has no qualms about using some of the facilities here, so I guess he is making progress. Give it a little more time, and he'll be treating Freya's home like I am already treating it, like it is mine. I suppose I do have the advantage over Isaac in that I am very familiar with this place. Having spent so much time working here, I know the house inside out, and I could find my way around it even if I was blindfolded. Not that I want to put that to the test. There's no time for silly games when we're in the middle of something that could change our lives forever. As Isaac continues to shower, I notice he doesn't sing like he sometimes does when he washes, but it would probably be asking a little too much, though I do hope that innocence that my boyfriend possessed has not left him entirely after what we have done. I guess time will tell, just like it will tell if the next shower he takes will be in prison. I hope not, because I doubt he'll last more than 2 minutes in an environment like that. Not that I would last much longer. So let's hope it doesn't come to that, or our relationship will be over, just like our lives will be over too. It's late, so I could simply lie here and sleep until the morning, but I can't relax yet, so I get up and find Freya's dressing gown to wrap around myself. It was hanging in the wardrobe alongside all sorts of expensive clothing, and it does feel very snug now that I'm wearing it. But while I'm sure it looks as good as it feels, Isaac doesn't seem so keen when he opens the bathroom door and sees me wearing it. "Take that off," he says. "What? Why?" "It's not yours." "Newsflash, nothing in this house is mine." "I know that, but you don't have to waltz around here in her clothes." "I'm not waltzing around. I was just cold. It's only a dressing gown. It's no big deal in the grand scheme of things." "I just think you should be a little more respectful." "Like you were when you drugged her and locked her up?" I have him there, and he knows it, so he says nothing back. But any hopes I had that my little performance in the bedroom might have brightened his mood are dashed. Isaac still has a dark cloud hanging over him. It's a dark cloud of my doing because all of this was my idea. I can't blame him for starting this, but I can blame him if it doesn't end the way I want it to, which is why I need him to do what I say next. "You should get dressed and get back over there," I tell him. "Check on Freya. She might be awake now." While it was a simple suggestion, Isaac looks visibly sick at the thought of it. "What's wrong?" I ask, as he stands there, his torso topless and only a towel tied around his waist. "What do you think is wrong? I'm dreading going to see her." "I get that, but you have to." "I know." Isaac lets out a deep sigh, and I do have sympathy for him because he has certainly got the tougher tasks at this point of our plan. While I'm here living the high life in Freya's home, he's the one who has to go and see her. "It's not forever," I remind him. "It's just a means to an end." Isaac says nothing to that. "How else could I have done this?" I ask him. "How else could I be the one in this house?" Again, he says nothing. "Try to enjoy some of this," I suggest, and that's the comment that gives him his voice back. "Enjoy it? We could spend the rest of our lives in prison." "But we're not going to." "Can you guarantee that?" I cannot, so now it's my turn to hit the mute button. "And you guarantee that I won't have to hurt her?" Isaac goes on, paranoia seeping out of every pore. "Because I know I will. I will have to do whatever it takes to keep her so she cannot get out and tell anyone what we have done. So I might have to hurt her. I might even have to—" His voice trails off, but I can guess what he was going to say. "This is all going to be fine," I tell him, preferring that sentence over any that mentioned death. Isaac looks at me like he wishes what I just said was true, before he quickly gets dressed. I figure he is going to check on Freya so I don't get in his way, and once his clothes are back on, he heads for the bedroom door. But before he goes, he admits something. "I'm worried," he says, glancing back at me. "I understand, but we are not going to go to prison, I promise, so try not to think about the police." "I'm not worried about the police," he says quietly. "I'm worried that I'm getting good at this." With that ominous statement echoing through both of our frazzled minds, Isaac is gone, and I'm left standing in this house that feels anything but home. I wait a few minutes to make sure he has definitely left before I go downstairs and make it all the way down into the basement. There, I sit at the computer and find the footage that it just recorded up in the master bedroom. Yes, Freya even had a camera in there, which means it has just captured what Isaac and I did in her bed. But I don't want anybody to see this, so I delete it before preparing to go back upstairs and get some sleep. But just before I walk away from the computer, I notice movement on one of the exterior cameras. I see the car at the gates, waiting for them to open, before it moves through them and disappears into the dark night. It's Isaac driving away. It's my boyfriend doing what we planned he would do next. He's going to check on Freya. But what will he find when he gets there? 15. Freya. I'm not asleep, although I'm trying to make it look like I am. If Isaac is watching me, he'll either get bored of my lack of movement and do something to stir me, or he'll wonder if I'm okay and come in to check. Either way, I just want to get him to unlock that door and enter this room. Once he does that, I have a chance to fight back. While I wait and hope for something to happen, I think about the best way to attack Isaac if I get the chance. I could try and hit him, but even if I succeed, is my punch strong enough to do anything but daze him for a moment? Maybe I'd be better scratching his face, or jabbing a finger into his eye, or kneeing him in the groin. Those seem like better options that could neutralize him for long enough for me to make a run to the door. But just thinking about this has my heart racing because I don't know how Isaac may choose to fight back. I don't know what he is capable of. He has already shown that he is capable of drugging and kidnapping me, but I have a feeling he could do so much worse, and I don't really want to put it to the test. But I have no choice, because if I am to get out of here, I am going to have to fight my way out. The sudden sound of a key in a lock instantly puts me on alert, and I have to use all my composure to keep from moving a muscle. He's here. The key is turning. The door is being unlocked. Now I can hear it opening. I maintain my position on the bed, where my back is turned away from the door, so I can't see who is coming in even if I opened my eyes. But I want it to look like I'm asleep, so I keep my eyes firmly closed. But I'm not being totally passive. I am listening to the footsteps that seem to be getting closer to the bed, and all I need to do is pick the right moment for when they are close enough for me to launch my attack. I'll only get one shot at this. It has to work. 1, 2, 3.
Arr! I cry as I roll over and jab my fingers in the general direction of where my captor's face should be. It all happens so fast, but I'm pretty sure at least one of my fingers pokes one of his eyes, and then it's his turn to let out a cry. As he staggers backwards, I push myself off the bed and see the open doorway behind the stunned man. I don't waste any time. I run towards it as fast as I can, but before I can make it, I feel a strong hand pull me back, and such is the strength of it, it causes me to fall and hit the side of the bed I just left behind. I attempt to get back to my feet and try again, but the hand returns to keep me down, and when I look up, I see the face of the fake doctor staring down at me. It is him, Isaac, and he looks angry. "Get off me! Let me go!" I cry, but it's no use. I am on the floor while he is now leaning over me and holding me down. He has a hold of my hands, so I can't try and scratch his face again, which was, presumably, his priority, because his left eye looks bloodshot. There is also a scratch mark down his right cheek, so I certainly did some damage to him, just not enough to get out of here. Now I might never get another chance. "Stop fighting," Isaac orders me, eager to stop me wriggling, but I keep trying my best to break free of him, because what other choice have I got? "Who are you? Why did you lock me in here?" I don't expect him to answer those questions, because he doesn't have to. He could just continue my torment, aware that I might drive myself mad trying to figure out the answers to those questions without his help. But he does answer. "I told you, my name is Isaac." "You're not a doctor!" I cry. "What makes you say that?" "If you were, you wouldn't have locked me in here. What kind of doctor keeps their patients under lock and key?" "I'll explain to you if you stop fighting," Isaac says. And that is a weird response. He'll explain it to me? How can he explain this? The only way to find out is to stop pushing back against him, so I do that, as much as it makes me feel like I am giving up. I don't want to admit it, but I guess that's exactly what I have done. Because of that, Isaac slowly releases his grip on my arms and moves back slightly, giving us both some space. I glance over his shoulder at the door that is still wide open, and Isaac notes that. That's why I don't bother trying to slip past him again, at least not until I have heard what he has to say. "I'll tell you where you are," he says with a heavy sigh. "Then you'll understand why the door is locked." "It better be good," I snap back. "I wouldn't say it's good," he replies, "but it is the truth." The way he says that makes me feel I almost don't want to know now. This sounds bad. What could it be? "I wasn't lying about being a doctor," Isaac says with a sigh. "I'm just not the kind of doctor that you're used to." "What the hell does that mean?"
It means I'm not the kind who is only going to take your blood pressure, monitor your heart rate, and prescribe you a couple of pills for a headache you might have. Then what kind are you? I'm the kind who assesses whether you are a danger to yourself or others. I stare at Isaac because I'm not sure I heard him right. Excuse me? I have to say when I can't find a way to fathom what he just said. The reason this room is different to the last one you were in, and the reason the door is locked, is because this is not a normal part of the hospital. Where are we? I ask anxiously, looking around at the 4 walls that surround me. We're in a secure medical facility for patients who have displayed signs of personality disorder. Now I really am speechless. I'm in a psych ward? Isaac waits for my response, but I don't have one. At least, not one that might confirm what he already presumes, which would be that I'm crazy and getting crazier by the minute. So I keep my mouth shut. Better to say nothing and have him think there is some hope for me than open it and remove all doubt. The truth is, I am crazy, but I don't think he knows the real reason why. 16. Freya. Before. Things with Jax have been going well ever since I met him in that cafe where he had been voluntarily helping out his friend. I asked him for his number, and he said yes, and then we had our first date at a lovely Greek restaurant that I had never been to before, but which Jax promised me had the best delicacies on the menu. It seemed he knew that menu far more than he knew the one in the cafe, and he wasn't wrong, because the food at the restaurant was incredible. So too was the first kiss we shared after the meal, as well as the first time we slept together after our 3rd date. Yes, things have been going well between the two of us, and I hope they continue to do so. But today will be a big test. That's because I'm just about to meet his parents. Gulp. Just relax. They're going to love you, Jax says to me, trying to reassure me as we stand on the doorstep waiting for his mom and dad to appear. Yeah, I murmur back, not quite as confident as he is. Hello, darling, the woman who opens the door says, as she sees her son before rushing forward to give him a hug. As she does that, I notice the gold-hooped earrings she is wearing, as well as the fancy bracelet around her wrist. Along with the expensive clothes and this big house, I'd say Jax's parents have a lot more money than he has led me to believe. And you must be Freya, the woman says, before she gives me a hug and tells me her name, although I already knew what that was, as Jax had given me a brief summary of his parents before we got here. My mom's name is Sandra, and she used to work as a PA to some big banker in the city. My dad is called Michael, and he was a big banker himself, although not the one who worked with my mother. They met at some hospitality event, and the rest is history. If I had been slow to realize that 2 people involved in the banking industry might have quite a bit of money, I was quickly catching up now. Even more so when I get my first glimpse of Jax's dad and see the gold watch on his wrist, as well as the white teeth that I presume have been cosmetically enhanced. Considering these 2 are both in their 60s, they look incredible. But money always does make everything easier, even aging. It's a pleasure to meet you, Michael says, as he gives me a hug, and then we are welcomed into the house. And what a house it is! The furniture looks antiquated, but not in the sense of it being out of fashion, more in the sense of it being extremely expensive, like the ticking grandfather clock by the bottom of the stairs. How old is that, and where do you even get one of those these days? Like the full-size snooker table in the billiards room, surrounded by plush red leather armchairs. Or like the chandelier that hangs down over the dining room table, immediately drawing the eye to it. Which is saying something because there are plenty of tasteful vases and paintings in here too that warrant attention. Your house is beautiful, I say, as I am taken on a guided tour of it, and as we move from room to room, I look back at Jax and mouth something to him. Oh my God, is what I say, just without actually verbalizing it so his parents don't hear it, and he gets the message. The message is that I cannot believe he didn't tell me about this place sooner. He didn't tell me that his parents were absolutely loaded. Filthy rich, I'm assuming. But if so, why isn't Jax enjoying some of the fruits of their hard work? I came to learn that he was eager to make his own way in the world, without his parents' help, and that was admirable. But I also considered it to be a little foolish. I mean, why not make your life easier if you could? So I set about trying to change his mind. I assumed it would be an easy thing to do. But nothing was ever easy from that point on. Nothing was ever the same again. 17. Iris. Present. It's my first night sleeping in Freya's bed, and, as I suspected, I'm not getting much rest. If I'm not overthinking everything that has happened, or considering the camera that I know is in this room, I'm worrying about actually falling asleep and then having a nightmare. What would that nightmare consist of? I imagine it would involve some variation on the police, a prison cell, and maybe even Freya herself getting her revenge on me for stealing her life. Given it's highly likely I will see all sorts of scary things in my dreams if I do drift off, perhaps it is better if I stay awake throughout the night, even if it means tomorrow will be harder than it is already going to be. But staying awake has its other benefits too, like being able to keep checking my phone to see if Isaac has messaged to let me know that everything is okay where he is. But despite picking up my phone several times from where it lies on the bedside table, there is no word from him. It could mean nothing. He could simply be asleep. I didn't expect him to come back here and join me in this bed for the entirety of the night. He made it very clear that he didn't like being here and was extremely uncomfortable about what we had done. But it would be nice if he got in touch. However, considering it is now 2 o'clock in the morning, I doubt I am going to be hearing from my boyfriend before dawn. I tell myself that isn't a bad thing. If anything had gone wrong with Freya, then Isaac would have let me know. He would have contacted me immediately, no doubt panicking about the police like he was when he was here earlier. So no news must mean good news. I roll over and close my eyes before a troubling thought occurs to me. Unless the reason he hasn't messaged me is because something has gone wrong, and now he is hurt, or worse, dead? I sit bolt upright in the bed as I fear that Isaac has come to harm, and that is why he hasn't been able to message me. Could that have happened? Could Freya have found a way to fight back and get herself out of her situation, hurting my partner in the process? The thought of it is more than enough to guarantee that I will not be getting a wink of sleep tonight. I don't want Isaac to come to any harm. There is only one reason he is doing this. He loves me. That's it. That's all it has taken for him to go along with everything I have asked him to do. The fact that his love for me could be his downfall is an uncomfortable feeling. Of course, I love him just as much, but he'll know I am currently safe. But I can't say the same about him. Rather than stay here in this bed, should I get up and do something? Should I try and contact Isaac myself? Check he is okay? But if he's hurt, how would he answer my call? I am really anxious now about the thought of losing him. He's the man I plan to start a family with one day, the man I want to grow old with. Yet what if setting this thing in motion has just destroyed all of that? I need to start moving to try and calm my racing thoughts, so I stand up and start pacing. It's not lost on me that this is exactly what my boyfriend was doing in the kitchen earlier, something I tried to get him to stop because it was annoying me, but now I can't help doing it myself. But just like with Isaac, pacing doesn't help calm me down, and I don't know what else to do. I pick up my phone and try calling him. But, as I feared, there is no answer. I'm just about to send him a text when I hear a noise. I look towards the bedroom door, because it came from that direction. What was it? More importantly, was it outside the house or inside? I wish I could check the cameras, but I don't have a way to do that in here. I presumed Freya had an app on her phone that showed her all the security footage she was capturing, but I couldn't find one, and the only way I can see the cameras is by checking the computer in the basement. But I'm a long way from there up here. But I am glad I have resisted the temptation to try and turn off any cameras around this house. Despite not liking the feeling of knowing they are obviously in place for a reason, and I get the sense that it's better to keep them recording than turn them off, just in case something bad happens to me.
At least if it does, someone can see what it was one day. I listen out in case I hear the noise again, but I don't. All is quiet in the house, as it should be at this time of night. But I'm on edge now, even more so than I was when considering whether Isaac could be hurt. So I walk towards the door, deciding to take a look around. Could it be Isaac coming back here after all? It's a nice thought, but I quickly dismiss it because I know that he wouldn't be able to get through the front gates without me opening them for him. He doesn't know the code to unlock them, so it can't be him. Well, not unless he abandoned his car at the gates, climbed over the wall, and reached the house on foot. But why would he do that? He'd just call me and ask me for the code. So if it's not him, what could have made that noise? I creep out onto the upstairs landing, peering through the darkness and wishing that the impossible could happen and the sun could come up 5 hours early. At least that way, I wouldn't feel quite as scared of what might be lurking in the dark. There are no more noises, so I keep creeping further forward until I'm at the top of the stairs. Then I decide to go down them, telling myself that it's better to check downstairs rather than stay up here and wonder what, or who, it might be. I tentatively move down each step, my mind racing as I go, as I think of a solution to what the sound could have been. Something shifting in the house, perhaps. That might be possible if this was an old property, full of wooden beams and the like, but it is not. Everything here is modern and in pristine condition, so I doubt I can blame the sound on old architecture. An animal, maybe, scurrying around outside and knocking against a window or a door. That seems more likely because we are out in the middle of the country here, so there must be plenty of wildlife around. It could just have been a fox or a deer. It's certainly far more preferable to thinking it was an intruder attempting to break in. But that's the thing with a house this big and impressive. It must attract attention. Just because it's in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't mean there aren't cars that drive down the country lane and see it. When they do, not all of those cars will be driven by people with innocent intentions. It will be obvious to anyone who sees this place that the homeowner must have a lot of money to afford to live in a place like this. So that means it is going to be on the radar of any potential criminals looking to commit a crime. Have I just been unlucky that my first night here is going to coincide with the time when somebody tries to break in and steal something? I wonder if Freya has had any issues with thieves. She never mentioned anything to me, but just because she didn't, it doesn't mean nothing has ever happened before. I continue down the stairs until I reach the bottom step, and I still haven't heard anything other than the sound of my breathing, which I am trying to keep low, but it's easier said than done. I decide to check the kitchen first and move into there, but all is as it should be. It's only a few steps to the basement door from there, and I figure it would be worth it to go down and check the cameras while I'm here. Descending into the basement, I tell myself that I'm not going to get attacked down here by an intruder who is hiding in the shadows. When I turn the light on, it is a relief to see that everything looks normal. Nobody is jumping out of a hiding place to attack me, no matter how much I might deserve it after what I have done. I sit down at the computer and check the security footage. Easily done, because this computer is not password protected. I guess Freya thought that if anybody had ever made it down here to look at the computer, they had been able to overcome all her protective measures, so it was already too late. My eyes scan each of the 16 cameras to see if anything looks out of the ordinary. I don't see any movement on any of the images, which is another positive, and I also have the option to rewind any of this footage and look back to see what it might have captured in the past. I do that, opting to go back in time to when I heard the sound, which was about 10 minutes ago now, I guess. I then press play and begin another visual sweep of the cameras, figuring that if this fails to produce anything of note, then I will put it down to just being an animal and call it a night, returning to the bedroom where I expect to stay without sleep until dawn. But then I freeze, because I see something. It's on camera 14, one of the external ones that gives a view of the back garden. I see the one thing I didn't want to see. I see movement. I hold my breath as I lean in closer to the computer screen to try and get a better look at what I am watching.
but it's tough to say what it is. It just looks like a dark shadow that moves across the edge of the lawn, down by the trees to the left of this house. What is it? Or rather, who is it? I don't know, nor do I know if they are still out there now. One thing I do know is that there is no way I am unlocking any of the doors to go outside and check. If I stay inside, then I should be safe. They can't get in. Can they? It's up to them to try, if that's what they are here to do. Until I hear anyone actually breaking in, I won't grab a weapon and fight. A normal person would call the police at this point, but I'm not a normal person. I'm a person who should not even be in this house, so if somebody was out there in the garden, they are not the only trespasser on this property tonight. No police. I'm on my own. I just have to hope for the best. I also have to hope that in taking over Freya's life, I have not put mine at risk. But as I sit here in this cold basement, anxiously checking the cameras and worrying what might be outside, it already feels far too late for that. 18. Freya. So, I'm still in hospital? I have to ask as I look at the man by my bedside. He's a man who has caused conflicting emotions within me ever since I met him, and it doesn't seem to be over yet. I've gone from thinking he was a pleasant doctor to fearing he was a crazed kidnapper to what I believe he is now, which is a psychiatrist tasked with determining just how bad my state of mind actually is. That's correct, Isaac says. He takes a seat on the edge of my bed, the movement of getting a little closer to me, most likely designed to show that I am not to fear him anymore. It kind of works, and I shouldn't be surprised because he is obviously an expert in human psychology. He'll know exactly what to do to make me feel a certain way, and right now, he wants me to feel I am safe and that I can trust him. But all I actually feel is confusion. I was just in a car accident, that's all, I say in disbelief. But it's not all, is it? Isaac says. There's more. Don't you remember? I clearly don't, or I wouldn't be in this state, so I shake my head. When you woke up, you said there was confusion around your name, Isaac goes on, and now it's my turn to nod. Yes, that's right. Everyone kept calling me Iris, but my name is Freya. Iris is the name of my cleaner, and she was in the bed next to me. We were in the accident together. Yes, you were in the accident together, but that's the only thing you remember correctly. The truth is, you are Iris, and she is Freya. No, I say, shaking my head vigorously, as if moving it from side to side as hard as I can will convince this doctor to change his medical opinion. It's understandable that you aren't quite grasping this, Isaac says, maintaining his professional demeanor in the face of my disagreement with his opinion. Given your current condition. My current condition? Yes, you are unaware of who you really are, but it's okay. We're going to give you all the help you need and take good care of you. You do that by locking me in? I apologize for that, but it is a requirement in this facility. How many other people are in here? It doesn't matter. I think I have a right to know where I am being kept. This is the best place for you right now, Isaac says. Please try to understand that. He gets up off the bed then, and I fear he is about to lock me in here once more. That's why I reach out for his arm to stop him going, in much the same way as he reached out for me when I was trying to escape. Please, don't lock me in here again, I beg him. And don't leave me. I don't know what is going on, but I just need to prove to you who I am. If you can let me do that, you will see there has been a mistake, and I don't need to be here at all. I wonder how pathetic I sound saying such things, especially to the ears of a person who doesn't believe a word of it. But it is my truth, or at least I think it is. I will go and get you your meal, Isaac says. Then I suggest you get some sleep. We can talk more in the morning.
No, please, I try, still holding Isaac's arm, but it's obvious he isn't going to change his mind on this. I see then that I might have to change mine if I am to make any kind of progress here. Okay, I get it. I'm confused and mixed up and I need help, I say, figuring it's best to admit it because it might speed up my release. But can you see how keeping me under lock and key in this strange place is worsening my mental state? Can't you appreciate that I'd be better off in a more stable environment, like my own home?
Where is your own home? Isaac asks me then, and I figure it is a test. If I say what I believe, my answer is the big house in the countryside. But if I'm supposedly confused and am actually Iris, I guess I should say her address instead. The problem is, I don't know what her address is. I asked her once and she answered, but it wasn't information I have retained because it didn't seem particularly important at the time. I'll be back with your food shortly, Isaac says when I have failed to give him an answer. And I watch helplessly as he leaves the room before locking the door behind himself. It's not quite as scary as the last time I was alone in here. I know Isaac is out there and is willing to come in and talk to me. He's also bringing me food, so it's not as if I'm going to starve, but I am still stuck in here. Even trying to pretend I believed everything he was telling me failed to get me any closer to getting out of here. What is going on? I don't know, but one thing is clear. I cannot try and figure it out by asking Isaac questions, because that only seems to reaffirm what he believes, which is that I am totally confused as to who I really am. Maybe he is right, at least about one thing. I should just eat and then try and get some sleep. I might feel slightly better after that, and if so, I might be able to come up with a better plan to remove myself from this strange situation. It isn't long before Isaac returns, carrying a tray on which there is a ham and cheese sandwich, an apple, and a glass of water. It's hardly the kind of meal I am used to, but I'm hungry enough that I'll consume anything. That's why I accept it as graciously as I can in the circumstances, and by the time Isaac is at the door, half of the sandwich has already gone. I'll be back in the morning, he tells me as he glances at me in the bed, the sandwich inches from my hungry lips. Try and get some sleep. I nod before he closes the door, and I accept that I won't have company again for several hours. But there is something I am not accepting. I am not Iris. I know it. I know exactly who I am. There's no way I could forget. 19. Freya. Before. All I am saying is that I don't see why you should struggle, I tell Jax as the two of us lie in bed after yet another fun evening in each other's company. We've mostly just relaxed in my basic apartment, nibbling snacks and having a little fun in the bedroom. It's been a while since we went to a nice restaurant like we did on our first date. Not that there aren't more important things in a relationship than fancy meals out. It would be nice to have a mixture of things, though, especially when I know my boyfriend comes from a family who certainly don't seem to be short of money. But for some reason, Jax is reluctant to accept some of that wealth, despite it apparently having been offered to him before. So he currently resides in his own humble apartment. And as for his career prospects, they seem as basic and as bleak as mine. Does it look like I'm struggling? Jax says as he puts his hands behind his head and smiles. You know what I mean, I say. I love that you don't feel like you need expensive things, but it does seem silly to not explore everything in this life, and you could have access to so much more of it if you only said the word. I heard your parents at dinner last week. They said they're always happy to help you if you need anything. I don't need anything, Jax had said, and sometimes his simpleness stopped being sweet and became more stubborn. Okay, I get it. He doesn't care about big houses and flash cars, but how about a nice holiday? How about not having to work a crappy job? Why not accept some money to make some things easier? At least now I know why he was volunteering at his friend's cafe when I met him. He wasn't just doing his mate a kindly favor. He genuinely doesn't care about making money. Noble? Yes. Slightly stupid? Also yes. For a while, I thought Jax's contentment stemmed from the knowledge that he would inherit a vast fortune when his parents eventually passed. It could be many years from now because they were both still relatively young and in good health, but no one lives forever, and when they did go, Jax was the only child who stood to inherit anything. But that's not even the reason for Jax's seemingly uninterested approach to anything resembling easy money. Not when he told me he'd probably just donate most of it anyway to his family's favorite charities. Seriously, what's the deal? I ask him, sitting up in bed and forcing him to address me properly rather than continue to relax like he's on a hammock on a Caribbean beach. Coincidentally, that's exactly where we could be if he only took some of the money his mom and dad are so happy for him to take. If he did that, I wouldn't have to see the man I love work hard for little pay. It would be nice to see him enjoying things in life more. After all, don't we all just want to enjoy things? Fine. You really want to know? Jax says, sitting up too. Okay, I'll tell you. When I was 18 and finished college, my parents asked me what I wanted to do. They said they had the money for me to go to university, or to travel, or to start a business, to do whatever I wanted. So what did you do? I ask. I said I had a business idea, he says. What was it? It doesn't matter because it wasn't true, Jax tells me. I just lied, and it seemed easier than saying I wanted to do anything else. So anyway, my parents sent me money. A lot of money. And what did I do with it? I got into trouble. That's what I did. What happened? I drank. I took drugs. I gambled. I got into debt with some bad people. I had to do a few things I'm not proud of. Ultimately, I ended up in prison for a while. I can't believe it. My charming boyfriend from a privileged background has been in prison? Yeah, shocker, huh? He says as he shakes his head. When I got out, I realized how the money had been my downfall. So from that point on, I vowed not to take the easy option anymore. I won't simply accept money from my parents just because it's available, because I have seen how money corrupts. So while my simple, basic life might seem strange to you, I like it a whole lot more than the alternative. It's hard to really argue with any of that, so I don't. I just lean in and give Jax a kiss before laying my head down across his bare chest. As I listen to the beating of his heart, I think about the unexpected turn that our conversation took. If he can keep a secret about going to prison, what else could he keep a secret about? There's obviously much more to him than meets the eye, so I guess I better be on my guard. I don't think I'm in danger. Then again, I didn't think my boyfriend had been a criminal. So what else don't I know about him? What else could he be hiding? 20. Iris present. A loud noise, stirring me from my sleep, pulling me painfully back to reality. I realize it's my alarm, and that's why I already know what time it is as I reach for my device to shut it off. It's 7:30 in the morning. That means I have precisely half an hour to get ready for the visitor. I spring out of bed, which is a first for me because that's certainly not how I usually start my day. But I'm not cleaning anymore, so I have an actual reason to want to leap out of bed. I have something to protect now. I have this perfect new life. There is a message from Isaac waiting for me, letting me know that everything is fine with Freya, so with that worry eased, I am free to enjoy a quick shower before getting dressed. But rather than put on any of the expensive clothing that hangs in Freya's wardrobe, I take out the folded clothes from my handbag and put them on instead. They are more than a little creased, but it actually helps that I look far from perfect. It fits with the image I am looking to portray. As I stand back and check my reflection in the mirror, I am satisfied that I look the part. I look how I usually look. I look like the cleaner. It feels weird to be back wearing my usual cleaning clothes so soon after freeing myself from having to do this job, but I remind myself that it is only for a short while. As soon as the visitor I am expecting has been and gone, I can get changed into something more comfortable, something more suited to my current situation. But for now, I am best served making it look like nothing has changed around here. As I go downstairs, I wonder if Isaac slept well. I doubt it, but I'll find out soon enough when I see him. Although it's good that he's not here, because it'll make this morning pass easier. I enter the kitchen and begin hunting around for something to make for breakfast. If things were normal, I'd make do with a piece of toast as I ran to my car to drive here and begin my shift. I have a little more time to take today, and I also have a feeling the fridges and cupboards are stocked with far more appetizing things than I am used to. Sure enough, I'm right, and it doesn't take me long to find some tasty, high-fiber cereal bars that I chomp down on before opening a packet of biscuits and filling myself up on half a dozen of them. While anything fresh, like milk or fruit, has spoiled and a new food delivery is due, there is still plenty here I can consume. Sitting, eating all this yummy food in the middle of this expansive kitchen must be how Freya started all her days, while I was busy sitting in heavy traffic trying to get over here. Such a contrast. But I already knew we came from very different sides of the track. Only now will she start to learn about the side I came from. I check the time and see that it is 10 to 8, so I quickly tidy away my dirty plates and check my clothes for biscuit crumbs. I'm clean, so now all I have to do is grab the mop and bucket from the utility cupboard by the back door. Once I have that familiar piece of equipment in my hand, I move into the hallway and wait. I don't have to be there long. That's because the visitor is always prompt, and today is no different. The buzzer to the front gate sounds, leading me over to the button that will allow me to speak to the person trying to get in. "Hey, it's Alan," comes the familiar voice. "Come in," I say casually, before pressing the button that will open the gates. I allow 30 seconds or so for him to get to the house before opening the front door and greeting the visitor with a smile. "Hey, good morning. How are you?" I ask, making sure the mop is visible in my left hand. "Hey, Iris, I'm good, thanks. You start early today?" Alan asks as he climbs down from the front seat of his van. "Yeah, Freya asked if I could make a head start as she wanted a deep clean. So here I am, bright and early." "They do say that the early bird catches the worm," Alan replies as he unlocks the side of his van before pulling up a shutter to reveal numerous shelves stocked with numerous baskets. He pauses for a moment before picking up a basket full of groceries from the middle and carrying it to where I stand in the doorway. "I'll take these in today, thank you," I say as I lean the mop against the wall beside me and reach out for the several grocery items that are in the basket in Alan's arms. "Is Freya around?" Alan asks as I unpack the bags of fresh groceries. "Yeah, she's upstairs," I say casually, before accidentally on purpose tipping one of the bags so that a few tins fall out onto the ground. I did that so Alan would help me pick them back up and hopefully stop asking about Freya. It works. "Here, let me grab those for you," he says as he scoops up the tins while I pretend to be sorry for being so clumsy. "Thank you," I say, as the tins are placed inside one of the bags and I lift it into the house alongside all the others. "That's all of it," Alan says, picking up the empty basket. "Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day." "I think we both know that I won't," Alan replies with a roll of the eyes. I make sure to laugh at his joke about his unexciting occupation. It also helps him appreciate that I know how he feels. Except, as Alan leaves and I close the door, I am not actually going to be spending all day conducting a deep clean of this house like I told him I was. I just had to keep up appearances. That's because Alan is the only person who ever comes to this house besides Freya and myself, a fact she told me when I first came for my job here. Therefore, he's the only one who knows the difference between the two of us. While it was possible to fool the staff at the hospital after the accident, it would not be possible to fool Alan, the guy who delivers Freya's food here every Thursday morning. He knows exactly who Freya and I are, so I had no choice but to put on my cleaner's clothes and grab the mop so that when he saw me, he would presume it was business as usual here. He doesn't know that Freya is elsewhere, and I am the sole occupant of this house now. As I carry all the bags of food into the kitchen,
Any comfort I get from knowing nobody else will visit this house is tempered by the strangeness of that fact. I always felt it bizarre that Freya didn't have visitors here, other than a guy bringing her food or a woman coming to clean. No family or friends or anybody at all. She really did live a life of isolation. Sometimes, whilst busy cleaning her house, I would think about how peaceful that kind of life must be. Other times, I would feel sorry for her and wonder if she secretly longed for more company. But I never really gave it much more thought other than that. Now I have taken her place, I have a better perspective of what it is actually like to live like her, and I have to say, it is unsettling. For as good as a comfortable bed, a hot shower, and a well-stocked kitchen make me feel, there is a lingering sense of loneliness to this life. However, it's one I have some experience of, because I sure felt lonely before I met Isaac. I'm not close to my family, which I wish I could solely blame on distance, but that would be excluding the fact that I can be a difficult person. I act on impulse, not just evidenced by my plan here, but also I haven't always been the best child or sister because I'm so unpredictable. I get ideas and just go with them, wherever they might take me, and that can lead to a lot of conflict with people who aren't like that. I'm not a bad person. I'm just not a perfect one either. But taking the feeling of isolation into account, alongside all the security cameras here, there is a lingering sense of something else. A sense of not wanting to be cut off from the world, but a sense of having no choice but to be. It wasn't that Freya simply liked her own company. It was that she was trying to avoid the company of somebody else. Somebody in particular. Somebody I am possibly going to have to keep out as well as she did. 21. Freya. What is a woman to do when only she seems to know who she really is? We get taught from a young age that we are to respond to our name. At school, we get taught how to spell our name. As adults, we use our name for so many important things, like applying for jobs or passports, buying houses or cars, all the way to introducing ourselves on a first date with the person who might eventually become our soulmate. Names are important. Names matter. But what happens when you are told that your name is not what you think it is? I say I'm Freya. My doctor says I'm Iris. But I'm not just a silly kid refusing to write my name correctly or respond to my mother's call, pretending I can't hear her or that I want a different name because the one I was given at birth isn't cool. I'm a grown woman who has spent her whole life living by one particular name. Until now, when I'm suddenly supposed to accept that I have some kind of medical condition that has caused me to be confused about who I really am. The worst thing about all of this is that I feel I have no choice but to accept it. Doing the opposite only seems to make Isaac think that I am even more confused than he thinks I am. But will I ever get out of here if I say I am damaged? Or will I always be on meds, deemed a risk to society, and refused re-entry into the outside world I was able to exist in for so long? I want nothing more than to get out of this room and go home. Okay, so maybe I want one more thing. I want sleep. But I haven't had any of that, and as I hear the door unlock, I figure it must be morning, which means I have been awake all night. I doubt Isaac will be thrilled to discover that. He'll say that I should have got some rest, but then he's not in my position, is he? He's just doing a job, while I'm doing everything I can not to freak out in here. Hey, Isaac says as he walks in carrying a tray with a plastic cup of orange juice and several slices of toast on it. How is the patient doing this morning? I just shrug as I sit up in bed, mainly because it feels like whatever answer I give will be written down in my medical notes and potentially used to justify keeping me in here for longer. If I say I'm fine, Isaac might think this treatment is working and continue it. If I say I'm struggling, he might suggest something even worse. So I say nothing, meaning I've lost my voice as well as my identity. I've got you some breakfast, Isaac says as he carefully lowers the tray down onto my lap that is covered by my bedsheet.
I look down at the offering and decide I better consume as much of it as I can, because a lack of appetite or hunger strikes are not the kinds of things that get a patient discharged any quicker. "Thank you," I say quietly, before taking a sip of orange juice. The thought does occur to me that the drink could contain something more sinister than just vitamin C, something like the sedative that was used on me before. But I'm thirsty, and let's be honest, what else have I got to lose at this point? So I take the risk and drink the juice before starting on the toast that has been buttered quite generously, which is something positive, I suppose. "Did you get much sleep?" Isaac asks as he observes me eating. "A bit," I lie, but his question does make me wonder whether or not he can observe me, or maybe he just asked it because he wants me to think he can't see me, when really he can. If this is supposed to be a place where people with mental issues get better, I'm not sure psychological games are the best idea. But Isaac has all the power, for now at least. "That's good," he says, not giving anything away if he did notice I was lying to him then. I keep eating, and the toast does make me feel slightly better. I also don't feel lightheaded from the orange juice, so I guess it was clean after all. Then again, I suppose there's no need to sedate me now Isaac has got me where he wants me. "Why did you drug me to bring me here?" I have to ask. "Why couldn't you just tell me where we were going and explain it all to me? Was there really any need for this?" "I appreciate it might seem a little too much," Isaac says. I scoff. "That's an understatement." "As I said to you before, this is a secure facility for high-risk patients, so we take every precaution we can." "High risk?" I repeat, surprised. "You didn't mention that before." "Didn't I? I think I would have remembered if you did. It's not the kind of thing a person forgets." "I suppose not," Isaac says, and he looks a little uncomfortable. Is that because he has made an error, or because he is now the one who is lying? "Why am I deemed to be a high-risk patient?" I ask. "I mentioned to you about your confusion over your name," Isaac says. "Yes, but how does that make me high risk? So what if I am confused about who I really am? It doesn't mean I'm going to hurt anyone." "I didn't say you would." "Yet you seem to think there is a risk here with me." "There is a risk with any patient who displays confusion. They may be prone to frustration, anger, lashing out, acting in a dangerous manner." "That's what you think I am? Dangerous?" "No, You said dangerous. Why would I be dangerous?" "I'll leave you to finish your breakfast," Isaac says, leaving abruptly, and I guess this conversation has got too awkward for him. But that's tough because I want answers. "Did anything else happen before or after my accident?" I ask, and Isaac pauses. "What do you mean?" "Was there anything about the accident that has caused you to be wary of me?" I ask, the last piece of toast lying untouched on my plate, because this is more important. "Why would you say that?" I study Isaac, but he is still giving nothing away, so I leave it. As he walks out of the room, not forgetting to lock the door behind him, I wonder why he didn't answer me. Not that I needed him to. I already know the answer to my question, and there is a reason he should be wary of me. If he thinks I'm high risk, he is right. But it has nothing to do with apparent confusion and everything to do with what caused me to have that accident in the first place. Whether he knows the real reason for my car veering off the road or not, I do. I know exactly what caused me to crash. 22. Freya. Before, the law states that you shouldn't use a mobile phone while at the wheel of a car. But I'm going to use it for a couple of seconds, and besides, this road is very quiet. It's the road leading away from my home, and I know it as well as I know the back of my hand, so I feel I can spare a couple of seconds to glance at my phone. There's a very important reason I have to do so. I'm not scrolling through social media or checking an email. I'm waiting for a text message, one that will hopefully give me good news so I can stop worrying. The message should have arrived by now. I was promised it by 4 p.m. and it's already 4:10. So where is it? Is everything okay? Asks the person sitting in the passenger seat beside me, and it's a reminder that it's not just my safety that I am in charge of as I operate this vehicle. I look up from my phone because that's what a sensible driver should do. Yeah, I reply, before placing my mobile down in the hold tray situated between me and Iris. Thanks again for helping me out, my cleaner says. I don't know what's wrong with my car, but hopefully it can be fixed tomorrow. It's no problem at all, I reply, which is a lie, but I'm trying to be polite to the woman I pay to clean my house. She is a good cleaner and a pleasant person, so I don't want to do anything that might upset or annoy her and risk losing her. It's not that it's hard to find a cleaner, more that it's hard to find somebody I trust to allow into my home. In fact, Iris is the only person I trust to enter my home. Without her, there would be no one to talk to, and certainly no one to see the interior decoration that I spent so much time and money on when I first moved in. I hope I'm not disrupting any plans you might have had, Iris says then, as I continue driving us down this long lane. No, not at all, I reply. The suggestion that I might have any plans is laughable, though I don't actually laugh because that would give it away. However, surely Edith has already suspected this is the case and is probably just being polite by what she says next. I don't have any plans myself either, she admits. We'll probably just watch some television tonight. Sounds perfect, I say, because it's pretty much all I will be doing too, although in my case, some of what I will be watching will involve the footage from the numerous security cameras around my home. That thought makes me pick up my phone again, but there is still no message on it. I should have already known that, because my phone has the sound turned up high and will bleep if any new messages arrive. So far, it has not bleeped, but I check anyway. Returning my eyes to the road, as I should, I see the shadows of all the tall trees that line this sleepy lane out here in the countryside that I call home. I remember when I saw these trees for the first time and felt it was a promising location for my next home. I'd advised the estate agent that I wanted somewhere remote. Hidden away was the exact term I used. The house they took me to view certainly fit the criteria, and that was why I made an offer before I even left the property. It was accepted, and that was how I came to live out here. The estate agent wished me all the best and told me to enjoy my new home when he handed me the keys a few months later. I assured him that I would, but really, I knew it would all depend on one thing: whether or not I was found here. So far, so good. But today is different to all the other days that have come before it. The loud bleep from my phone causes me to wobble the wheel before I correct and keep the car driving straight. That made me jump, Iris admits. I ignore her as I reach down for my phone to check the message it just received. When I do, it's as if I completely forget that I'm even driving a car at all. He got out today. Good luck. There it is in just a few words, the thing I was fearing, the news I was dreading, the confirmation that my ex has his freedom back. Now that he has, I know exactly what he will want to do with it. This is it. This will be the test. This will determine if the house I bought can really keep me safe from him, whether or not he will find me here. Despite knowing this day was coming, and despite telling myself that I would stay calm when it did, I am failing badly. As my head throbs, my breathing shallows, and my heart rate thuds, I'm losing control of everything. My emotions, myself, my car. Freya! Iris screams. It's already too late for me to correct the steering wheel, and now we are veering off the road and heading straight towards one of the big trees. It's obvious what is going to happen next. We are going to crash. 23. Iris. Present. Changing your clothes is much easier than changing your heart rate. I discovered that as I tried to calm my racing pulse after the show I just had to put on in front of Alan. No sooner had I packed away the groceries that had been delivered to the door than I changed out of the cleaning clothes that I used to fool the man who had made that delivery. With nobody else around or expected again, there is nobody for me to fool, so I put on something a little more comfortable before embarking on the next part of my day. That something comfortable is admittedly something plucked from one of Freya's wardrobes, a stylish blouse and trouser combination that fits me well because we both had similar physiques. We also looked fairly similar in face and hairstyle, although we're far from what anyone would call identical twins. But I did notice that we shared similarities in appearance, not that I ever thought it might come in useful at any point in the future. All I could think about was how I was a poor cleaner and Freya was the rich lady of the house. But if I'm going to make myself feel like the lady of the house, I guess I should look the part too. So once my outfit is on, I prepare to close the wardrobe and leave the bedroom. But before I close the wardrobe door, I notice something tucked away at the back, poking out from behind several folded towels. It's something I haven't noticed before, which is unusual because I feel like I noticed everything in this house during my many cleans here. But I rarely spent much time actually cleaning in Freya's wardrobes, staying away from her most private and personal areas. She told me not to bother with them anyway. I thought that was because she wasn't precious about having that particular part of her property looking spotless. But as I moved the towels aside, maybe I have just found the real reason why she didn't want me poking around in her wardrobes with my feather duster. There is something hidden in here. It's a safe. Like any safe, it looks very secure, impenetrable, unless a person happens to know the code to enter on the keypad on the front of it. Considering I didn't know there was a safe here, I have no clue what the code could be. But then I wonder if it could be the same as the one I use on the front gate. Could Freya be lazy and indeed foolish and use the same code for two different things? I try it. I'm disappointed when it doesn't work. Taking a step back from the safe after my first failed attempt at opening it, I consider leaving it be. I didn't know it existed, so I don't have to get into it. The problem is, now I do know about it, I know I won't stop thinking about it. What does she keep inside? What could there be on the other side of this door? It could be something ordinary like her passport and birth certificate, important documents that are a hassle to replace if lost or damaged. But it could be something else. Something unexpected and unusual and unique, perhaps precious jewelry, or a substantial amount of money that really should be in a bank, or something so bizarre it wouldn't even occur to me unless I saw it with my own eyes. Before I can consider my next move, I hear my phone ringing. I pick it up from where it lies on Freya's bed and see that it is my boyfriend calling. "Hey," I say, "everything okay?" "Define okay," Isaac replies. Great, he's still in this mood. "How is Freya?" I ask, being more specific. "How do you think she is? She's angry and upset and confused. She wants to leave. She wants to go home. She hates me." "Anything else?" I say, trying to keep things light, but there is no laughter from the other end of the line. "You're doing a great job," I tell him, but again I get no response, so I try something else. "I found a safe," I say. "What?" "I found a safe at the back of one of Freya's wardrobes. I just tried to open it, but no luck. I wonder what could be inside."
"Isn't everything we've done to her enough? You want to break into her safe now?" Isaac snaps. "I'm just curious, that's all. There could be something in there that helps us understand Freya a little better, and I think that would be useful information to have in the circumstances. Don't you?" "It doesn't seem to matter what I think. You don't listen to me anyway." "Don't be like that," I plead, worried that recent events are threatening to lessen Isaac's love for me. I don't know what I'd do if I lost him. But right now, there are two dangers that could take him from my life. Something bad happens to him physically, or he just decides he's had enough of me and walks away. "No, I am going to be like this. I told you this was a bad idea and it would never work." "Yet here it is, working just fine," I fire back. "Is it? Are you sure about that?" "I told you we would have to be patient. I told you this could take some time."
And I told you this was going to end in disaster.
Isaac's words hang between us then, hovering in the space between our physical distance.
Maybe the contents of this safe are the key to this whole thing, I suggest. Have you thought about that? No, but I have thought about how I'll never be able to survive in prison. Have you thought about that? Okay, I'm hanging up now, I say with a sigh. I want my boyfriend to stop me and tell me that he'll try and be more positive about what we are doing, but he doesn't. Before I hang up, I say something that he might need reminding of. We're in way too deep to go back. 2 seconds later, I figure Isaac did not need reminding. That's because he hangs up first. 24. Freya. I don't need to open my eyes to sense that I am being watched. It's such an intense feeling that I am absolutely certain of its truth. I need to open my eyes to hopefully make it stop. But no sooner have I done that than I see the white pillow coming down hard and fast over my face. The scream that instinctively leaves my mouth is instantly muffled by the pillow, and despite pushing my head up off the bed, the force coming back down on me is greater. I try to remove the pillow with my hands, scratching and clawing at it, but that doesn't work either. I do feel 2 other hands, though, 2 strong hands that are too powerful for mine to fight off, and I know they must belong to him. Who else would be trying to kill me? I'm not going to die without a fight, so I start swinging my hands around wildly, hoping to hit my attacker in the face or just anywhere on his body that might get him to release the pressure on this pillow. I strike what feels like a cheek, and I hear a groan, but the pillow remains firmly in place, and now I really am starting to panic. I'm running out of time. I can't breathe. I don't think I can stop this. I think he really is going to kill me. When I open my eyes, the pillow is gone and I'm able to breathe. The relief that gives me is almost overwhelming. Then I feel even more relief when I determine that what I just experienced was a bad dream, or rather, a bad memory. I sit upright in bed and look around the room, but it's clear to see that I am alone in here. There is no sign of Isaac and the door remains closed, just as it was before I drifted off to sleep. I guess everyone reaches the point when their exhaustion is impossible to fight any longer, even people like me who are in a very unusual and distressing situation. I can't say I feel much better for the rest I just got, nor do I have any idea how long it actually lasted, but my body obviously needed it and I was powerless to resist. Just like I was powerless to get that pillow off my face. I wonder if I was screaming during that nightmare. If so, did Isaac hear me? It's possible, and if so, what would he think about it? Would hearing my sleep-disturbed screams only make him even more assured of my craziness? Most likely. I certainly don't need to be helping his medical opinion of me get even worse. If anything, my screams are validation for him locking the door to my room. I must have sounded demonic, and therefore a threat to other patients or staff here. But where are they all? I haven't seen or heard from anyone else in all my time in this room. If this place really is filled with crazies like me, why can't I hear any of them? Why am I the only one who seems to be having bad dreams? Probably because I'm the only one who has experienced the kind of things I have. I'm not proud of that fact. It's not a badge of honor. Just a fact. A grim reality. I've had some terrible experiences, and yes, one of them manifests itself as a recurring nightmare. It's a wonder I can ever rest my head on a pillow after my life was almost taken by one. But then again, it's not the pillow you should fear. It's the person who has no qualms pressing it down over another person's face. A person like my ex. If one good thing can come from me being locked in here, it is that I doubt my ex can find me. How would he know to look here, wherever here is? The only place he would be looking for me is my home. But I'm not there anymore. Is anybody? Is the woman who has seemingly swapped lives with me? I think about Iris, about what she might or might not have done. More importantly, about what she might or might not have inadvertently got herself involved in. I wonder if she has any idea of the danger she is in. If not, she is soon going to find out. 25. Iris. I've left the safe alone for the time being, and the frustration that comes with not being able to open it in exchange for leaving Freya's house and venturing into town. But to do so requires me to take a taxi, because my car has not been fixed yet whilst Freya's vehicle is still in the garage after the crash, and it's too great a distance to walk, over an hour at least. I know I'll need to deal with both those things at some point, but for now, I am focused on what I consider to be the most important. I can't worry about things I'm responsible for as Iris. Now I am Freya. I have to deal with all the things she is responsible for. That's why I have to go out today. I have to go shopping. But this is no ordinary trip to the shops. That's because I'm going to buy something I've never owned before. The taxi I ordered with my phone parks on the other side of the gates, and I don't bother opening them to let the driver in. I go out to meet him instead, and once the gates are securely closed behind me again, I get into the back of the vehicle. "Nice home you have here," the driver says, as he admires the property from the distant vantage point he has of it. "Thank you," is all I say in response, my lack of conversation a hint that I don't want to chat and that I'd prefer for him to simply drive me to my destination without saying anything more. Thankfully, he does that, and we start to move down the country lanes. It doesn't take long to pass the section of the road where Freya crashed her car. I notice the damaged tree on the left. I'm not the only one. "I heard there was an accident here the other day," the driver says as we pass the damaged tree trunk caused by Freya's bonnet. "Oh yeah," is all I say to that. "Did you see anything?" the driver asks next, proving that he is no better than the average busybody who likes to know everybody's gossip as a way of brightening his own fairly mundane day. "No." "Really? It's not that far from your house. You didn't see any police cars or paramedics?" "No." "I thought you would have. Can't be as if much else happens around here." The driver laughs then, nodding in acknowledgement at the remote area we are moving through. I don't respond. I just look down at my phone, as uninterested in this conversation as he should be about other people's business. I type out a text to Isaac to see how he is doing, then put my phone back into the stylish black handbag I took from the shelf in Freya's wardrobe. But rather than have a break from technology, I pick up the second phone that sits in the bag. Like the handbag itself, this phone belongs to Freya. It's the one she was using just before her accident, the one I took for myself before the police and paramedics came to help us out of the damaged car. Having it is an important part of being able to do this. How can I be Freya without having her phone? In this day and age, a phone can tell you as much about a person's life as anything else, which is why I need this. The only problem is, so far I haven't been able to access the contents of it. Like the safe, I don't know the password, nor can I unlock the Face ID technology either. I tried to do it by holding the phone up to a photo of Freya in her house, but that didn't work. But something will work. I'll keep trying until it does. I'm thankful that the driver doesn't try to engage me in any more unnecessary chit-chat for the remainder of our journey, although I'm not exactly excited to get out of the taxi either when it arrives at its destination. That's because I have a couple of important things to do, but I don't know if either of them will actually be accomplished. Leaving the nosy driver and his vehicle behind, my first port of call is a mobile phone repair shop. "Hi, I need to access this phone, but I don't have the passcode for it. Can you help?" I ask the young woman behind the counter, who looks young enough for this to be her first job. She sure looks bored enough for it to be. "Is it your phone?" comes the accusatory response, as if I've just stolen it off someone in the street. She isn't far wrong, I suppose, except I stole this in a car while the owner of the phone was unconscious, which is probably a lot worse. "It's actually my sister's," I say, using the lie I came up with on the way here. "Can she not help?" comes the next glaringly obvious, yet still accusatory question. Unfortunately not. She's dead. That stops the young shop worker in her tracks. Oh, I'm sorry, she says, showing there is some human care inside that frustrated teenage employee. Thank you. It's been a really hard time for our family, I go on, layering on the lies as thickly as I can. My parents are struggling. I am too, if I'm honest. But then I had the idea to try and access all the photos from my sister's phone. She had so many good ones, and I thought that maybe I could make something for our parents. You know, like an album or a scrapbook of all the photos. Of my sister in happier times, that kind of thing. I wait to see if all the tugging I have tried on this young woman's heartstrings will pay off. Let me take a look, she says, and I guess it has worked. Thank you so much, I say, as I hand over Freya's phone and wait to see what happens next. But it's not quite as exciting as I'd hoped. It's going to take a little while. I need to wait for my colleague to come in. He should be here at 10. Can you come back at lunchtime? You can't do it now? I ask, not having planned on hanging around for any longer than I needed to. It seems I have no choice as the woman shakes her head. Okay, I'll come back at noon, I say, and while I am reluctant to leave without Freya's phone in my possession, there isn't any other way I can get into it, so I have no choice. As I step out onto the street, a little frustrated that one of the 2 things on my to-do list today has not been ticked off yet, I move on to that second thing. After walking for 10 minutes, I eventually reach another shop, although this one is very different to the last one I was in. Instead of the bright lights, rows of expensive technology, and young staff member behind the counter, I get a very different experience as I step in here. It's dimly lit. Everything on the shelves looks like an antique, and the person who works here looks like one themselves. Morning, I say, as I warily approach the counter, and the old man who sits hunched behind it. It looks like he was halfway through his breakfast when I walked in, but he pushes the bowl of cereal he has to the side, which is about as professional as he seems to get. What can I do for you? The man asks in a gruff voice. I open my mouth to speak, but this is a lot harder to say than I thought it would be. I knew it would be difficult, but I presumed I'd be able to actually voice the words when the moment came. Yet now it has, I am struggling to say a single thing. Yes, the man says, looking irritated that his breakfast was interrupted for this show of silence. I say, looking around at all the various things on display. The items range from clocks to glassware, vinyl records to jewelry, but I cannot see what it is that I am looking for, so I have no choice but to actually say it. So I clear my throat. I need to buy a gun, I say as confidently as I can. 26. Freya. What's the best way to get out of a locked room? You use a key, of course, but how do you get that key if someone else has it? You have to ask for it. But what if they wouldn't willingly give it to you? In that case, you have no choice but to steal it from them. It's the second option that I know is my best, as I hear the door unlock before Isaac again enters the room to check on me. Instead of doing what I usually do when he appears, which is to either study his expression or worry about how I am looking, I watch what he does with his right hand. That is the one with the key in it, and I keep watch as I see Isaac slip it into the right pocket of the white coat he is wearing. It's a white coat that a doctor in a hospital would wear, and the sudden sight of it makes me think that this next interaction with Isaac is going to be more of a professional one. I'd like to conduct a few tests, he says with a smile as he approaches the bed. Is that okay? Do I have a choice? I reply, confident that Isaac didn't see me carefully watching where he stored the key. Of course you do, Isaac replies as he takes a seat beside my bed on the brown plastic chair that looks incredibly cheap and hardly befitting of a fully qualified and presumably prestigious doctor. But right now, that doctor's attention is only fixed on me. What year were you born? Is the first question. I decide that the best thing to do is to just try and answer as honestly as I can, rather than play any games here, even though my mind is more on the key in the doctor's pocket, rather than what we are actually discussing. 1989, I reply. And where were you born? Haven Hospital. Where is that? Devon. It doesn't exist anymore. And why is that? It burnt down in the late 90s. Isaac nods. I guess I'm doing well so far. What were your parents' names? Terry and Tina. What did they do for work? Dad worked in a warehouse and Mom worked in a shop. Any siblings? A half-sister on my dad's side from a previous relationship, Kathy, but we barely saw each other. Isaac is giving nothing away as I speak, and I wonder if this is all information he has already tried to corroborate so he can verify it against my answers. Let's move forward a little bit, he says next. What do you do for work? I don't work. Okay, why not? I don't need to. I inherited a lot of money when my parents died. Isaac pauses then, and I wonder if it is because he believes me or he is thinking I am extremely confused because I'm talking about somebody else's life. So what do you do? He asks. What do you mean? How do you fill your days? If you don't work, what do you do all day? I don't know, I reply, being purposefully vague. Okay, let's move on, Isaac says. What about relationships? Is there a boyfriend? Why do you ask that? I'm just trying to understand what you do with your life. I don't see how that has anything to do with this. Just humor me. I sigh before doing just that. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Have you ever had one? I'm not a nun. I didn't say you were, Isaac says with a laugh. Yes, I've had boyfriends. Any special ones in particular? Not really. There must be someone. Why does he want to know this so much? He could be asking me anything, yet he's focusing on boyfriends. My instincts tell me to stop talking, so I do. I've got a headache, I say. I'll get you some fresh water, he says. Before I do, I have one more question. What is your name? I pause, because I guess this is the big test. Even though I have answered all of his questions as if I am Freya, I might need to change tack to answer this last one. Iris Davenport, I reply, presuming that is what he wants to hear. Isaac nods before standing up and turning away from my bed. As he does, I take my chance to quickly reach into his right pocket and feel for the key. My fingers find it, and I slip it out as he moves away, holding my breath as I do, because I'm not sure if he felt my hand and knows what I just did. But as I put my hand under my duvet, the tiny key grasped tightly in my palm, Isaac doesn't look back, so I guess I got away with it. Or at least I have until he reaches the door. I watch his hand go into his right pocket before he pauses. He's just noticed that the key is missing, but will he know that I have it? I watch as Isaac turns back and looks towards me in the bed. I've already made sure the key is well hidden under the duvet, so I am confident he can't see it. But that doesn't mean he isn't going to worry that I have it. What's wrong? I ask him as he keeps looking at me. Where is it? What? The key that was in my pocket. Where is it? I don't know, I reply, not really caring if he believes me or not. I only care that he doesn't find the key. I have to assume he might have a spare somewhere that he can lock the door with. If I keep the original key, I could still use it to get out at some point. But that all hinges on Isaac leaving this room without finding the key I've taken. Did you take it? Isaac asks me as he approaches the bed. What? No, I just told you. I don't know where it is. How would I? Isaac goes to the chair he was just sitting on and looks on and around it before kneeling down to check under the bed. The thought occurs to me that I could strike him across the head while he is in this vulnerable position, and then I wouldn't even need the key because I could just run for the open door while he was dazed. But I have hesitated for too long, and now Isaac is back on his feet, that same perplexed look on his face. Seriously, where is the key, he says, before holding out his hand as if he expects me to give it back to him. But the key is not coming out from underneath this duvet. I don't have it, I cry. It's not my fault if you've lost it. I haven't lost it, he says, getting frustrated, but he has because he can't find it. Get up, he orders me then. What? Get up out of the bed. Why? I have to search you. What? You heard me. I need to see if you have the key. I'm not leaving here until I have found it. I fear he might mean that, but what can I do? As Isaac pulls back the duvet, I keep the key out of sight in my hand, making it look like I am just following orders and getting up. As I stand, Isaac pulls the duvet fully off the bed and searches the mattress for any sign of the key before checking under my pillow too. While he's busy doing that, I realize that he isn't going to give up until he has looked everywhere he can. And if I allow him to do that, he will eventually find the key, and then I'll be back to square one. So I make a snap decision. I turn away from Isaac, put the key in my mouth, and swallow. 27. Iris. I came into this shop to buy a gun. I'd read online that such weapons could be purchased here, so that is why I am now standing in the middle of this store waiting for the owner of it to give me what I need. Except he isn't doing that. All he is giving me are delays. What would you want with a gun? He asks me, eyeing me up and down, as if there is no possible reason on this earth that someone like me could need to own a firearm. Up until a few days ago, I would have thought he was right, but things are very different now. However, I had anticipated this question, so I have an answer prepared for it. It's for self-defense, I say, before doing my best to look like a vulnerable woman who he has a duty to help protect. I do that by looking up at him and trying to appear naive but scared, like this is my last option and he cannot say no to me because I have nothing else to try. What are you defending yourself from? He asks. But I note more skepticism in his voice than concern. I don't want to get into details, but can you help me? Not if any gun that I sell you is going to be used in a crime. I didn't say it was for a crime. You said self-defense, but what you think is self-defense might actually be against the law. I should have said something else, but it's too late, so I double down. I doubt I'll have to use it. It's more for my own peace of mind than anything. I'll keep it in a safe, and I bet I never have to take it out, but it'll be nice to know it is there, just in case. Will that work? If you are worried about somebody hurting you, you need to talk to the police, the shop owner says, which sounds like sensible advice, but is not really applicable to a woman in my position. Oh, there's no need to involve the police, I say dismissively. I'm just a customer looking to make a purchase. So, can you help me? Do you have a license? I stall, as the owner looks less and less interested in me by the second. You need a license to own a gun. Unless you can show me one, I cannot sell one to you today or any other day. Damn it, that feels like an insurmountable object. Unless… What about if I paid extra for it? I tried cheekily, thinking of the extra cash I have from Freya's bedside table in my purse now. Then I would be the one calling the police, because bribery to gain possession of an illegal firearm is something they would be very interested in, comes the curt response. Damn it! I've played this all wrong, and now I have ruined it. Is there anything you can sell me that I might be able to use to protect myself? I ask. There are knives over there, the owner says, but they aren't any bigger than the ones the average person has in their kitchen. I glance over at the knives and see that he is right, so there's no point wasting money on one of them. Not when Freya's kitchen is well stocked with blades already. I decide to quit while I'm behind, so begrudgingly thank the man for his time and then leave the store. I hope he will forget me as quickly as he met me, because I don't really like the idea of him wondering what I might be up to and calling the police to report my suspicious behavior. But I have a feeling I'm pretty forgettable, even after asking for a gun. I kill a little time by buying and eating a sandwich from a nearby bakery before I go back to the phone shop to see if they have had any success in unlocking Freya's mobile. I'm due a little luck today, but will I get it? Have you been able to unlock the phone? I ask hopefully when I locate the young woman I spoke to earlier. Our tech guy is just working on it in the back, she says. I figure I'm going to have to wait a little longer, but then an overweight man with unkempt hair appears from behind a side screen, and I see he has the phone in question in his hand. What this guy lacks in fitness and personal hygiene, I am hoping he more than makes up for with technical expertise. The phone's unlocked, he says simply to his colleague as he hands her the device before disappearing back behind the screen. I presume he's already getting to work on another phone, but I only care about the one in the woman's hands. It's unlocked? Great, I say as I step forward whilst reaching for my purse. How much do I owe you? But before she can answer, the tech guy appears again. You said it was your sister's phone? He asks me. Yes, that's right, I reply as confidently as I can, despite the lie. And you said she had passed away? Yes, why? I think there's somebody out there who thinks she is still alive, the tech guy says as he takes back the phone before typing in a passcode. Why do you say that? I ask nervously. Because somebody kept calling while I was working on the phone, he says, and they left a voicemail. You listened to it? No, of course not. But whoever it is obviously doesn't know your sister isn't around anymore, or why else would they be ringing? The tech guy hands me the phone, and on the screen is the list of all the missed calls. I can see that the same number has been trying to get through to this device for the past hour, as well as there being a new voicemail message waiting to be played. I want to press play on it and find out who was trying to reach Freya so desperately, especially now I have assumed control of her life. But doing so in this shop is not the best idea, so I quickly pay for the service I have had before, thanking the staff and leaving quickly. Only when I am out on the street and away from prying ears do I dare to listen to the voicemail. Holding the phone to my right ear, I listen closely. Then I hear a man's voice. Hey Freya, it's me. I don't want to worry you, but I haven't heard from you since my last message, and I am just checking you are okay. I guess I'm also checking that he hasn't found you yet. You're still safe, right? Just let me know. The message ends there, but my worrying only begins. If I had a suspicion that I might have made a mistake by moving into Freya's home, this voicemail has just gone and confirmed it beyond all doubt. I've got myself involved in something big, something dangerous, something that I don't have a gun to defend myself against. 28. Freya. Watching Isaac hunting for a key that he is never going to find might give me some satisfaction, if only I wasn't worrying about what that key might be doing to my insides. My idea to swallow it was an instinctive one, a desperate decision born from realizing that there was only one place to put the key where it couldn't be found. Isaac can search me all he wants, but he can't search my insides. That's all that matters in the short term. Retrieving the key is a longer-term issue, so I should worry about that later. But that doesn't mean I am not worrying whether the key is messing up my stomach. Where the hell is it? Isaac says as he continues to search the room, looking everywhere for the key. But having already searched the chair, the bed, the side table, and the blood pressure monitor, and all of the floor around those things, as well as the small bathroom in here, there isn't really anywhere else it could be. Then Isaac looks at me. Put your arms up, he says. What? Why? Because I need to search you, he says simply as he approaches me, but I step back. You're not searching me. You have no right. I do if you've stolen the key off me, he says, still getting nearer. I told you I haven't taken it, I try again. You must have because it's missing, and it's not anywhere else around here. It's not my fault you lost it, I try. But Isaac keeps stepping towards me. He won't stop looking until he really has looked everywhere he physically can. Fine, I say with a huff, before raising my arms. Search me. You'll see that I don't have your stupid key. With my arms held above my head, I feel foolish, but not quite as foolish as Isaac feels for losing the key. As he puts his hands on me and starts to pat me down, much like an airport worker would for somebody passing through security, I sense his uneasiness. He's as awkward about this search as I am, but it makes me feel a little bit better in that I get the sense he is not the kind of man who could easily hurt a woman. Not willingly, anyway, but if he was forced to, it's possible. So I'll still be wary of him. "See, I told you I didn't have it," I say as the patting continues, Isaac's hands getting lower on my body, although they stay well clear of the most inappropriate parts he could touch. That's good for him, because if he did touch me anywhere he shouldn't, I would use my knee to strike him somewhere I shouldn't. Isaac sighs and steps back, and I figure the search is complete. But I'm wrong. "You need to remove your clothes." "Excuse me?" "I have to know you don't have the key. I can't leave here if you do, because there'd be nothing stopping you unlocking the door and getting out if you have it." "But I don't have it. You know that because you just searched me." "And you know that there are parts of you that I can't search," he says, "so I need you to do it for me." I look to the open door then. "Don't even think about it," Isaac says, assuming that I am considering running. But that's not what I'm thinking at all. "I want a witness here," I say. "I want somebody else to come in here and be present if you are going to make me take my clothes off." Surely he has to understand that, right? And if so, surely he will agree to it? Isaac considers it for a moment before shaking his head. "I have a spare key," he says, "so the door can be locked again, and I'll leave it in the other side, so even if you do find the other key in here, you won't be able to use it," he says. With that, he walks away and I watch him go. As the door closes, I wait to see what happens. Will I hear another key in the lock or not? Was he just bluffing about having a spare? Then I hear the door being locked and get my answer. But I don't care, because I have made progress. For the first time since I came in here, I have done something to gain the upper hand. I have got the better of Isaac. Whatever he thinks he is doing here, and however much he thinks it is in my best interests, he is wrong. I know what is best for me, and what is best is me getting out of here and getting back to my life as quickly as possible. I place a hand on my stomach, the stomach that holds the key. Can I even get it out as I hope? Or will it leave me in need of more medical attention so soon after the crash? Will it work when I get it out of my body? Or will the spare key being left in the other side of the lock prevent me from using it on my side? I'll find out soon enough. At least I have a chance now. I just hope it's the only chance I need. "29. Iris." After listening to the voicemail a few more times, I decided to send a message to the mystery caller in the hope they will message me back and give me more information about the person who is trying to find Freya. "Hey, sorry for not answering. I'm okay. He hasn't found me. Do you have any new information for me?" I decided that was good enough to send back. Now I am waiting for a response. There's been nothing yet, so I decide to take a taxi back to Freya's place. The taxi that collects me is driven by a different guy to the one who drove me here, and he is less chatty, which is a relief. It gives me the mental headspace to sit quietly on the back seat and look through Freya's phone. The reason I wanted it unlocked was so I could learn more about her, the kinds of messages and emails she received, what her diary looked like, whether or not she had any kind of social media presence. I had already snooped around online when I first started working for her and didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have some kind of profile, perhaps under a false name. If not, then I can at least learn who the people are that she seems to be in contact with the most. I need all of it to paint as vivid a picture of Freya's life as I can. That voicemail I listened to was quite the introduction, and I nervously go to check her messages to see what else might be in there, but they are surprisingly quiet. I knew Freya didn't see many people, but it seems she didn't really see anyone. Well, except this same number who left her the voicemail. He has messaged her several times in the past at seemingly random dates, but it doesn't seem like they're friends, more like people who check in with one another from time to time. The most recent messages seem more sinister in tone, and so does the one Freya received a few days ago on the day she crashed her car. He got out today. Good luck. I stare at that message for several seconds, but it might be longer than that because when I look up, I see we are almost back. While my driver hasn't said a word the whole way, even he can't help but comment on the size of the house he delivers me to when he sees it. Not a bad place to call home, he says as he admires the view of the house through his windscreen. I say nothing as I pay him and quickly leave. I unlock the gates and stride towards the house, aware that I had hoped to come back here with a freshly purchased gun in my handbag. But it was not to be, and that worries me. It doesn't matter that I've never fired a gun in my life. How hard can it be? Just point and shoot, right? I might never have needed it anyway, but it would have been nice to have for peace of mind. As it is, I re-enter Freya's home with nothing more to protect myself with than the knives in her kitchen. But will they be enough if I need them? I was unsure about that before, and I'm even more unsure now I have heard that voicemail. As I go into the kitchen, I am aware that it's not too late for me to put a stop to this. I could just leave here and go back to my old life. I don't have to stay here and make this house my own. In the process, I don't have to be at risk from whatever it was that Freya was so clearly worried about. I could go back to a life without 16 surveillance cameras, a locked safe, and the need for a gun. I could just go back to being me, but I'm not choosing to do that. And if that's not a sad indictment of the state of my life before, I don't know what is. I decide to make a drink of tea before doing anything else, and boil the kettle before going in search of a cup. But I freeze when I see movement on the other side of the kitchen window. Somebody is in the back garden. My attention instantly moves away from the kettle and the cups and over to the block of knives. I reach for the largest handle, and as I pull it out of its place, it reveals the biggest blade. The thought that I might actually have to use this to potentially defend myself is a terrifying one, and I don't even know if I am capable of it if it comes to it. I suddenly hear a sound at the back door and spin around just in time to see the door handle turning. Whoever is out there is trying to get in. I consider going to check the cameras in the basement because one of them might be capturing who it is outside. But even if there was time to do that, would it make any difference? I already know somebody is here, and then I hear something that tells me they know I am here too. Iris, are you in there? My first thought is, how do they know my name? Shouldn't they think that Freya is here and not me? But then I lower the knife and walk towards the door before unlocking it and stepping back. When I do, I see Isaac on the other side of it. "There you are," he says, before he spots the knife in my hand and pauses. "What's that for?" "What do you think it's for?" I cry. "I thought somebody was trying to break in. What the hell are you doing sneaking around outside the house?" "I was looking for you." "I was out. I only just got back," I say. "I didn't see your car at the front." "I parked it around the corner. I thought it might be best if people didn't notice an unfamiliar car coming and going from here, just in case they were wondering where Freya is and thought I had something to do with her disappearance." "Nobody is wondering where she is. That's why we have been able to do this," I admonish my boyfriend, before I remember that the knife is still in my hand and put it down on the kitchen counter. "You scared me." "I'm sorry," Isaac says, as he steps inside and closes the kitchen door. "Lock it," I tell him. "What's got you so on edge? Besides you making me think that I had an intruder?" I snap back before returning to the kettle, which is now boiled. As I make a cup of tea, Isaac does as I ask and locks the back door. I might still be annoyed at him for the scare he gave me, but I take out 2 cups from the cupboard because no one with company can politely just make 1 cup of tea now, can they? "I didn't realize you were so jumpy," he says. "And I didn't realize you were so stupid." Seriously, the next time you come here and can't get in, just call me and I'll open the door for you. There's no need to be climbing over gates and sneaking around the back of the house. I did try to call you, Isaac says as I finish making the tea. Several times, actually. You did? I reply, before remembering that I haven't actually checked my own phone in a while. I was too preoccupied with looking at Freya's. Where have you been, and why were you so busy that you couldn't answer my calls? Isaac asks as I hand him his cup of tea. I went into town. I needed to do a few things. Like what? Like unlock Freya's phone. Did you do it? He asks. Yes. And? I haven't looked at everything yet, just her messages, and there was a weird voicemail on there from some guy. Saying what? He said he was worried about Freya and was checking that she hadn't been found yet. Isaac looks as unsure about that message as I was the first time I heard it. Did you try contacting that guy? He asks, and I nod. Yeah, I sent him a message, but he hasn't replied yet. I don't know if he will. I take a sip of my tea then, hoping it will make me feel a little better. It doesn't. Isaac tries the same thing and gets exactly the same result. How is Freya doing? I ask then. Fine, Isaac replies as he takes a seat at the breakfast bar. Is that it? Nothing else? Not really. I tried to get her to open up about her past by asking her a few questions, but she was mostly giving one-word answers. Then she feigned a headache. You need to get her to open up more, I say, but Isaac already knows what he needs to do. Then I lost the damn key to the room, he says casually, as if it's barely worth a mention. You what? Oh, nothing. It's fine. I have a spare, so the door is still locked. What do you mean you lost it? I couldn't find the key I went in there with. I thought it was in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere. I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find it. Did you search Freya? Yes, of course, within reason. What does that mean? It means I had her put her hands above her head and patted her down. But what else could I do? Strip search her? I mean, I tried that, but she wasn't having it, and can you blame her? What kind of doctor strip searches someone? It doesn't matter where that key is because, like I said, I had a spare. Isaac might not think this is a big deal, but I can see that it could be. That's why I rush forward and take the cup from his hands before he can take another sip. Get back there right now and check on her, I say. What? You heard me. Check that door is still locked. She could have hidden the key somewhere and be using it to get out while you're here. No, it's fine. I left the other key in the lock, so she can't put two keys in at the same time. Go, I cry, and Isaac gets the message, leaving the kitchen and scurrying away. I don't bother opening the gates for him. He can climb back over them like he did to get in here. It serves him right for being so stupid. How could he lose the key? And how could he leave Freya when there is a chance she has that key now? If she gets out of that room, we're all in big trouble. But she won't. Will she? Freya. Swallowing the key was the easy part. Getting it back was harder. But after allowing time for it to move through my digestive system, followed by a visit to the bathroom, and then a couple of moments where I did my best not to retch, I have it back in my hand. Considering where it has been, it's now spent enough time in the sink to be cleaner than it was before. Rushing over to the locked door, I slide the key into the lock and wait to see if I'll get lucky. I know Isaac said he would leave the spare key in the other side, so I won't be able to unlock the door from this side even if I find the key, but it doesn't mean I can't try. The key goes into the lock and I turn it, but nothing happens. As I feared, and as Isaac predicted, that other key is blocking the lock, denying me the opportunity to get out. Damn it, all of this was for nothing. I try a few more times, but still no luck, so all I can do then is give in to my frustration. Ah! I cry as I pound my fists against the door as hard as I can, angry that not even achieving something as big as stealing that key from Isaac has got me any nearer to leaving this room. I slump down against the door and rest my head and back against it, aware that Isaac could be out there and have heard all my banging. If he is, he might come down to check, and when he opens the door, he'll stumble right over me. Maybe that's the only hope I have now. Having him come in here, trip over me, and knock himself out so I can get up and leave. It's ridiculous, but what else have I got? I bang my head back against the door several times, not hard enough to knock myself out, but not lightly enough as to not feel it either. It's almost like I'm punishing myself to a certain point, just enough to feel some pain as a reminder that I was stupid for ending up in here. Why did I have to crash my car? Everything went wrong from there. I should have been more composed when I got that message. It's not as if I didn't know I was going to receive it one day. I always knew it was coming, and I thought I was prepared for it. Yet no sooner did it come than I lost all control. The man who sent it was somebody I had befriended when my ex was sent to prison. After a judge and jury found Jax guilty of attempted murder, the awful incident where he smothered me with a pillow, justifying their verdict, I was relieved in one sense, but worried in another. While I was thankful to still have my life after the harrowing experience, I was aware that just because my ex was going to prison, it didn't mean he wouldn't get out again one day. So I needed some form of insurance. I managed to get a contact at the prison who could tell me exactly when Jax was to be released. The kindly contact was the prison officer who had, alongside several other colleagues, been escorting Jax to court throughout the trial. I ended up talking to him one day outside court while he was on a break, and he told me that he was sorry to hear about my case and that men like Jax deserved what was coming to them. I agreed, and then I asked for a favor. When, not if, Jax was sentenced, could this officer keep me updated? He told me he could. We swapped numbers, and I had a way of getting info on Jax when he was behind bars. I hoped the prison service might give me that information anyway, but sometimes news moved slowly through the official channels, and I couldn't afford to find out a second too late. When I did eventually find out, I reacted badly, crashing my damn car. How long ago was that now? How long have I been in here? How long is this going on for? I have no idea. I was taken to hospital, and now the doctor thinks I'm crazy thanks to my cleaner taking her chance to steal my identity. The doctor said I'm a danger to myself and others. I don't feel like I am, but the longer I stay in here, the more I feel as though I'm capable of doing anything if this goes on much longer. I keep bumping the back of my skull against the door, and now it is starting to hurt more. Maybe I'll give myself a concussion if I carry on, or worse, maybe I will actually give myself memory loss and identity disorder. Bump, 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 clatter, bump. I stop when I realize I just heard a noise I didn't expect to hear. In between banging my head on this door, I heard what sounded like something metallic hitting a hard floor. It takes me a couple of seconds to understand what it could be. Leaping to my feet, I try the key in the lock again, and this time it works. The door opens. As it does, I look down and see another key lying on the ground by my feet. I must have loosened it when I jammed the key in from my side, and then all the banging of my fists and bumping of my head caused it to eventually fall. I can't believe it. I doubt Isaac would believe it either. But it has happened, and I cannot waste this stroke of good fortune. It's time to get out of here before I'm caught. I look around, expecting to see a long corridor full of other doors behind which are other patients, but all I see are walls and a staircase leading up. I rush towards it and start ascending, getting nearer to the closed door at the top. Please don't tell me this door is locked too, I think, as I get to it and try the handle. But it opens, much to my relief. My next worry is that I might bump into Isaac or another member of staff at this hospital, and they will march me straight back to my bed. But instead of seeing any men or women in white coats, I see a table and 2 chairs. I see a sink, a chopping board, a fridge, an oven. I'm in a kitchen. As I move through it, I find the next room is clearly a living area, complete with a sofa, a television, and a bookcase.
No, this can't be right. Where is everybody? Where are the doctors and nurses and patients? But it's obvious now what has happened. I haven't been in hospital all this time. I've been in a basement. I locate the front door and run to it, but it's locked and I can't see any way to open it. Come on, there must be a way out of here, I think, as I start to panic. I'm panicking not just because I'm afraid of being caught, but because of who my captor really must be. He is no doctor, which means I am no patient. I'm a prisoner. And if I'm not quick, I'll stay as one for a very long time. 31. Iris. I'm still shocked at how stupid Isaac has been. How could he leave Freya alone when the key he was using to keep her locked up has gone missing? At least he's on his way back to rectify his mistake, and hopefully there will be no harm done. Until I know what has happened, I'll have to be calm. But that has never been a strong suit of mine, so to keep myself occupied, I take another look through Freya's phone. Having already seen the messages, or rather, the lack of them, I move on to her emails. There is little to discover, other than some fashion websites she subscribes to that notify her whenever there is a sale on. I'm guessing it's quite often because that would explain the well-stocked wardrobes upstairs. I decide to look for any social media apps that Freya might have downloaded, curious as to whether she had any kind of presence online. I searched for her once on Instagram after I had got this job, but I was disappointed not to find any account that looked like hers. Perhaps she's chosen a username that doesn't feature her actual name, some nickname or just the random series of letters and numbers you get given if you can't be bothered to actually pick a proper username for yourself. Despite checking carefully, I don't find any social media apps on her phone. Considering how much time people tend to spend on their mobiles these days and the multitude of ways in which a person can be contacted or contact others, it seems very unusual that Freya would have so little on her device. It does fit with the way she lived in the real world, her lack of a virtual presence matching her lack of a social life in the physical realm. And all I have to do is read the last message she received on this phone, or listen to the last voicemail she got, to understand why. She was hiding from someone, and the best way to hide is to be invisible. After deciding that I need a break from the phone, I go and make a few more attempts at opening the safe in the wardrobe, but it doesn't take long for me to remember how futile it is to try and guess a 4-digit PIN code. I decide to go and check the cameras next, feeling the need to look at that now familiar screen with all the smaller CCTV screens on it. As I make my way there, I acknowledge that since moving into this house, I have barely spent any time enjoying the luxury of it. I knew it would be weird to be here, but I didn't think it would be this stressful. I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I was in control. But time is proving that I seem to have as much control here as Freya has currently, and that is not very much at all. Reaching the computer, I check all the cameras for my own peace of mind, if nothing else. All seems quiet out there, no sign of anyone. Certainly no sign of my boyfriend creeping around at the back of the house again, preparing to give me a fright. I wonder why none of these cameras set off an alert when Isaac climbed over the front gate and approached the house. Surely Freya wouldn't go to all the trouble of having these cameras without also installing some kind of alarm system to go with them. I look around on the computer screen until I see something that looks like it has been turned off. When I turn it back on, a message appears on screen. Alarms now active. So she does have alarms. Phew. I guess she might have accidentally turned them off when she was last using this computer. That was careless of her, but I have fixed her mistake. I'm just about to call Isaac and get an update on the situation where he is when I notice something on the camera by the front gate. It's the little green box tucked alongside the hedge, just on the outer side of the gate. It's a mailbox. I haven't checked it since the accident. I'm curious if anything could be in there, so I head outside and stride towards the gates, noting that the sun is beginning to set. For obvious reasons, I decide I don't want to be out here after dark, so I hurry up and open the gates. Opening up the mailbox, I see 2 letters inside, both of which are addressed to Freya,
as they should be. I take them out and hurry back into the house, looking over my shoulder to make sure the gates have closed as they should behind me. Is this what it's really like to live in a big, secure house? Dealing with the constant paranoia that someone might try to get in? If so, it's less of a luxury life and more of a gilded cage. Once back inside the house with the door locked, I open the first letter in my hand. But it's nothing more interesting than a local car washing business advertising their services. I crumple that particular leaflet up and make my way into the kitchen to put it in the bin. Once it's in there, I open the second letter. But when I read it, this one doesn't go in the bin. Instead, it just falls to the floor beside it. I don't need to pick it up again to reread it because the words in the letter are now burned into my memory. I've found you. You can run, but you can't hide. 32. Freya. From being trapped in a room to being trapped in a house. If I thought I was escaping my captivity, I was wrong, because I'm still no nearer to actually being free. Not unless I can find a way out of this property. But I was right. I hadn't been losing my mind. I hadn't been confused about my identity. I am exactly who I thought I was. I was lied to. By him, that fake doctor, and by her, my cleaner. Iris and Isaac are obviously working together to steal my life, and, so far, they have succeeded. How can I be so certain they are a team? It's because I'm looking at a photo of them both right now. The image of the two of them in the picture frame on the shelf near the television depicts Iris and Isaac as very much the happy couple. He has his arm around her, and the two of them are smiling at the camera, looking very happy, like they don't have a care in the world, like they aren't two people capable of the kind of crimes they have already committed against me. I guess this is where the two of them live together. This is their home. This is where Iris must have come back to every day after finishing her shift as a cleaner at my house. She came back here, to this place, that looks very different to the place I call home. As I look around at the faded furniture in the living room, the poorly painted walls in the hallway, and the cheap cosmetics in the bathroom, I figure this is why Iris has done what she has. She must have had enough of living a life of low means and decided to upgrade it by stealing what I had. Together with her boyfriend, they must have made a plan for her to take my place, the pair of them jumping at an opportunity to rid me of the life they so desperately craved for themselves. The car accident was that opportunity, the window of chance that presented itself and gave them a way of making me feel like I might be losing my mind. Being in hospital after the accident made it more plausible that I might have had memory loss. That doctors and nurses might have been worried about my mental state, that maybe I really was confused about my true identity. But that would have only worked for a short amount of time, so they had to do something more. And boy, did they do it. They drugged me and brought me here, telling me I was in a secure mental facility, when really, I was in the basement of a house in a cheap neighborhood. I know it's cheap because I can see the other houses on this street out of the window. And while I don't know exactly where I am, I know it is a long way from my country estate. I am here, and I bet they are there, in my house, enjoying my possessions, putting their feet up on my sofas, cooking in my kitchen, sleeping in my bed. If they were in front of me now, I feel like I could kill them. But they are not. I'm all alone. Or at least I am until Isaac comes back to check on me and pretend again that he's just a caring doctor. So I need to get out of here before he returns. I need to get home. I need to find them. I need to get my revenge. Unless somebody else gets to them first. If there is one silver lining to this very dark cloud that has consumed my life over the past few days, it is that the person I have been so afraid of, the person who has been looking for me and may find me, will never get to me here. The most dangerous place to be right now is not in this house, but in my luxurious house in the countryside, because that's where he'll be going, and if he gets there while Iris and Isaac are inside, well, let's just say I might not have to deal with them at all, because he'll surely deal with them himself. One of the things that appealed to me about Iris when I made the decision to hire her was that she bore a resemblance to me.
I figured that could be useful were my ex ever to infiltrate my home when she was there. If he mistook her for me in the heat of the moment, I might be able to escape while he was attacking her. But any satisfaction I might take at my two tormentors getting their comeuppance at the hands of my vengeful ex is tempered by the knowledge that I am still in a dangerous predicament myself. I really need to get out of this house, but with all the doors and windows locked, I'm not sure how I can do that. My best guess is to pick up one of the chairs in the kitchen and hurl it at a window, so I do just that. But if the interior of this property is cheap, the windows are made of more expensive stuff because the chair just bounces harmlessly off the glass. Maybe I need to throw the chair harder, or maybe it just won't do the job no matter how much I try. I'm running out of time. I need to get out of here before Isaac comes back. But my mind is muddled by the betrayal I have suffered, the fact I have been lied to so much, and not just by anyone, but the one person I have allowed into my home over these past few years. The one person I have trusted more than anyone else. The one person, other than myself, who has had free reign in my secure home. My cleaner. A woman I thought was nice. A woman I thought was my friend. She has not stabbed me in the back. She has stabbed me in the heart. I don't have time to feel sorry for myself now, though, nor do I have time to feel sorry for Iris and Isaac, and what may become of them if they haven't already uncovered the mistake they have made in stealing my life. I have to get out of here, so I give up on the window and I head to the front door, deciding that I am not going to stop until I have kicked it down. But just before I can start that kicking, I hear the sound of a car engine, and it seems very close to the other side of the door. Rushing to the nearest window, I look out, and when I do, I see Isaac getting out of a car. He's back. 33. Iris. The sinister note addressed to Freya is the last part of proof that there is somebody out there who wants to hurt her. If I had any doubts that all these cameras and all this isolation was overkill, and ultimately for nothing, they have been extinguished by this one simple handwritten note. Freya was in danger, and now I am too. Whoever left the note could still be out there now, watching the house, waiting for the right time to strike. I have to assume that they have seen some of the external cameras and either have a plan to bypass those or simply don't care about even trying. That means I could be visited at any moment by this crazy person with a vendetta against Freya. But what will they do if they get in here and find that Freya is not home? Will they just leave? Or will they take out their anger on me? This is why I needed that damn gun. Curse that stubborn shopkeeper who wouldn't sell it to me. If I had a gun, I'd be feeling much better about things. As it is, I'm going to have to make do with a knife. I pick up the biggest blade, the one I picked up earlier when I thought Isaac was a trespasser, and then I look out of the kitchen window. The sun has set now, and all is dark out there. All is quiet. But for how long? I consider leaving, but I don't have a car, and I don't want to wait outside for a taxi either. Maybe I could call for one, and when the driver comes, whoever is lurking out there might realize there is a witness and stay back. But could I make it into the taxi? Or would I get stopped on the way? I decide that I am not leaving this house again until this is over. If somebody is out there and wishes to do me harm, they're going to have to come inside and find me. I won't make it easy for them. Freya has clearly spent a lot of time making it as hard as possible for this person, so I need to make it hard too. I decide to call Isaac and tell him about the note in the mailbox, but he doesn't answer his phone. As if I didn't already have enough to worry about, I don't need to be stressing about whether or not he has a problem with Freya back at our house. Keeping her locked in our basement seems cruel, but where else were we supposed to put her? We had to get her out of that hospital before somebody figured out I had taken her name, and without many other options, the basement was the only place we could move her to. Hopefully, she's still in there now, and hopefully Isaac's mistake with the key hasn't led to any more problems for us. But that remains to be seen, and despite trying my boyfriend again, he still doesn't pick up his damn phone. Frustrated, I feel like throwing my own phone against the wall.
I have to keep calm and in control. I can't risk breaking my phone just in case I need to make an emergency call some point soon. Or at least an emergency call that doesn't involve the police. The person who sent the note and the person who is likely outside this house right now is obviously banking on Freya not calling the police, or else he wouldn't have sent the warning. I don't know why Freya wouldn't call for help if she was here, but it doesn't matter because she isn't. Only I am here, and just like her, I can't call for help. That person outside is lucky. No police will come here this evening. Whatever happens, this gets sorted between us. I'm just about to go and move into a different part of the house, if only to give myself a break from this kitchen that is beginning to feel claustrophobic, when I hear an unfamiliar sound. It's like a high-pitched alarm, but where is it coming from? Within seconds, I hear another one. What is that? Suddenly, I get it, and I rush down to the basement to check the computer. When I do, I see that 3 of the cameras have been disabled. That must explain the 3 alarms, and they are all cameras on the outside of the property. Because of that, I cannot see what is going on outside. All I know is what is happening inside this home. But is it only a matter of time until these interior cameras start turning off too? It doesn't matter now because it's clear what is happening. He's here. He's making his move. He's coming in. Despite having the remaining cameras and this big knife and a fierce determination to fight for this house and my life, I know one thing. I'm not ready for this. 34. Freya. I'm hiding behind the sofa as Isaac enters the house. It was the best hiding place I could find with only seconds to spare. Just because I'm out of the basement, it doesn't mean I'm safe yet. If Isaac sees me too early, he could force me back into that room, so I need to maintain the element of surprise. As I keep low and hold my breath, I hear his footsteps entering the home before the front door closes behind him. Then I hear him move across the living room, passing perilously close to the sofa before the footsteps fade away. Only then do I dare peep my head up, and when I do, I see that he is no longer in the room with me. I can hear him in the kitchen. The coast is clear. I could creep to the front door, fling it open, and run. I didn't see him lock the door behind him after he entered, so I could make it down the street and away from this house. And even if he hears me leave, he might not be able to catch me. But there is a chance he might. That's why I don't run, and instead consider an alternative. After being away for a while, there's a high likelihood that Isaac is going to want to go and check on his prisoner. That means he'll go down to the basement and unlock the door, expecting to find me where he left me, lying in the bed as helplessly as before. What if I was to wait for him to go down there and do that? What if I was to follow him down there? What if he didn't know that instead of being ahead of him, I was behind him, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce? It's risky, but so is running. I guess it depends on what I prioritize. Just escaping, or escaping with no chance for him to come after me. I make my decision quickly because there isn't time to dwell. I stand up and move out from behind the sofa. I look at the door only a few yards away. Then I turn and head further into the house. As I enter the kitchen, I don't see Isaac, but I do see he has put his phone down on the kitchen counter. I also see the open door that leads down to the basement. That tells me he has already gone through it and will only be seconds away from discovering that I have escaped, so I have to be quick. I creep towards the stairs and, peeping down them, that's where I see Isaac, his back to me as he pushes the open door to the room where I was locked away. I slowly start descending the staircase behind him, but I'm ready to move much faster just as soon as I have to. That moment comes seconds later when Isaac fully enters the basement. As he pauses, he registers the empty bed and the fact that I am not where he expected to find me. But I could be using the bathroom, so I have a few more seconds yet before he learns that the basement really is empty. "Iris?" he calls out, using the false name again as if I'm really that easy to fool. When he hears no response, he steps further into the basement, and that's when I decide to strike. Rushing forward and skipping the last couple of steps on the staircase, I reach out for the door handle before pulling it towards me. As the door closes, I turn the key in the lock. It all happens in the space of a second or two, far too fast for Isaac to react and stop it. By the time it is done, it is already too late for him. "Hey!" I hear him call out before the handle starts moving as he tries to reopen the door. But the door doesn't budge. I know that feeling. Too bad for him. "Open this door!" Isaac cries, beginning to bang on the wood as the severity of the situation dawns on him, and he discovers that the tables have turned. "Screw you!" I call back triumphantly, loving the feeling of being on this side of the door for a change. "Open up right now!" Isaac tries again as he keeps banging. "Let me out of here!" "Like you let me out?" I call back. "No, I think I'll keep this door locked so you can see what it was like for me to be stuck in there." "Iris, stop this right now!" "Stop calling me that. You know it's not my name, just like I know this is not a hospital. You tricked me. You lied to me. But it's over now. Do you hear me? It's over." "Just open this door and I can explain everything," Isaac begs. "Please, just open up and we can talk." "You had your chance to explain everything a long time ago, but you chose to drug me and make me your prisoner," I snap back. "So too bad, but your chance has gone. Now you're stuck in there and you are not getting out." "Please don't call the police," Isaac pleads with me. "I'm begging you." "The police? What makes you think I'm going to call them?" It all goes quiet on the other side of the door as Isaac processes what I just said to him. I can't help but smirk because I imagine he is very surprised that I don't intend to get the police involved. "What are you going to do?" Isaac asks then, his voice much quieter this time, much meeker. There is no more banging either, just the seemingly somber acceptance that this situation might be even worse for him than he had initially thought. "I'm going to do whatever I want with you because you're my prisoner now," I say smugly. "Let's see how you like being trapped in there. But this will be even worse for you, because if you think I'm going to bring you any food, you are mistaken." "Freya, please, I'm sorry. Just open the door." I feel vindicated at the sound of him using my real name. It feels like a victory, if locking him in the basement wasn't enough of one already. "I knew it. You were lying to me the whole time. You made me think I had gone crazy after my accident, but I knew I hadn't. You were just making me confused with your games." "I said I'm sorry," Isaac calls, as if that makes up for it all. But it doesn't even come close. Nothing will be able to make up for what he has done to me. Now it's time for him to find that out. Before I walk away from this door and leave him in there to regret his life decisions, I need to know something. "How much did Iris have to do with this?" I ask him. "How much of this was her idea?" "What?" "You heard me. Was this her idea or yours?" "Open the door and we can talk about it," Isaac tries again. But that's not happening. "It doesn't matter. I'll be seeing her soon enough," I say with a shake of my head. "I assume she's at my house right now, yes? If so, I think it's time I went and paid her a visit." "Wait!" Isaac begs, but I am already walking back up the stairs and, despite him banging on the door, I don't stop or look back until I am in the kitchen and closing that door behind me. As I walk towards the front door, I can barely hear Isaac now, so I know the noise he is making won't be at all audible out on the street. That means there is no chance of a passerby hearing him and coming to his aid. But that should be obvious anyway, because no passerby ever heard me and came to my aid while I was trapped down there. So there really is nothing he can do now. I open the front door and step outside, taking pleasure in the fresh air that hits my face and fills my lungs. It feels like a long time since I had freedom like this, and I'm going to savor it for a second. But only a second, because I need to get moving again. I need to find out where I am and how far away I am from my home. Then I need to get back there as quickly as possible. I need to find Iris. I need to find out why she did this. Then I need to make her pay for it. Unless somebody else does that before me. 35. Iris. Inside a huge house, there are plenty of places to hide. Numerous rooms I could run into to look for a suitable spot to seek shelter. Lots of space to move around in. Lots of furniture to obscure my body. Lots of nooks and crannies that will hopefully make finding me much harder. Yet despite having so many options, it doesn't feel like an advantage. It feels like I am very much on the back foot here, and no matter what I choose to do or where I may go, I am still going to struggle to come out on top. For somebody playing hide and seek, that wouldn't usually be such a big problem. The worst that could happen would be that I was found and the game was won by the other player. But this is no game. This is a life and death version of hide and seek, and as the camera alarms continue to blare, I feel like I am veering far closer to the side of death than I am life right now. Would it have helped if I had played hide and seek more as a child? Would I be more prepared for a situation like this if one of my parents had taken the time to actually play that game with me as a youngster? Would I know what the best hiding places were, the ones that gave me the greatest chance of not being found? Or would it not make any difference at all? The only difference might be that I had a more exciting childhood. But that was a long time ago, and thinking back on it isn't going to help me in the here and now. I just need to move, because one thing is for sure, if I stay where I am, I will definitely be found by the intruder, and no good can come from that. I'm still in the basement, the computer screen full of increasingly failing cameras in front of me, but I need to get out of here and back into the main house. I could hide down here, and I might find a good place behind some of these boxes, but I'd ultimately be very restricted in where I could go. I don't want to get stuck down here. If the intruder comes down to look for me, I won't stand much chance of getting out without him catching me. I need to be upstairs, where I could potentially allow him to move past my hiding place before I sneak out the way he came in. I need to hold on to any advantage I might have, no matter how slight, so I force myself back up the stairs and out of the basement, even though I know it means that in the short term, I am moving towards danger rather than away from it. As I move through the kitchen, I still have the knife in my hand, and there's no way I'm letting go of it. Taking a nervous glance at the back door, I make sure that it is still closed. It is, but for how long? I have to assume that the person who has climbed over the front gate and alerted all these cameras won't hesitate to kick a door down, so the locks might only help me so much. Rushing through the hallway, I check the front door is still intact too, before considering the cupboard under the stairs as a hiding place. I open the small door that reveals a hidey hole full of various things, from Freya's older shoes to some small items of garden furniture, like folded chairs and an umbrella. Despite there being enough room to squeeze myself in amongst all the paraphernalia, I would be stuck in here once I was in place. If the intruder was to find me, there would be no way to fight my way out. I quickly dismiss this idea and move on. I dart into the living room, feeling my pulse racing, and I consider hiding behind a sofa, but that feels a little exposed, so I try the dining room. But there's very little I could hide behind in here. I'm starting to think about going upstairs, even though that feels like I'd be getting further away from safety by doing so, when I realize that I am out of time. I can hear somebody at the front door. I freeze in the middle of the hallway, my eyes watching with horror as the front door handle turns. The lock holds, but there is no doubt now that I am not alone. "Open up!" comes the call from the man on my doorstep. I feel sick at the sound of how calm he is. It's in stark contrast to how afraid I am. All I can do by way of a response is stay rooted to the spot and hope for the best. "I'm coming in whether you like it or not," comes the next chilling comment, and this stirs me into action.
I turn and run into the kitchen, making sure to turn off the lights as I go, before ducking down behind the breakfast bar where I will be out of view if he comes into this room either by the front or the back door. Sitting here in the dark, with the knife clutched close to my chest, I feel like this is karma. Maybe I deserve to die for what I have done. All the time I spent idolizing the life Freya appeared to have, the big house, the nice clothes, the money. But while I lacked all those things, I clearly had something she did not: safety. Now I've lost it. I want my old life back more than anything, but it's too late for that. However, if that man is going to kill me, I have to at least make him work for it, so that's what I vow to do. I listen out, but I can't hear him at the front door anymore. Where is he gone now? I get my answer when I hear him at the back door. It doesn't take him long to discover that this door is locked too, nor does it take him long to let me know that it isn't going to be a problem for him. "You know you're only delaying the inevitable," he says, still as calm as the last time he spoke. Then the kicking starts. I hear a heavy thud, followed by several more. He is attempting to break the door down, and by the sound of the force he is putting into it, it's only a matter of time until he succeeds. I consider leaving my hiding place because the suspense is getting too much for me, but I decide to stay, and it's a good job that I do. Seconds later, the door comes crashing down. He's in. I am as still as I can be, and I pray that the breakfast bar I am hiding behind is the thing that will keep me safe. I hear footsteps entering the kitchen. Holding my breath as tightly as I am holding the knife, I listen to several scary sentences that come next. "It's good to be home," the man says. "So this is what you bought while I was rotting away in prison." I hear his shoes crunching over bits of broken door as he moves closer to the breakfast bar. "I've spent a long time waiting for this moment," he says next. "A long time daydreaming about how it would go, about what I would do when I finally found you, when I finally got my hands on you, when I finally finish what I should have finished years ago." If all of that sounds terrifying, what comes next is even worse. Enjoy these last few moments of life that you have. This is going to be over very soon. Such is the conviction in his voice, I don't doubt that he means every word of it. But it also sounds like he still thinks Freya is the person in this house, not me. What if I was to show myself and let him see that she is not here? Would that help? Would he back down and leave? It feels like it's far too risky to take that chance. A vengeful person like him might just kill me anyway, see me as collateral damage. Better to give myself the best chance of getting out of this alive. Better to stay hidden. Better to try and survive. I hear the footsteps moving around the kitchen, and I brace myself for the moment I am going to have to fight back. It's surely not long now, but that also means it might not be long until I am dead. 36. Freya. I might be out of Isaac and Iris's house, but it's becoming increasingly clear that I am a long way from mine. Despite running down several streets, I still have no idea where I am. I seem to be lost in the middle of this suburban neighborhood, a wandering woman in bare feet, and while I might have just escaped from a crazy person, I imagine I very much look like one myself right now. But I can't stop, no matter how strange the concrete feels beneath my feet. I have to get home. But first, I have to figure out where I am. It's not an affluent area by any means, and I can tell that by the houses I am surrounded by on both sides of the street. They are basic at best, and the cars in the driveways can be described in the same way. These are clearly properties owned by the ordinary people with normal, everyday jobs, going out to work and doing their best to pay their bills before repeating the same cycle the following month. People like Iris, a cleaner who worked herself hard day after day, mopping my floors, scrubbing my sinks, dusting my dining room. I used to admire both her work ethic and the fact that if she was ever bored by her job, she never showed it. At least not around me anyway. I thought that was very professional of her.
But that positive trait of hers has been eradicated. Now it has become clear what else she was keeping from me. There will be time to discuss that with her very soon, hopefully, but only if I figure out where I am. Looking around, past all the houses and the cars, I note that I can't see another person outside. Only I am out here. There is nobody to ask for directions, though it is late and dark, and the only reason I'm out on the street at this time is because I'm escaping the man who imprisoned me. I can't expect anybody else to be going through the same thing as me, can I? Everyone else will be sitting in front of their televisions, or eating their evening meals, or putting their children to bed, reading a book, completing chores, preparing for work tomorrow, doing normal things. Oh, to have a normal life like them. I consider picking a house at random and interrupting the people who live inside it. I could knock on the front door before asking whoever answers to give me some sense of where I am. But is that an unusual thing to do? I guess it is. In that case, I might not, because I don't want anybody calling the police and telling them that there is a confused and distressed woman roaming around with seemingly no idea where she is. I want to deal with this myself, and to do that, I need to get home without anybody else's involvement. Running down more streets as fast as I can without any protection for my feet, turning left and right, and fearing that I'm only managing to get myself even more lost, I'm satisfied that I am at least putting plenty of space between myself and that basement. I wonder how Isaac is feeling now. He's had more than enough time to figure out that I am not just toying with him, and that I really do intend to leave him locked in there for as long as I can get away with. He might also be imagining that the next person to open that basement door will be a police officer. If so, I hope he is very, very afraid, as he deserved to be. I see the headlights of a car turn the bend ahead of me and consider flagging the driver down. Maybe I could even ask them to drive me home. If they are a kindly soul, then they might say yes, although it might quickly end up being a no if it turns out my house is a very long way away from here. But even if someone is kind enough to help me, I can't tell them what I have been through, nor what I intend to do now it is over. And without that information, the driver is unlikely to take pity on me and do me a favor. So I let the car pass me by. It's probably for the best. I don't want anybody else going to my home tonight, not when it might soon be associated with a crime. That goes for a taxi driver too. Not that I could get a taxi, even if I wanted to. I have no money on me by which to pay. My pockets are totally empty. All I have is this fake white gown that makes me look like a hospital patient, but it's simply a costume Isaac and Iris bought for me as part of their deception. But to somebody spotting me out here, I will look like an escapee, someone who has left hospital before I was supposed to, and that will only add to the crazy persona I am afraid I am giving off right now. Most people wouldn't stop to pick up a hitchhiker, and certainly not one who isn't wearing shoes. To make things even worse, it's not exactly warm either, not out here in this chilly evening. But I won't let the cold slow me down. I will get to where I need to be, but I will get there without anybody else's help. After turning on to yet another sleepy street, I see what looks more like a main road ahead. Instead of houses, there are shops and fast food outlets, so I walk quickly forward, hoping it might be more familiar to me than these suburban streets. It is. I see a storefront that I recognize. It's the hardware store where I inquired about the cameras that I ended up purchasing from elsewhere. I know where I am now. I'm about an hour from home. That's maybe only half an hour if I run. So that's what I do. Breaking into a jog, I hope I have the required fitness to carry myself from here to home at such a pace. But it won't be easy, not after being bedbound in a confined room. I'll have definitely lost some of my fitness, as well as some of my weight, too. I could walk it, but I don't have a minute to spare. So I keep running, telling myself that I can do this. Maybe I could manage it. Maybe it could be possible. If only I hadn't been in an accident recently and banged my head.
Within minutes of jogging, the increased speed at which my heart is pumping blood around my body causes me to get a sudden wave of dizziness. I try to keep pushing through it, but it becomes increasingly clear that I'd better stop before I fall down, so I do. Frustrated, I tell myself that I am stronger than this, but my body has a very different view on that, and now I'm holding my throbbing skull. Damn it! I might not have memory loss or identity confusion, but I do definitely have the symptoms of a delayed concussion. Or maybe it's just all the stress of the last few days suddenly manifesting itself now that my brain thinks it is out of danger. But if it thinks that, then it is very wrong, because I'm not out of danger at all. Even if I make it home, danger could be waiting for me there, and I'm not thinking about Iris, I'm thinking about him. What if he has already found my house? What if he has already got inside? What if he has already killed my cleaner? As much as I'd be frustrated at not getting to find out why Iris ever thought she could get away with stealing my identity, I would be afraid that her death would not slow down my ex on his spree of revenge. If he gets to the house before me, he could lie in wait for me and make it impossible for me to gain the upper hand. The only way all those cameras worked was if I was inside and he was out. But if it's the other way around, I won't be able to see him coming, but he will be able to see me. That thought does what I thought I was unable to do just a few moments ago. It causes me to start putting one leg in front of the other, and now I am running again. The throbbing in my head is still there, but there is something else emanating from my body that is allowing me to keep going. It's a deep-seated desire and determination to finish this. My motivation is high, and that is doing the job of keeping me going when my body might otherwise fail me. I don't know what damage I could be doing to myself in the long term by forcing myself to keep going, but I have a feeling it will be a lot worse if I don't. This is the fastest way for me to get all of this over with. Iris, him, everything. So I won't stop running until I get home. That much I do know. What I don't know is what will be waiting for me when I get there. 37. Iris. I've not been found by the menacing intruder in the house, which means I am still alive. But just because he doesn't know where I am yet, it doesn't mean I don't know where he is. It also doesn't mean I'm not learning a lot more about him, because I am. I'm learning all sorts of frightening things. As I hear him fling open the door to the basement and check to see if he can spot me at the bottom of the stairs, he calls out, just in case I am down there. "I never should have gone to prison before you were dead," he snarls. "I should have outsmarted you a long time ago and done what I am going to do tonight. At least I can make things right this evening. It is finally time for me to kill you with my bare hands." If he's hoping the woman he is looking for is going to come out of her hiding place, he's hardly saying the kinds of things that would make that more likely to happen. But then again, I don't think there's anything he could say that would make things any easier for him. It's obvious he is here to inflict pain upon the homeowner. Unfortunately for me, after what I have done, I am now that person. I am hoping he is going to go down into the basement because that would give me the chance to make a move towards the broken back door. But then I hear him move closer to the breakfast bar again, and I fear he is just about to walk around it and see me sitting here on the other side. Everything goes quiet. What is he doing? Then it dawns on me. He is listening. For my breathing, for my heartbeat, for any sign of where I might be. Every muscle in my body is as tense as it can be as I try and stay completely still. But he is staying still too, so which one of us will do it better? I hope it is me, or this is not going to end well. "You think you suffered in the past," he says then, breaking the eerie silence that had developed. "You think you had it hard. Wait until you see what is next for you. Wait until you see how this ends." The fleeting thought flashes through my mind that I could take a chance at ending this before it goes any further. Because I have a rough idea of where he is, I could leap up from my hiding place and jab the knife in his direction. I might get lucky and strike him somewhere fatal, his neck perhaps, or his chest. Even getting him in his stomach might do the job. If so,
This could all be over in the next few seconds, but the moment has already passed, and whatever tiny bit of bravery just coursed through my veins and made me consider such an action has already left. Now I have returned to being my usual self, which is why I stay hidden, hoping for the best. "Don't you see how this was all your fault?" he goes on. "How you brought this on yourself with your actions? You were so determined to tell everybody that I was the bad guy. Well, guess what? You finally got your wish." I hear him take several steps then, and fear he is about to find me. That's until I hear the footsteps are getting further away, not closer. I think he's leaving the room. I dare not peep round the side of the breakfast bar yet, just in case, but I can definitely hear him moving towards the hallway. If he thinks the kitchen is clear and goes to check all the other rooms, that could buy me a lot of time. Come out, wherever you are," he says then, and there is definitely more distance to his voice, further increasing my confidence that this could end up being okay. Slowly, I decide that I need to move because I might never get a better chance again, so I force myself to peer around the side of the breakfast bar. When I do, I just catch sight of the back of a sturdy-looking man as he moves through the hallway before disappearing out of view. If I'm going to run to the back door, this would be the perfect time to do it. I reckon I could actually make it out now. Looking towards the door, I see that it is indeed in pieces after it was kicked in. Broken bits are all over the floor, and there is nothing stopping me from rushing through the gaping hole that has been created where the door once stood. So why am I not doing it? Why am I not leaving? Why am I still in this kitchen with this knife in my hand? It's because I know I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving until that guy is dead. That's the only way I'll know he can't come after me again. As I stand up and step out from behind the bar that has so far protected me, any worry that I might feel vulnerable is forced away by the fierce determination I possess alongside it. Stepping forward slowly so as not to make a sound, I strengthen my grip on the knife handle as I move towards the hallway. He hasn't heard me coming. He has no idea I am behind him. Just like I have no idea if this is actually going to work. 38. Freya. By the time I'm back on the country lane where I had the accident that started this whole thing, I am out of breath and my legs feel like jelly. I'm waiting for my body to decide that I've done enough running and simply shut down on me, rendering me useless for the foreseeable future. But for some unknown reason, it hasn't happened yet, and that is the only way I am able to keep moving forward. As I pass the point on the road where I crashed my car, I don't pause to reflect because it won't change anything by doing so. It won't change what Iris chose to do in the aftermath of the crash, nor will it change what her boyfriend, the fake doctor, did to me in the hospital and in his basement. All I can change is what is ahead of me, and right now, the only thing ahead of me is home. When my house comes into view, everything seems normal at first. The front gates are closed, the garden looks neat and tidy, and the property itself is still standing, looking as impressive as always beneath the light of the moon. To the untrained eye, everything would seem okay here. But I know better, and when I notice that there are no lights on inside the house, that immediately tells me that all is not as it should be here. The lack of lighting could mean one of two things. 1, nobody is inside, or 2, whoever is inside does not want anybody to know they are in there. I have to figure it's the latter, simply because that's the safest option to assume, so I will approach with caution. I check for any cars parked around here that shouldn't be, but don't see any. That doesn't mean somebody couldn't have parked further away where their vehicle is hidden, or they could have got a taxi, or, like me, they could have traveled here on foot. I will assume nothing and suspect everything until I know any better. My instincts have been right so far, so I'm going to keep trusting them. Entering my PIN code into the keypad by the gates, I am relieved to find that Iris has not changed it, so I can still access my property as normal. As the gates open, I step through them and approach the front door, moving cautiously but as quickly as I can, aware that the cameras will be on me already. My eyes scan the dark windows of the house for any sign of movement, but I don't see any. No sign of a person watching me approach, though that doesn't mean they aren't in there somewhere. Watching, waiting, with a weapon in hand. I make it to the front door without encountering any trouble, but those instincts of mine that I have learned to trust tell me that trying to get inside through the main point of entry is probably a bad idea. That's why I slip around the side of my house, seeking out the back door, which should be a more discreet way of making my presence here known. But no sooner has the back door come into view than I get confirmation that something is wrong here. The door has been destroyed, beaten down, possibly kicked in. Whatever happened, it is in pieces, and there is a large hole where previously there was none. It doesn't take me long to figure out who could have done such a thing. This is not the work of Iris or Isaac. This is him. Despite the high levels of motivation that allowed me to run here without stopping once, my body is now gripped by a different feeling. In the place of pure adrenaline and power is paranoia. He's here. He's inside. He's found me. The only thing keeping him from hurting me now is that I don't have to go in there and give him the chance to do it. I linger by the broken back door, fighting the urge to turn and run, to do a very different kind of running to the type that brought me here. Instead of physically running, this is more the psychological kind, the kind where everything you do in your life, from where you live to how few people you allow to know you, is all linked to one thing: avoiding him. Despite wanting to leave, to potentially start again elsewhere, to try and eke out a little bit more of life before he finds me again, I know I can't do it. I can't keep running, and I can't keep hiding. One way or another, this has to end. So I step through the broken back door and into my house. But it no longer feels like a home. Not when I know what is likely to happen next here. How can it ever be a home again after somebody has died in it? 39. Iris. I can see him, not his face, but enough of him to know that this is the man who all these cameras have been for. I can see the shape of him from behind, the broad back, the sculpted shoulders, the big biceps. He looks strong, far stronger than me, like he could break me with his bare hands without even breaking a sweat. That's why the part of my brain tasked with keeping me alive is screaming at me not to get any nearer to him. But I am ignoring it and doing the exact opposite. "Look at this place," the man snarls as I watch his head turn from left to right, but crucially, he doesn't look back, so he still doesn't know I'm right behind him. "So this is what you wanted. A big house like this out in the countryside, big front gates to keep everyone else out. I bet you thought you were safe here. I bet you thought you could live happily ever after. How wrong you were." He chuckles to himself then, and it's a sinister laugh, the kind that would freak any woman out if she was to hear it on a first date. But I guess this man did a good job of covering up his real personality when he first met Freya. I bet he seemed charming and polite and thoughtful. I'm sure the muscles didn't hurt either. Freya probably thought she had found quite the man, possibly the perfect man, the kind of man she could marry and start a family with. She could have considered this guy to one day be a fantastic father. But I guess his true self was revealed over time, and now it is fully on show as I stand here and regard this man without a filter. No longer is he trying to impress anyone or pretend to be someone he is not. This is him, the real, raw version, and I'm just unlucky enough to be here to witness it. But what will I witness next? Looking down at the knife in my hand, I have a brief worry that it might not be enough to stop this man in the way I hope to. Sure, it could penetrate his muscles, but will it bring him to his knees? Will it stop him fighting back? Will it prevent him from grabbing the knife and using it on me? This is why I needed the gun. No amount of muscle could stop a bullet aimed at the head or heart, But a blade might not do enough damage, not unless I get him in a very vulnerable area. I need to stab him in the neck. Anywhere else isn't going to do the job. But to do so requires me to be very precise. It also requires me to get very close, far closer than I want to get. "Show yourself!" the man suddenly cries, losing his temper as he kicks out at the small table beside the sofa. The table topples over, sending the lamp that was sitting on it crashing to the floor too, and I jolt as it smashes and breaks into several pieces. The escalation of his anger gives me another cause to pause, and I fear that I have spent too long overthinking this and now missed my chance. Have I? I decide that it's time to find out. Raising the knife, I move forward, closing the remaining distance between me and my target and preparing to deliver what I hope will be a deadly blow. But just before I can plunge the knife into his neck and hopefully strike the artery that will prevent him from ever recovering, I hear something behind me. I recognize the sound because I heard it only a few moments ago when I was hiding in the kitchen. It's the sound of shoes crunching over pieces of broken door. I heard it when this guy first entered this house. Now I am hearing it again. It can only mean one thing. Somebody else is here. Actually, it can mean two things. If I can hear it, so can he. Without a second to spare, I move to the left and press myself as close as I can to the wall, hoping that the darkness will conceal my presence here when this guy inevitably moves back past my hiding place to investigate the sound by the door. It works. I watch as he moves past me in the direction of the kitchen and, for the briefest of seconds, I feel safe. But that fleeting thought is quickly overrun with the fear that the person who just entered the house could be somebody I care about a lot. What if it is Isaac? What if he has come here to see me, to spend the night with me? What if he has no idea the danger he has just walked into? How can he know? I haven't been able to contact him since all this began. I've been too busy trying to save myself. But in the process, I may have just condemned my partner to his demise. As much as I hope that Isaac might be able to defend himself, I'm aware that he doesn't possess the brute strength that the other guy does. I'm also aware that I couldn't live with myself if I was to just stay back here and do nothing while he needed some help. So I move away from the wall and move towards the sounds of footsteps that I can still hear coming from the kitchen. If I can catch up with that guy, then I could stab him before he sees Isaac and attacks him. There is still a way that my boyfriend, who has done so much for me recently, can survive this. But as I move through the hallway and approach the kitchen, I understand this is nowhere near over. Not when I hear what comes next. 40. Freya. "Hello, Jax," I say when I see my ex standing before me in my kitchen, the pieces of the broken door beneath my feet and the moonlight filtering through the window to the burly man's right. "Hello, Freya," he replies as calmly as I just spoke, though I know that neither of us is actually calm beneath the surface. "Long time no see." "Not long enough," I reply quickly, and it's one that I wish I could enjoy more. Such was the wittiness of it. But now is not the time to take pleasure in minor things like that. "It depends on your point of view," Jax says as he looks me up and down like a cheetah sizing up an antelope before moving in for the kill. "It's certainly been long enough for me. I've spent so many days and nights dreaming of this moment right here, the moment when I would be face to face with you again, and this time there would be nowhere for you to go, nowhere for you to run and hide, just a heavy dose of reality about to be delivered by yours truly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you think is going to happen here is not," I say firmly. "You're still the same pathetic man you were before you went to prison, and I can see that nothing has changed. Sure, your biceps might have got a little bigger, but that can't make up for what you are lacking on the inside. Heart, courage, true strength, those are things you have always lacked and always will." "You think I haven't changed?" Jax asks, almost looking a little offended. "No, you are still the same weak man I knew before," I snap back. "The same weak man who had the chance to kill me once already but failed. When you put that pillow over my face, you could have taken my life. But you stopped at the last second, as if to prove to yourself that you weren't that bad. Not really. But the damage was already done by then. That is no exaggeration. After failing to kill me, I called the police and told them what Jax had tried with the pillow. When the arresting officers arrived, he was so upset at how far he had been pushed to breaking point that he actually admitted to them what he had done. He did their job for them, and for me. "I have to give it to you," Jax says with a laugh. "You're not really acting like a woman who is about to fight for her life. Then again, you never did act like a normal woman, did you? I suppose that was what attracted me to you in the first place." "I honestly can't remember what attracted me to you," I snap back, not backing down 1 inch in this tense standoff. "I genuinely have no idea." "That's not true now, is it? You remember when we first met? How I made you feel? How you held my hand and told me you'd waited your whole life to meet someone like me. Someone who made you feel safe." "That was a long time ago. You don't make me happy anymore, and you're certainly not making me feel safe. Kicking down my back door? Was that really necessary?" "Front gates and cameras? Are those really necessary?" Jax fires back. "One thing is for sure. They weren't enough to keep me out." "How did you find me?" I demand to know. I have to know. "It was embarrassingly easy," Jax says with a smirk that I can see clearly despite the lack of proper lighting in here. The pale moonlight is more than enough for me to make out the curl of his lips, and I'd recognize that expression anywhere. I saw it enough when I was with him, and now I'm seeing it again, even though we are as far from being a couple as we have ever been. "I bet it wasn't," I reply. "I bet you had to work hard to find me, and you're just pretending like you didn't." "You can think that all you want, but you'll kick yourself when you find out the truth," Jax says, that trademark smirk still showing. "Okay," I say with a sigh. "Tell me." As I wait to hear it, I discreetly move my eyes across to the block of knives that sit on the kitchen counter. But when I do, I notice something. The biggest knife is missing. "Just because I was in prison, it doesn't mean I wasn't connected to the outside world," Jax says as I look back to him and try to see if he is the reason the knife is missing. But I cannot see it on him anywhere. It's not in either of his hands. I suppose it could be concealed. But is it? Or is it elsewhere? As I try to figure that out, Jax keeps talking. "Prison is bad in many ways, but it can be good too. It was a great opportunity for me to meet some other people, make some new friends, I suppose. After all, there isn't much to do in there but sit around and talk. So that's what I did. I sat and talked with everybody I could, every inmate who passed through my part of the prison, and I made friends, lots of them." Where is he going with this? And where is that damn knife? "Some of those people got out of prison before me," Jax goes on, "but that doesn't mean I lost touch with them. Like I said, I made lots of friends, and true friends stay in touch with each other. That's how I was able to get some very valuable information from the outside world." "Information about me?" You got it. I give up on trying to spot the knife, and instead start thinking whether I can reach any of the remaining ones to attack Jax with. It's possible, but I'd have to be quick and lucky. I can control the first thing, but it's the second thing that I am worried about. "I did a lot of talking about you while I was in prison," Jax says, hopefully unaware about how much I am currently scheming to stab him. "I talked about how I wanted to find you and punish you for putting me in prison. How I was desperate for my revenge and would stop at nothing to have it. About how I knew you would be hiding and hoping to avoid me, but how I hoped to one day track you down again, just like this." "Get to the point," I spit. "I told people your name, what you looked like. I described every detail of you. I even told them to Google you if they got released before me, because there were photos online from all the news articles that were written about us after my arrest. I told them to do that because I knew I would never be able to find you on my own. But if I had a whole team of people looking for you,
That made it more possible. If I was under any doubts about the desperate determination of my ex to get to me again after prison, it is all being laid bare right here. So, who was looking for me? I ask, as I try and move discreetly closer to the block of knives. But even taking the tiniest of steps results in a loud noise as a piece of the broken door cracks under my feet, and Jax is not going to be fooled by that. "Going somewhere?" he asks me with a smile. When I was just getting to the good bit, I stop moving and have no choice but to hear it. "One of my friends in prison got out and found himself a job," Jax says. "Can you guess what that job was?" I have no idea. "That's fair enough. I didn't expect you to. So let me tell you. His job was to deliver groceries to people's homes." Jax waits for it to dawn on me, and sadly, it doesn't take long. "Alan," I say, an image of that friendly man who came to my house every week to bring me my food and drinks, suddenly coming into focus in my mind. "Alan," Jax replies with a huge grin that not even a lunar eclipse could conceal. "My good mate Alan. I have to say, I was certainly pleased when I got a visit from him, and he told me about one of his new deliveries. The lady who lived in a big house in the countryside, behind a set of huge gates. The one that had several cameras that seemed to cover all entry points around the property. The woman at the door who seemed like she was hiding from something. Or someone. I can't believe it. All those times I welcomed Alan to my door with nothing but friendliness and warmth, and he was reporting back to the one person I was trying to avoid. At least now I know how it happened. At least I won't spend the rest of my life wondering how it came to be. But it remains to be seen how long the rest of my life is, because Jax is clearly here to kill me. Unless I can kill him first, I'm not going to have very long to consider the frustratingly simple way he found me. "What happens now?" I ask. "You want to try and hurt me? Okay, do it. Make your move. Just know that I'm going to fight back, and just like last time, I am going to win." "Let's put that to the test then, shall we?" Jax says, before he clenches his fists and takes a step towards me. I realize then that he must not have the knife, because he would have revealed it by now. Instead, it looks like he plans to try and kill me with nothing but his bare hands. For some reason, that feels even more frightening than the thought of a blade. As Jax gets closer, I realize I'm not going to have time to try and grab a knife. He'll reach me before I can reach them. So this is it. I have no choice but to stand and fight. I'll try my best. It might not be enough, but I will try. And then I see something move in the shadows behind my approaching ex. It's a flash of movement before I realize it is a person, a woman. She is right behind Jax now, and she has something in her hand. So that's where the knife is. 41. Iris. I plunge the knife into the right side of the man's neck with as much force as I can muster, and the spurt of blood that erupts from the wound tells me I have been very successful in striking him in a vulnerable spot. I pull the knife out again because I want the wound to remain open, and that only causes even more crimson to spill out, going all over the man's clothes as well as the kitchen floor beneath him. As the man staggers to the side and places both of his hands over his injury, I see that it won't be enough to stem the flow of blood, and time is quickly running out for him. I see something else, too. I see Freya staring at me with what can only be described as shock on her face. I guess it wasn't just this guy who was surprised by my sudden appearance. Freya and I clearly have a lot to discuss, but before that, something more important needs to happen. We both need to see that the man with the stab wound succumbs to his injuries, and as we watch him fall into the side of the breakfast bar, it sure looks like we are going to get our wish. He tries to speak as he leans his whole weight against the bar, getting blood all over its smooth surface, but all that comes from his injured throat is gurgling and gargling. If it's a good sign that he doesn't seem capable of speaking or standing anymore,
It's an even greater sign when I see him fully collapse to the floor, his hands still hopelessly trying to patch up the part of him that is fatally damaged. Freya and I watch as the man takes his last breaths, desperate, gasping breaths that don't seem to be bringing him any comfort, but just delay the inevitable for a few seconds longer. Eventually, he stops fighting his fate, and as his eyes roll back and his body goes still, he no longer makes any sound. "I think he's dead," I say, which might seem obvious, but I feel I need to reassure Freya that this is over now. But when I look at her, it appears she might be the one who is to reassure me. "Thank you," she says, which are not the first words I expected to hear come out of that woman's mouth after what I have done to her recently. Then again, I did just save her life because she surely wouldn't have stood a chance against this guy without my intervention. I look down at the knife in my hand then, at the blade that is covered in blood, and I see that some of that blood has spilled onto my skin and clothes, or at least Freya's clothes, because it's hers that I am wearing, not mine. Has she noticed that? Or has she been too distracted with the dead body between us? I don't know, just like I don't know what she is doing here. She should still be locked in our basement. Isaac should be here, not her. So where is he? What has happened? Is he safe? Or has he ended up like this other guy? How did you get out? I have to ask. You don't deserve to ask the first question, Freya fires back, and any hopes I might have held that she could forgive me for all of this in exchange for saving her life might be unfounded. Not after what you did to me. You and your crazy boyfriend locked me in a basement and tried to make me believe that I had gone mad. I can explain, I try. Then do it, Freya cries. Explain why you pretended to be me in the aftermath of our accident. Explain why you stole my identity and lied to all the staff in the hospital about who we were. And you better explain why your boyfriend locked me in his basement. I'll do it. I'll explain it all, I say quickly, before putting the knife down on the bloodied breakfast bar, not just to show Freya that I mean her no harm with it, but also because I have to let go of it before I get any more of that man's blood on myself. But no sooner have I done it than I realize it may have been a mistake. What if Freya picks up the knife? What if she wants her revenge on me for what I've done? I just have to hope she does not, or explaining myself might be the last thing I ever do. I understand this is very confusing for you, I begin. I wish everyone would stop saying that I'm confused, she snaps back. Stop trying to make out like I'm the crazy person here when it's clearly you and your boyfriend. And him, of course. She jabs a finger in the direction of her dead ex, and a brief wave of nausea passes over me as I'm reminded of the violent act I just committed. Start talking, Freya says, as she takes a step towards the counter where the bloodied knife lies. Now. Okay, I say, putting my hands up to show I am going to give her what she wants. It's just a shame those same hands are covered in blood. As Freya pauses, I take a deep breath. You might want to sit down for this, I advise, because you are right about one thing. I am crazy. 42. Freya. I'm not sure why I should do a single thing that Iris suggests after what she has done to me, but there was something sincere about the way in which she advised me to take a seat before she explained everything, so I am doing just that. I slide onto one of the seats at my breakfast bar, though it's no surprise it doesn't feel as comfortable as it usually does. Not when the marble in front of me is smeared with so much blood and there's a dead body lying at the foot of my stool. I think it's safe to say that it will be a long time before I sit in here and enjoy a cup of tea and biscuit in the same way that I used to. I watch as Iris takes the seat across the bar from me, as careful as I was not to touch any of Jax's blood, although she already has enough of it on her hands. But there's no time to wash it off. It's time for talking. I've worked here for quite a while, Iris begins. You are my cleaner, and I trusted you explicitly, I say, to show it was far more than just a simple working relationship. I know you did, and I am very grateful for that trust, Iris counters. No kidding. You exploited that trust to try and steal my life, I cry, feeling like I want to reach across and slap this stupid woman. I have a good reason for what I did. It better be good. It is. So what is it? Iris pauses before she looks down at the corpse before us. Him, she says quietly. Excuse me? I ask, not understanding. Ever since I have worked here, you have made me feel welcome, and as you could probably tell in the interview, I was desperate when I applied for this job. You potentially saved me from being in a dark place. What has any of this got to do with me? Because it didn't take me long to figure out that you were already in a dark place, Iris says. I don't know what to say to that, so I say nothing. I sensed it in all sorts of ways, Iris goes on. I even sensed it the very first time we met. When you interviewed me for this job, I could see there was a sadness to you. You hid it well with your lovely clothes and this big house, but I knew there was something you were keeping hidden away. Then I realized what it was. It was yourself. Hearing another person reveal that they saw through me as easily as if I was totally transparent could be unnerving, but in this case, I'm intrigued enough to keep listening. On the face of it, this house seems like a dream home, but then add in the gates and the cameras and the fact that it's in the middle of nowhere and nobody ever comes to visit except me or the grocery delivery guy, and I realized what it was. It was a hideaway. More than that, it was a prison. A prison that you wanted for yourself, I add, but Iris shakes her head. No, I didn't do what I have done for me. I did it for you. I have to laugh at that because of how ridiculous it sounds. You locked me in a basement for my own good. Is that what you're saying? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, comes the curious response. I honestly don't know what to say to that, so I just stare at Iris, dumbfounded. I get that it sounds insane, but hear me out, she says quickly. After I had got the sense that you were avoiding somebody or hiding from them, I wanted to know who it was. I tried to get you to open up to me a few times. Do you remember? The times in here when you would offer me a cup of tea and we would chat? I would try and find out a few things about your personal life. Yes, I thought you were being nosy. No, not at all. I was trying to find out what it was in your past that had caused you to be the way you were. But I never told you, I say, recalling those conversations in here, back when there was no blood or bodies, only biscuits. No, you didn't. But in the end, you didn't have to. What do you mean? The day of the accident, you were driving me away from here when you got a message. I had no idea what it said, but it was obvious it was very distressing for you because you immediately had a panic attack and veered off the road. We hit that tree, and you were unconscious. I was awake, and before I picked up my phone to call the emergency services, I picked up your phone. You read the message while I was passed out behind the wheel? I say, disgusted and shocked. Yes, because I needed to know what had caused you to crash. I thought it might be my only chance, especially if you didn't survive the accident. So I read the message that was still open on the screen, and that's when I knew what it was all about. You were afraid of somebody who had been in prison, and you had just reacted to the news that they had been released. Iris is right about that information, but she surely wasn't right in the way she went about obtaining it. You were busy reading my private messages while I could have been dying next to you, I cry. I called for an ambulance a second later, Iris insists. I had to know what it was that you were afraid of, because if you survived, it was obviously still going to be a problem for you. Unless what? Unless I did something drastic to save you. 43. Iris. By the time the ambulance arrived, I'd already made my mind up, I say as Freya stares at me in shock. I'd already decided what I was going to do, and once I committed to it, there was no going back. Freya doesn't speak, despite me pausing to give her the chance to let me know what is crossing her mind, so I continue. I told the paramedics that I was called Freya and you were called Iris, I explain. How could you ever think you would get away with something like that? Freya cries, aghast. I don't know, but I was determined to try. So after I had called them, but before they arrived, I took your ID card from your handbag and, along with mine, I buried them near the trees close to the scene of the accident. That way, there was nothing in the car that could verify either of our identities, allowing me to keep up the swap for a little longer. I know it sounds insane, so I keep talking before Freya gets the chance to articulate that word. When we got to the hospital, I was checked, and the doctor said I was fine, just a small wound on my head that required a few stitches. But you were different. You were still unconscious, and I was afraid you might not wake up. If you had died, I would have corrected my mistake and told them our real names. I could have just said I was confused after my head injury or blamed it on the stress, whatever. I'm sure I could have got away with it. But then I heard the doctors talking about how you were going to be okay and that you were expected to wake up soon. Once I knew that, I decided that you still needed my help, so I continued the ruse. I was able to leave the hospital before you woke, and then I set the next thing in motion. The next thing? Taking your place in this house so I could be ready and waiting for if that man came here to hurt you. I wait for Freya to let me know what she is thinking, because I've said a lot over the last few minutes, and I need to make sure she is still understanding all this the way I want her to, the way I need her to. You're trying to tell me that you did all of this so you could be the one to kill him, Freya says after a moment of stunned silence on her part. What I'm saying is, after the way you reacted in the car, it was clear that you were in no state to defend yourself. Even if you recovered in hospital, this person obviously provoked such a strong emotion inside you that you surely wouldn't have been able to put up much of a fight if he did find you. So I felt I had to help you, and I could do that by being stronger than you. I could take your place, and then, when he got here to hurt you, I would be ready and waiting and willing to stop him myself. What gives you the right to do that? Freya cries. I don't know. Nothing, I guess. Like I said, it was a crazy idea. But seeing how scared you had been when you got that message, and how much weaker you were after the crash, it was clear to me that you wouldn't have stood a chance against this guy. So what was I supposed to do? Just sit back and let you get hurt? Freya thinks about that for a moment. You could have spoken to the police, she suggests, quite rightly. Why didn't you do that? Because I had a feeling they wouldn't be much use, I try, but Freya doesn't buy it. No, there's another reason, she says, reading me like an open book. What is it? It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are safe and he is dead, and this is over. That's where you're wrong, Freya says, looking down at the body. I'd say this is far from over. The next part is hearing why you didn't speak to the police and resorted to stealing my identity, my home, and my chance at revenge on this man. Excuse me? I cry. I did you a favor. You should be thanking me. Maybe I should, but not until I know everything about you, Freya snaps back. So tell me why you didn't want the police getting involved, and then I'll decide how I feel about this. If you think I'm going to thank you for making me a prisoner, you are sadly mistaken. Why don't you tell me why you didn't get them involved either, I say, staying on the offensive. Why did you choose to live alone, surrounded by cameras, instead of trying to get their protection? Touché, but Freya doesn't blink. I have a good reason for that, she says calmly, but I asked you first. I have to admit that she did. So now I have no choice. If I want to hear about the past she has been hiding, first I'm going to have to tell her about what I have been hiding. 44. Iris. Before. I love my job. I guess not many people can say that, but I am one of the lucky ones. I get to spend all day doing something I enjoy, and I get to do it with some very lovely people, like Orla. She's one of my clients, although I always think it's a bit weird to use that word for what I do. I cut women's hair, I style it, color it, revive it. Basically, I do my best to make them look better than when they walked in, and I always achieve it because I've been trained to be good at this. I wanted to be a hairdresser since I was a little girl. I know lots of girls play with dollies and comb their hair, but I always took it further. I would operate my own hairdressing salon with all my dolls sitting around in chairs, and I would take it in turns to work on them all. My mother would be shocked when she saw that I had actually been cutting my doll's hair with scissors that I had snuck out of the kitchen drawer. But to me, I was simply having fun. As soon as I was old enough to progress from dolls to real humans, I made the leap, and now I've been doing this job for 3 years. I've loved every minute of it. Until now. That's because the woman sitting in front of me is crying her eyes out, and it feels like there is nothing I can do about it. It's just the two of us in the salon as it's Thursday evening, and only I work this late on Thursdays. Orla is my last client, so I was planning to color and cut her hair, and then close the salon for the day. It is almost 7 in the evening, after all. But when Orla walked in, it quickly became clear that this was not going to be just another haircut. "Oh my gosh, what happened to you?" I had cried when I saw the state of her hair. I was used to women coming in here needing their hairstyle to get some serious attention, but this was far beyond that. Instead of Orla requiring a simple color and cut, it was evident that her hairstyle actually required a full reconstruction. As Orla stood and stared at me sadly from across the salon, I rushed towards her, eager to not only find out what had happened, but to try and cheer her up, as it was clear she was visibly distraught about it. Then she told me. "I left him," she said, referring to her boyfriend who she had mentioned a few times in the past during her previous visits here. I recall her mentioning how she was growing tired of his lazy ways, and I guess she had reached breaking point. But apparently, so had he. "He didn't take it well," she had said as tears began to roll down her cheeks. "He accused me of having somebody else, which I don't, but he wouldn't believe me, so he said if he couldn't have me, he was going to make it so nobody else wanted me either. Then he did this to me." Orla had recounted how her boyfriend, or rather her ex, had then taken a pair of scissors and began cutting at her hair, leaving it a total mess of varying lengths. "We can fix your hair," I had said to her, feeling simultaneously devastated for her and extremely eager to do as I had said and sort out her hair as best I could. But I felt something else, too. I felt a deep anger towards the man who had subjected her to this physical and emotional turmoil, and that was why I asked her to tell me who he was. "It doesn't matter," she had said, and while I insisted, Orla refused to divulge that critical piece of information. In the end, I did what I could for her and worked on her hair, forced into cutting it short, but at least tidying it up and making it neater, making it look like it hadn't been hacked at by a jealous ex. "The good news is hair grows back," I had said as she inspected the new look that had been forced on her. She cried again then, so I gave her a hug. Then she left, but only after I had insisted that she did not pay me for the work I had done. It was the least I could do for her. But what was the most I could do? Seeing the state Orla had been in when she had arrived at the salon, and knowing it had only happened earlier that day, I felt it was safe to assume that she hadn't had the time to update her social media accounts with her new relationship status. Sure enough, a quick search of her name online showed me her account, which was full of photos of her and her most recent love interest. It was hard to believe that the smiling man in the photos with her had done something as despicable as he had, but I knew it to be true. When I saw his name was Johnny, I recognized it from a time in the past when Orla had spoken about him and used his first name, so I knew I had the right guy here. All I had to do then was find him, but not online, in the real world. Assuming he had no idea who I was, because no guy knew or cared for extensive details about who cut their partner's hair, I decided to send him a flirty message, pretending to be some single woman looking for fun. But just to be safe once this was over, I set up a fake account, so he wouldn't be able to find me after I had done what I was planning to do. "Hey! Just wanted to say you look hot.
Sadly for me, it looks like you are taken. My loss, XX. I waited to see if he would reply to my message. He did, telling me that he was actually newly single, something I wondered he might have said even if it wasn't true. He offered to take me for a drink. I accepted, and the date was set for the following night. If I had been angry at him for what he had done to the lovely Orla's hair, I was just as angry at how quickly he appeared to be ready to move on from it. Arriving at the bar we had agreed on in our messages, I saw Johnny sitting at a table wearing a t-shirt, scruffy jeans, and dirty trainers, and sipping a pint of lager. Such was his laziness, he hadn't even bothered to put on a shirt or a smarter pair of shoes for this date, nor had he waited for me before he ordered the first drink. But there was one thing he had made the effort with, and when I noticed it, it only made me hate him even more after what he had done to Orla. His plentiful black hair was slicked back and looking stylish, and it was clear it was a point of pride for him. We'd see about that. Approaching the table, I had none of the usual nerves that would be associated with meeting somebody for the first time. It wasn't as if I was hoping this might go anywhere between us. All I was hoping for was the chance to give him a taste of his own medicine. I only had to wait 3 hours to get it. I made sure to keep the drinks coming to our table as the date progressed, and as Johnny got drunker, I felt more confident about what I planned to do to him. By the time I'd suggested we go back to his place, he was stumbling and staggering about the bar so much that I wondered if we would actually make it. But we did, and as we fell onto his bed, I knew all I had to do was delay things long enough for him to pass out. It took less time than I thought, and as Johnny started snoring loudly, I seized my chance. Reaching into my handbag for the pair of scissors I had taken from the salon, I got to work. But this was unpaid work. Not the kind I was used to, but I quickly found it was the kind I enjoyed the most. I was cutting a man's hair for the first time, and I was good at it. Or at least I was good at making a mess of it. I kept cutting until Johnny's hair was unrecognizable from the fine mane that had greeted me in the bar earlier that evening. I hacked away at his black hair until it was all over the pillow, surrounding his sleeping head, and sure to give him a shock when he woke up in the morning, hungover and hairless. When I finished, I stepped back to admire my work, and I expected to be satisfied with what I had done before making a swift exit. But then a terrible thought occurred to me. While I was confident that he wouldn't be able to find me after this, he could still find Orla, and what if he thought she had something to do with this? What if he suspected her of enlisting me to do this to him? What if he thought this was her revenge rather than all mine? If that happened, he could do a lot worse to her than just cut her hair next time. I cursed myself at how stupid I had been, how I hadn't considered how the blowback from this could come Orla's way, how I hadn't realized that I could just have made things a whole lot worse for her. But then, things suddenly got worse for me. Johnny stirred before rolling over, his face touching some of the hair I had cut off him. When it did, he stirred again before scratching his face, no doubt wondering what the weird sensation on his skin was. Then he opened his eyes to check, and I watched him as he noticed the hair before it dawned on him that something was very, very wrong. I had hoped this moment would occur to him when I was long gone from here, but I was still standing in his bedroom, and that meant I was very much at risk of facing the full force of his wrath. What would he do to me? Considering what I had done to him, how I deceived him and then assaulted him with my salon scissors, I figured he would be within his rights to do whatever he wanted. That thought terrified me, so I acted quickly. As his eyes saw me and then the pair of scissors in my hand, he lunged for them, so I stabbed him with them. I did what I had to do to stop him from getting off that bed. I hurt him before he could hurt me, and I made sure he could never hurt Orla again either. By the time I was done, I could no longer see all the hair on his bed. All I could see was blood. 45. Freya, present. I stare at the woman opposite me with my mouth hanging wide open and my heart beating fast. I have heard every word she has had to say about what she has done in the past, and that is why I am yet to say anything myself. I mean, what is anybody supposed to say to that? I've never told anybody that story before, Iris admits then. You're the only person in the world who knows what I did.
Isaac doesn't know, nor did Orla ever find out. I got away with what I did, and I have kept it a secret ever since. Like you, I have tried to avoid the past catching up with me. I consider all of that, just like I consider what I heard before it. But it doesn't make any of it easier to process. Who knew the woman who cleaned my house had such a shocking past? I guess I know now. But what am I going to do about it? I left Johnny's place that night, and I got rid of the scissors, and then I went home. Iris goes on, finishing her story. I expected the police to come and arrest me. I figured it wouldn't be long. I didn't even bother going back to work in case I got arrested there. I just sat in my flat and waited for it all to be over. Iris looks a little lost as she recounts that terrible time in her life. But nothing happened, she goes on, shaking her head. The days went by, and while I eventually ended up losing my job for lack of attendance, I wasn't arrested. Eventually, I realized I wasn't going to be. Then I had to decide what to do next, and I had to decide quickly because my rent was due. But I knew I couldn't go back to being a hairdresser, not after what I had done. I also knew I couldn't stick around in the area, so I moved on, choosing a town a couple of hours away. Once there, I went to the job center and asked them to help me get any job. I did various roles, mostly menial and always uninspiring, and life was generally pretty grim for me, far away from any family and friends, until it suddenly wasn't. It was during that time that I met Isaac. He made me feel like I could be happy again. I just needed to find a more permanent job. Then, a few days later, the job center told me about somebody who was looking for a full-time cleaner. I guess this is the period when Iris came into my life. If only I had known that the woman sitting across from me in that initial interview was so much more than just a woman who could clean. But how was I to know? How was anyone to know? She had everyone fooled. But she wasn't done with her games then. So what? You figured because you'd helped someone before that you could help me? That I was the next poor, vulnerable woman for you to save? Is that it? I ask. I don't know. I guess so. I mean, no, I obviously didn't plan to do any of this. I never wanted to hurt another person again. I was terrified of being found out for what I did to Johnny. I still am. So I was just looking to lie low, earn some money, and live a normal life. I met Isaac around the time I started working here, and I told myself I could be happy with him. I could be happy living a very different life to the one I had envisioned when I had dreamed of being a hairdresser. But when I realized you were in trouble, and I thought about how there was another man out there in the world who seemed to be causing so much pain to someone who didn't deserve it, I felt I had to do something. You didn't think I was capable of defending myself? I ask. Not based on how you crashed the car, Iris replies. I mean, I'm sorry if that was not a true representation of your state of mind, but I could only go off what I saw, and to me, you just seemed very afraid. You seemed exactly like Orla. So I thought maybe the reason I had ended up here, working for you, was because I was meant to help you, just like I had helped her. Killing people is a funny way of helping them, I muse. I only kill bad people, Iris corrects me. People who deserve it. People like him. Iris looks down at Jax and the large pool of blood that has formed all around his body, thanks to the extensive neck wound he suffered by her hand. She definitely severed an artery when she stabbed him, which I initially put down to sheer luck. But based on her experience of stabbing, she presumably knew exactly where to aim for after all. The thing I don't understand, I say as I shake my head this time, is why you had to make me think I had memory loss and was not who I thought I was. Why did you have to make me think I was losing my mind? And why did you have to lock me away in your basement and stop me getting out? Like I said, it all happened so fast, Iris explains. The time between me realizing that you were in danger after the crash and us being in hospital was too short. I didn't have much time to make a plan, so I just did the first thing that came to mind. I needed a way for you to stay in hospital, or at least for you to think you were still in hospital. It would have been no good if you had come home right away, because then you would have been in danger from him, wouldn't you? I had to keep you away from here, not just so I could live here uninterrupted, but so you couldn't get hurt if he did turn up." "And that was the best you could come up with?" I retort, making it clear from the tone of my voice that it was a terrible plan and Iris should know it. But I'm also aware that from her point of view, it worked, or at least for the most part. "I'm sorry for the distress I must have caused you," she says. "Distress? You have no idea how it felt to have doctors and nurses look at me as if I was mad when I couldn't even remember my own name. Because what we are called is so much more than just a name, Iris. It's our whole identity. It's who we are. It's everything. But you took that from me, and then to top it off, you locked me in a basement." "I know, and I'm sorry, but please believe me when I say I really was just trying to keep you safe. There is no way he would have found you in that basement, is there? You have to admit that. And I could tell that he was here to kill you, so I had to kill him. Now you are safe. Isn't that the main thing?" There have been so many things that I'm not even sure if either of us can safely say what the main one is anymore. "Please, tell me how you got out of the basement," Iris begs. "Please tell me where Isaac is now." "Don't worry. He's alive," I say. "He's taken my place in that basement, but he's okay. But he sure made a mistake with the keys." "I told him he had," Iris says, simultaneously looking relieved that her boyfriend is safe, yet annoyed at him for messing up. "That was why I sent him back there to check on you. I guess you were already waiting for him." "Yes, I was," I confirm. "Now I guess he's waiting for you to come and get him out of there. He's probably worrying about what I might be doing to you." "We need to go to him," Iris decides, but I raise my hand to show that she is to wait. "How did you get him to go along with this plot?" I ask. "I can't believe that he would just agree to it, especially if he didn't know you had already done something similar before. You did say he didn't know about Johnny, right?" "Yeah, Isaac has no idea about him," Iris says. "I told him that you were in serious trouble and this was the only way to help you. He did try and stop me. He wanted me to go to the police and have them deal with it. But there's no way I want the police ever poking around where I am involved. So I convinced him that we could do this ourselves." "And he agreed? Wow, he must really love you." "I guess he does," Iris says, a brief flicker of hope behind her eyes suggesting that maybe, just maybe, her life isn't as doomed as it seems. "I guess this is the part where you want me to thank you for what you have done," I say, then as some of the blood on the counter starts drip, drip, dripping onto the floor between us. "I don't expect you to thank me," Iris corrects me, "nor do I expect you to forgive me for what you went through. But I do hope you can understand and keep this between us." "What do you suggest we do with him?" I ask then, looking down at Jax and the body that is still a very big problem, even if it no longer has any life in it. "I don't know. Maybe we could bury him and hope for the best," Iris suggests. And despite how experienced she is with death, she still seems very naive, too. "I wish it was that simple," I say sadly. "It could be. We can get away with this." "We? I've done nothing wrong," I remind her. "I'm not the one who locked someone away in a basement, and I'm certainly not the one who stabbed this man to death. If you think I am going to forgive you all of that, despite whatever help you have tried to offer, you are mistaken. I'm not saying you have done the same things as I have, but you are someone who didn't want to involve the police in your problems," Iris says. "So I think you and I have more in common than you are letting on." I don't say anything to that, choosing instead to watch the blood as it continues to drip onto the floor and merge with the blood that is already on the white tiles. "Now it's your turn," Iris says, filling the stony silence. "Tell me what he did to you. I want to hear it." "Why? Because it will make you feel better about killing him?" "No, because I deserve to hear it. I told you about my past. Now tell me about yours. That was the deal." Iris is right there. She did tell me her dark secret, so I guess it's only fair that I tell her mine. I take a deep breath before standing up. I avoid the blood by my feet as I move around the breakfast bar, looking at Iris as she waits to hear what I have to tell her. Then I look at the knife she used to kill my ex with. It's sitting right there, still covered in his blood. I pick it up and take it to the sink before rinsing it under the tap. "Tell me," Iris says as I clean the knife, removing some of the evidence of what she did with it, although there is still plenty of it remaining in this kitchen for now. When I'm satisfied that the knife is clean, I give it a wipe with a tea towel before turning back to the breakfast bar and the block of knives with one space waiting to be filled. But instead of sliding it in there, I put it somewhere else. I put it straight into the back of the woman sitting in front of me. 46. Freya. As the knife sinks deeper into Iris, the level of what she sees as my betrayal only grows deeper too. Her eyes are wide, and she is looking at me with nothing but shock on her face as she slides off her stool and falls to the floor. The knife I just stabbed her with slips out of her body as she falls, and I suspect I will have to stab her again to make sure she doesn't get back up. Unlike her, this is the first time I have ever stabbed anyone, so I'm not quite as adept at killing somebody with a single jab. But as Iris hits the floor, she doesn't try and get back up, nor does she try and ask me why I did this to her after everything we have just talked about. She was expecting to hear my story like I heard hers, but now she never will. As Iris lies still, I lower the knife, relieved that I won't have to use it again, although I was more than prepared to do so if necessary. Then I look from her lifeless body to Jax's and consider how crazy it is that I have ended up with 2 corpses in my kitchen. There's enough blood in here to keep a forensic detective busy for a week, but I don't intend for any detectives to ever come here. I'll clean all of this up, hide the evidence, bury it. Then I will carry on as normal, as if I have done nothing wrong, just like I have already done for all this time. After putting the knife down, the first thing I do is go to the fridge to see if there is any wine in there. I presume Alan called by with my groceries while I was away, that treacherous man who will get his punishment soon enough, and so I expect there to be something alcoholic for me to consume around here somewhere. Sure enough, the fridge is stocked, and while there appears to be one less bottle than I remember ordering last week, I can forgive Iris for helping herself to a drink while she was living here. It's not as if I didn't get the last laugh. I pour myself a generous measure of white wine before taking a large sip. Then I raise my glass in the direction of Iris, as if toasting her. And I suppose it would be rude not to, considering how she killed my arch enemy for me. But I'll stop short of actually saying the words, "thank you," not only because she isn't alive to hear it anymore, but because I don't need to. It's not as if I wouldn't have been able to deal with Jax myself. I am not the weak and helpless woman she thought I was, a fact Iris learned just before her demise. I certainly didn't need to be saved by her, and it's almost offensive to me that she thought I did. Okay, in hindsight, having a panic attack at the wheel of my car was not ideal, and I can see how it could have looked like I was a woman who needed saving. But the truth is that I have suffered with panic attacks intermittently throughout my life, so they are not just caused by Jax or anyone else. They just happen sometimes, and while they are more common during a stressful period, like learning that my ex was out of prison, they are also not enough to make me useless. I wish I hadn't crashed, and it's regrettable that I was unconscious after the incident because it gave Iris the chance to do what she did. But I think I have more than proven to her that I am made of sterner stuff than she originally suspected. Just like I have proven to her that she was not the tough, indestructible force she might have assumed she was after all she had done before. The wine goes down easily, just like both Jax and Iris did when the knives entered their bodies. But I stop short of pouring myself a second glass because I want to check something important before I do anything else. Leaving the bodies behind, I go upstairs, feeling the familiarity of moving around my own house, but it is mixed with the strangeness of feeling as though I haven't been here for a while. I was deprived of my home comforts after what Iris and Isaac did to me, but now it is they who are deprived of things in future. I go into my bedroom and look around, eager to see if anything looks out of place. But while it is obvious that someone has been occupying this room in my absence, nothing looks too disturbed. Iris may have been sleeping in my bed, but it doesn't appear she was rude or selfish enough to totally displace everything and really make herself at home. But the fact she was here, roaming around, is the reason why I feel a little nervous as I go to the wardrobe and open the double doors. I don't care if she was rummaging around in here and decided to try on a few of my clothes, but I do care if she discovered my safe and somehow managed to get it open. I pull back the clothes that are sitting on top of the safe before feeling instant relief when I see that the door is still closed. Although that doesn't mean that it hasn't been opened recently. Iris could have just locked it again. What if she not only accessed the safe but altered the key code? If so, now she is dead. I'll never be able to open it again. Holding my breath, I enter the key code that I chose for this safe, praying that it still does the job of unlocking it, and it's a delight to hear the mechanisms whirring as they should. As the safe pops open, I feel relief, but I still need to check the contents before I'll know for sure that everything is okay. Reaching inside, my hands immediately begin to find the things they are accustomed to finding in here. There's my passport, always a vital document that is better to keep safe than to lose. There is also my watch that I treated myself to for my birthday last year, the one that cost me 4 figures, but looks incredible whenever I do decide to put it on and wear it around the house. But most importantly, the things I keep right at the back of the safe are still here too. I take out the diamond-encrusted necklace that is valued at over 5 figures and inspect its shiny jewels before checking on the bracelet and rings that complement it. Then my fingers find the gold watch, the one that belongs on a man's wrist. I keep it because it appreciates in value with every passing year. Last but not least, I feel for the thick envelope full of cash, satisfied that it is still there, and I have plenty of money to hand in the future should I need it for an emergency. But if 2 dead bodies in my house isn't an emergency, I don't know what is. With everything as it should be inside there, I relock the safe full of expensive family heirlooms and cash, satisfied that what I did has still not been uncovered. Add in the fact that the only man who knows what I did is now lying dead downstairs. I have never been more confident that I can continue to get away with it. What is it that I'm getting away with? Other than the passport, none of the items in the safe actually belong to me. Or rather, they shouldn't belong to me. That I have them is only because I stole them from their rightful owners. The heirlooms and the cash were someone else's, just like the money was which I used to buy this big house for myself. I stole it all, and what I haven't spent of it resides either in this safe or in my bank account. But where did it come from? It came from someone very close to Jax. Why else would he be so desperate to kill me? As I leave my bedroom and go back downstairs to prepare a plan for the corpses in the kitchen, I think about what started all of this. What filled Jax with vengeance, and what allowed me to live here, albeit in need of hiding out from him. It was just a simple decision. A decision to take an opportunity that presented itself to me. A decision to steal from my boyfriend's family. As I descend the staircase, I can admit that Jax and I were once happy. Not only was he charming, funny, and good-looking, but he came from a wealthy background. No self-respecting woman would say such a thing was important, but at the same time, no woman would say it wasn't a huge benefit if it was an option. Who doesn't want more money to make life more comfortable? Yes, I was certainly looking forward to a rich and rewarding life with Jax, in more ways than one, until I realized he wasn't actually my soulmate. I just liked the idea of his money more than him in the end. The problem was, I didn't want to finish things with him because to do that would also finish any chance I had of accessing his family's fortune. But I knew I couldn't stay with him just for his money, so I decided to leave. I just decided to take his family's money with me. As I wander through my hallway, admiring the home I paid so much for with somebody else's money, I smile to myself at how I did it. Such was the level of trust that Jax once had in me. He had told me all sorts of useful things. Things like what heirlooms his family owned and how much they were worth. Things like how some of them were so precious that they were kept in a safe. And things like what the code to that safe was. Jax didn't actually tell me the code, but he didn't need to. All I had to do was watch him enter it when he was showing me what was in there. My boyfriend was so excited to show off some of the costly things in the safe, presumably because he thought I was excited about it too, that he didn't realize I was busy committing the key to memory as he unlocked the safe and gave me a sneak peek inside. Once it was open, I genuinely marveled at the heirlooms, at the diamond-encrusted jewelry, at the antique ornaments. Most of all, I marveled at how much Jax said it was all worth. The problem was, the money couldn't be accessed if these items stayed in a safe. The only way they could be turned into actual cash was to sell them, and as Jax told me several times, his parents had no interest in selling. I decided that was pointless, so once I had made up my mind to leave Jax, I also made up my mind to do something about the valuables currently going unspent in the safe. I knew I would never get access to Jax's family home once I had broken up with him, so I made sure to steal what I could before ending the relationship. Whilst visiting him and his family, I brought a rucksack full of snacks and alcoholic drinks for us all to enjoy. But really, I just needed an excuse to have a big bag with me, and once it was emptied out, I snuck off to the bathroom with my rucksack in tow. Then I quickly unlocked the safe, filled the backpack with as many things as I could before zipping it back up and returning the bag to my car, which was parked outside. A short while later, I feigned a headache, made my excuses, and left. Once away from the scene of the crime, I knew it was imperative to not only hide what I had stolen, but also to continue living a normal life. I also made sure to message Jax and tell him that we were over. He was upset, but ultimately accepting. It then took over a week before he contacted me about the missing items in the safe, showing just how little his family actually went in there and looked at them. He didn't accuse me of stealing at first, but it became clear he suspected me and, eventually, he did message to tell me that the police wanted to speak to me. That was the point I threw my phone away and hoped I'd never hear from Jax again. Unfortunately, before I could move to my new house, where I presumed he'd never find me, he showed up at my door. He was angry, justifiably so. Then he tried to kill me. He forced me back into my apartment, and as I ran to evade him, he chased me into my bedroom. Then he pushed me onto the bed before grabbing a pillow and trying to smother me with it. I genuinely thought he was going to suffocate me, and I couldn't really blame him if he did. But he stopped, clearly overcome by the enormity of the situation, and he obviously didn't think I was worth going to prison for. But it was too late for that. Because I contacted the police, he tearily confessed to having assaulted me, and it was case closed. I was obviously happy to give the police an embellished story about how Jax was my abusive ex, who I had been trying to get away from, and with all that, it was no surprise he was sentenced to time in prison. It didn't matter that he accused me of stealing from his family because there was no evidence. I had made sure to hide what I had stolen and was still living a humble life, so it hardly looked like I was the thief he said I was. All I had to do then was wait for the dust to settle before eventually starting to enjoy some of the fruits of my labor. I sold some of the items, raising enough money for a big, secure house in the country, well away from where my crime took place, and kept back some others, including plenty of cash, just in case. I knew Jax would get out one day, and I thought he might find me if he was lucky. But I just planned to kill him when he came here, simply looking like the scared woman who had used self-defense against her abusive ex. As it turns out, someone else killed him for me. Now that someone is dead too, and now I need to dispose of the bodies. I enter the kitchen with a spring in my step, ready to get to work, but I freeze when I notice something is wrong in here. I can see Jax lying on the floor where I left him, blood still pooled all around his head. But that is all I can see. Where is the other person who should be in here? Where has she gone? Where the hell is Iris? 47. Iris, a few minutes earlier. When I open my eyes, I'm unsure what I will see. Will I get a glimpse of the afterlife? Whatever place the deceased go to after they have taken their last breath? Will I see a shining bright light that I'm supposed to go towards? Or the fiery pits of hell, my punishment based on the mistakes I made when I was alive? Or will I see nothing, which might be the worst outcome of all? A nothingness that signals I am destined to spend all of eternity looking at a pitch-black darkness that consumes my mental state while the world I left behind consumes my physical state. I don't actually see any of those things. What I see is the last thing I saw just before I thought I died. I see the man I killed, sprawled out on the kitchen floor, blood everywhere. I presumed I was joining him in leaving this world as I slipped off the stool I had been sitting on and succumbed to my stab wound. As I look around, I realize I might not be dead yet. I might have one more chance, so I better not waste it. I instantly roll onto my side, feeling a searing pain in my back as I move. But I know that is just what happens when somebody sticks a knife in your back when you are least expecting it. The knife is no longer stuck in me, but that's hardly any consolation, not when I can feel the blood leaking out from whatever wound has been inflicted. I am attempting to move because I need to know where my attacker is now. Where is Freya, and is she preparing to stab me a second time? But when I look up, I don't see her towering over me with a bloodied weapon. I don't see her at all in this carnage-filled kitchen. She can't have gone far, can she? She must be around here somewhere, right? After all, this is her house. Why would she leave now, and particularly after what has just happened here? Unless she thinks I'm dead. She thinks there is no need to stab me again. She thinks this is over. But judging by the fact that I am still clinging to life, I'd say this is not over yet. Not one bit. I need to get up. I need to get moving. I need to get away before Freya comes back and finishes me off. That's easier said than done because I have blood pouring from my back and the pain that comes with it is intense. I might be lucky that the knife didn't kill me with one blow, but I don't know what damage it has done and whether I am only minutes away from losing too much blood to keep going. I grit my teeth and use my arms to push myself upwards, doing everything I can not to cry out in pain because I am so afraid of Freya hearing me and coming in here to attack me again. I didn't expect her to hurt me after I saved her life, but I guess she still hates me for what Isaac and I did to her before this. I don't know, but I can't trust her, so I need to leave. But can I make it to that broken door that leads out of this house and away from the crazy woman who lives here? I make it onto my knees, breathing heavily as I do, but I still have such a long way to go just to be standing. Reaching out, I put a hand on the breakfast bar beside me, but it instantly slips off due to all the blood on there. I feel sick as I realize just how much blood surrounds me, even if it's not all mine. But I cannot let nausea be the reason I don't make it out of here, so I reach for a different part of the breakfast bar, and this part has no blood on it. That gives me the grip to pull myself up, and once I'm on my feet, I feel better. For 2 seconds. Then the room starts spinning, and I worry that my blood loss has just been accelerated by all my movement. I tentatively touch the part of my back that hurts the most, and instantly feel a wet patch. Another wave of nausea passes through me as I imagine what my stab wound looks like, and I realize that it's for the best that I can't actually see it. Of all the places to be stabbed, maybe Freya did me a favor stabbing me there, where I can't pass out due to seeing the severity of my injury. Hopefully, I'll live long enough for a doctor to see it and stitch me up. And then all I will be left with is a scar that I might get a glimpse of if I really contort my body enough in front of the mirror. I'll just be grateful to get the chance to do that one day, though I might not be so lucky. I hear a noise above my head and realize it's the sound of footsteps. Freya is upstairs. How long until she comes back down? I can't wait to find out, so I make a move for the door, forced into stepping over Jax's body as that's simply the shortest route to get there. I do my best not to look at him or the blood, but it's not easy. When I slip, I almost let out a howl of pain before clutching my back and grimacing tightly, but at least I kept quiet. At least she doesn't know I'm still alive. Yet. I keep moving, and now my feet are trying to step around all the broken pieces of the door. There are so many things I could stand on that would make a sound, so I take my time to try and avoid them all, and I just about manage it. As I step outside, I am glad I haven't been chased by Freya, because I'm not sure I have the strength to run. But considering where I am and how far I am from safety, I might have no choice. I stumble along the side of the house, using the stone to support my ailing body, and when I glance back behind me, I see I am leaving a small trail of blood in my wake. Thankfully, I don't see Freya, but I know she would only have to follow this trail to catch up to me, and she would certainly move much faster than I am to do that. I keep going and reach the front of the house, looking out across the garden towards the gates. They seem so far away, and in getting to them, I'll be out in the wide open, easy to spot should Freya glance out of a window. What would she think if she saw me struggling away down her driveway? Would she be shocked? Or amused that I thought I could get away? Either way, she'd just come out here and stop me, possibly stab me right here and let me die beneath this starry sky. I cannot allow that to happen. I have to keep going. I have to make it out of here. Not just for me, but for Isaac, too. I have to save him. 48. Freya. For the first time since I made the decision to steal from Jax's family safe, I realize I have made a mistake. Up until this point, I had done everything right. Even when I got locked away by Isaac, I figured it out and regained the upper hand. But right now, as I look around at the space on the kitchen floor where Iris should still be, I realize this is the part where I have messed up. She obviously wasn't dead. I just presumed she was. I thought I had delivered her a fatal blow. But the only thing that may prove to be fatal is the error I have made. I rush to the back door, figuring that she can't have gone far. Or at least, I hope not. When I get outside, I can't see her, but I can see her blood. There are droplets of it on the ground, leading towards the front of the house, as well as a few smears on the side of the stone brickwork, presumably where she reached out to support herself as she scrambled to get away. I bet she couldn't believe her bad luck when I stabbed her, and also then couldn't believe her good luck when she realized I hadn't been smart enough to finish the job. Attacking the woman who had been trying to help me with Jax might have seemed like a strange thing to do, but that's only because she didn't really know who I was and what I was capable of. If she had, she never would have tried to help me. She certainly wouldn't have accepted a job working for me. She would have just run away. Although now, she has ended up doing that. As I curse myself for giving Iris this extra chance, I rush towards the front of the house, hoping to catch her on this side of my gates so I can drag her back and finalize her fate without any more delay. But when I get there, I don't see her. There is no sign of Iris in my front garden, nor at the gates, and it's so dark that I can't see where the blood trail goes. If it was daylight, then I might have spotted her already, but in this lack of light, she could be anywhere. She could even still be close, hiding behind one of the trees that surrounds my property. I just cannot see. I consider going back into my house to retrieve the torch I keep in a drawer in the kitchen, but that will take time, and I don't know how much of it I have. It won't be much if Iris makes it to the main road and manages to find a passing motorist to tell him what I have done. So I forget about the torch and start sprinting towards the gates instead. My legs are still aching from having run all the way here earlier, but now is not the time to give in to fatigue. If Iris isn't giving up in her predicament, there is no way I can. I reach the gates, still unable to see her, but that doesn't mean she hasn't already made it to the other side of them. At least I can't see any cars out there that have stopped to offer aid to an injured woman. I punch in the kilohertz to unlock the gates and wait impatiently for them to swing open before running to the road beyond. But all is quiet as I look left and right, and I can't even see any blood out here, despite there being a bright street lamp to offer some assistance only a few yards away. Wherever Iris has gone, she has done a good job of covering her trail. I can't just give up. I can't just let her get away. But I may have no choice. Without a fast way of finding her, I consider the available options from her point of view. Assuming she doesn't succumb to her injuries before making it back to civilization, what would her next move be? A woman with a stab wound should seek medical attention. But will Iris do that? She must know that presenting in the waiting area of the nearest hospital's accident and emergency department won't just mean she gets her injuries treated. It will also mean that she is spoken to by a police officer after a member of the medical team have alerted them to the fact that a woman has just been stabbed. When, not if, she is asked about what happened, what would she say? How could she explain what I did wrong without having to explain what she did wrong too? It would be impossible, especially if she sent the police here and they were to discover the dead body and me, who would be willing to tell them that Iris caused that particular corpse. No, she can't risk anything that could see her go to prison for the rest of her life, so she will try to avoid using any emergency services if she can. So if she doesn't go to the hospital, taking her chances that her wound could heal without urgent medical attention, where is she most likely to go? I know the answer. I know where she will go. I also know she won't be going there only for the sake of her own safety. She'll be going home, and she'll be going to check on her boyfriend. After what I did to her, she'll be terrified that I have done the same thing to Isaac, and even more than that, she will be terrified that he hasn't survived it the way she did. She'll want to get home as quickly as she can so she can make sure her boyfriend is still alive. So at least I know where she is likely to be going. She's going to that house with the basement. There's just one problem. I'm not sure I could find it myself. When I think back to the first few moments after I escaped that house, just after I had locked Isaac in the basement and taken sweet revenge on him for doing the same to me, it is all a blur. I don't remember much, just being on some generic suburban street where everything looked the same. From what I can recall, I ran around several corners and down several more streets that all looked the same before I eventually made it to the main road and started to get my bearings. But if I was to go back there now, there is no way I could retrace my steps exactly and find the house I escaped from. If I can't do that, I can't find where Iris is going and, in turn, find out what her and Isaac plan to do next. But I have to try. I could phone a taxi and have a driver take me to the general area before driving me around whilst I look out of the window and try to spot a house I recognize. It could work. It's not perfect, but not much that has happened in the last half an hour is. That's what I'll do. I'll clean up here. No easy task, considering I have a man's body to bury, but it needs to be done. Then I'll go looking for Edith. I might not have found her yet, but that doesn't mean I won't. When I do, I will make sure to finish what I started. 49. Edith. It quickly became apparent to me that I wasn't going to be able to make it all the way home on foot, not with my injury. It also became apparent that I couldn't just expect to get a passing motorist to help me, as the chances of them not noticing that I had been stabbed were slim to none. Even if I did manage to make it some of the way through the journey without them knowing I had a gaping hole in my back, the fact I was spilling blood all over their seats would eventually come to their attention. When it did, whether I was still in the car by then or not, they would surely go straight to the police and report what happened. As I really don't want the police looking for a woman matching my description, I decided to stay away from anyone who might have the chance to give it to them. I'll do this on my own, I thought. I got myself into this mess after all, so I knew I would have to get myself out of it. Aware that I couldn't move as quickly as the woman who would be pursuing me, as soon as she noticed I had gone, I knew I had to be smart about my escape. That's why, despite initially heading towards the front gates, I circled back on myself in a bid to confuse Freya if she did try to follow me. Instead of carrying on to the front door, the most logical way to go for somebody trying to escape, I went around the opposite side of the house to the one I'd initially left by, and I returned to the back garden. There, I had headed down towards the dark silhouettes of the trees that lined the perimeter of the garden, confident that the darkness would easily shield me from view, but I was careful to do so without coming close to any of the cameras mounted to the exterior of the house. Figuring Freya would check the cameras at some point to see where I might have gone, I made sure that the last time she would see me, I would be going towards the front, not the back of her property. When I reached the trees, I was faced with passing through all their jagged branches. Many I couldn't see for the lack of light. Potentially impaling myself on something sharp was the last risk I needed to take after already being injured in a similar fashion. But it was a risk I had to bear. Squeezing, groaning, and ultimately making my way past the trees, tripping over several stumps as I went, I was eventually through and off Freya's land. From there, I had a large field to traverse, which I did, though it took a long time, and I was afraid a farmer might spot me trespassing if Freya didn't spot me first. But I made it through that obstacle too, and only then was I a distance enough away from Freya's house to feel I was safe from her and her collection of knives. But was Isaac safe? I couldn't bear the thought of him being hurt or dead, and it being all my fault for involving him in this. That worry kept pushing me on, and when I found a road, I picked a direction and walked in it, figuring the road would eventually lead me to one I recognized. A couple of cars passed, but I had no plans to try and get the attention of the drivers inside them. But what I hadn't been counting on was a driver stopping to get my attention. "Are you okay?" the male driver asks me out of his window after he is pulled over by the roadside, slightly ahead of where I am walking. His headlights are shining on my front, which I am glad about, because if they had been on my back, he'd surely have seen the blood. "Yes," I reply, but it's a feeble response due to how weak and uncertain my voice sounds. "It's dangerous to walk down a dark country road in the dark, you know," the driver says. "You're lucky you haven't been run over, but you might be soon. Where are you going?" "Town," I reply, before wanting to keep walking. But to pass him while he waits here would risk him seeing my injuries, so I end up lingering by the roadside, and that seems to give him the hint that I'd be open to accepting his help. "Get in, I can drive you there," he says. And while he does seem friendly, and I am desperate, I still don't want to take the risk. If he finds out I've been stabbed, how can he not get the police involved? But how else can I get back to Isaac as quickly as possible? A woman getting into a stranger's car in the middle of the night would normally be a very unsafe thing to do. But considering how it feels as though the worst has already happened to me tonight, I figure the chances of being stabbed again are low. Well, they are unless Freya finds me, so I am better taking my chances with this guy. Getting into the car, I find the driver doesn't react in a way that suggests he has seen that I am injured. As I sit down beside him in the front passenger seat, grimacing as my injured back touches it, I hope the blood has stopped flowing enough for me to not leave too much of a mess in here. Only time will tell, and it's too late to get out again now. He'll definitely see my injury if I do that. "Seatbelt?" he suggests when he notices that I haven't bothered to put it on. Again, surely I've used up all my bad luck tonight to not have to worry about a car accident, especially after I was in one only the other day, but I grab the seatbelt and slide it across my body, for his sake more than mine. "Let's go," he says then, and thankfully the car is in motion, heading towards town at a far faster rate than I could ever have hoped to get there on foot. "So why the late-night walk?" the driver asks me, dashing any hopes I harbored that the conversation would be at a minimum once we started moving. "It's a long story," is all I say to that. "We have 15 minutes before we get to town," the driver tries, but my silence tells him what I think to that, so he changes tack. Or at least he does when he turns a corner and hears the groan that escapes my lips. "Are you okay? You sound like you're in pain," he says, getting closer to discovering the injury I entered his car with. I realize I'm going to struggle to get through the next 15 minutes by pretending nothing is wrong, especially if I can't keep quiet every time we turn a bend. So I take a risk.
I hurt my back jumping out of a window, I say. You did what? I jumped out of a window and hit the ground harder than I thought I would. Why did you jump out of a window? I was trying to get away. Well, obviously, but what from? I've lied this much, so I might as well see it out. I was escaping someone's bedroom, I say, before their wife got home. Painting myself as some kind of adulterer is preferable to who I really am, so I'll go with it. Wow, the driver says, his eyebrows peaked almost as much as his attention is peaked. Now I can see why you didn't want to accept my offer of help. That's quite an embarrassing way of hurting yourself. Yeah, I say, before I grit my teeth as we round another bend, though this one is less painful because the driver is now taking pity on me. So I'd appreciate it if you could keep this to yourself, I say, just in case she is out there looking for me. Don't worry, my lips are sealed, he says, unaware that such a promise means more to me than he can ever know. When the bright lights of town come into view, I feel hope for the first time that I might actually make it home without succumbing to my injuries. But I'm not there yet. Where exactly do you want me to take you? The driver asks, and I can tell he's happy to drive me to any address I give him. I can't have him see where I live, though, in case the police do question him at a later date, so I point to a street corner that is only 5 minutes away from home and say that will do. As the car stops, I know I'm going to have to get out and risk him seeing my bloodied back, but there's not much I can do about it. I already planted the seed of the story about jumping out of a window, so if and when he does see the blood, he'll just assume it has something to do with that. Won't he? Thank you, I say as I open the door, but the act of having to get out is more challenging than I thought, and I realize maneuvering my body in such a way is impossible without causing myself a great deal of pain. Here, let me help you, the driver says, getting out and rushing around to my side of the car, and I realize he thinks my back is so bad from the jump that I need his assistance. At least, if he does help me, he might not get a good look at my injured area. So I accept his offer and allow him to take my hands before he pulls me up. Ugh, I groan as I rise to my feet before glancing back nervously at the car seat I just left to see how much blood is on there. But to my amazement, I can't see much, maybe a drop or two. That tells me the blood must have clotted, and maybe my wound isn't as bad as I feared. But I still feel in pain and extremely weak, so I know this isn't over yet. Take care and try not to go jumping out of any more windows, the kindly driver says to me, and I force a smile before waiting for him to get back behind the wheel. Only when he has driven away do I turn and start walking, confident he can't see my bloodied back now. I move through my neighborhood, not seeing anyone else out on the street, which is normal for this time of night. But being here is a far cry from being at Freya's. There are no tree-lined estates here, nor are there any impressive stone buildings or electronic gates. Whatever Freya did to earn a house like she has, I had to do a lot more to earn a house here. And maybe, now I know her better, that is a good thing. The relief I feel when I see the house I share with Isaac come into view is negated by the dread about what I might find when I go inside there. This is my home, my real one, not the false one I was living in during my ill-fated attempt to help Freya. But what will be left of it when I walk through the door? I find the door unlocked, which would make sense if Freya escaped here earlier, but it's concerning that there are no lights on and no sign of Isaac as I step inside. "Hello?" I call out, wincing slightly as I strain my body to strain my voice. "Isaac, are you in here?" I get no response. No sound that tells me he is alive. No hope to cling to. Did that bitch stab him like she stabbed me? And was he not as lucky as I was? Did Freya actually make sure he wasn't breathing before she left him, unlike with me? Am I about to see my second dead body of the day? If so, this one is going to affect me a lot more than the first one did.
I move around our humble home, the one I often wished was bigger, but now feels far more perfect than the one I have just come from. But I still find no sign of Isaac anywhere. Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't know until the thought occurs to me that there is one place I haven't looked yet. I look down the staircase at the closed basement door. Is my boyfriend behind there? Is that the room that holds his body? I know that there's only one way to find out, but it doesn't make it any easier as I slowly descend the staircase, feeling every single step deep inside my wounded body. Halfway down, I feel so weak that I'm not sure if I'll be able to get back up these stairs again, but I have to keep going. When I reach the door, I see a key in the lock. "Isaac, are you in there?" I call out before turning it and stepping inside. When I do, I get a shock. 50. Freya. Having temporarily given up on the person I can't currently control, I have turned my attention to the person I can. Seeing my ex with all the life drained out of him is a sobering sight, even after I consumed another glass of wine after coming inside from trying to find Iris. But it's a sight that I cannot allow the police to see, which is why, after finishing my drink, I get to work on hiding it. I might be an expert in stealing valuables from a safe, but I'm no expert in burying a body. But killers can't be choosers, so I better learn fast. I know I'm not actually the one who killed Jax, but considering how unlikely it is that Iris will ever show her face here again, I have to assume she isn't going to come back to clean up her mess. Either I do it or the police do it should Iris decide to anonymously tip them off to the fact that a crime may have been committed in my house. I'd rather it be me. I figure I'll bury the body in my back garden. It's big enough that I have plenty of places to choose to put it, and if anybody did go looking, it would take them a while to find it. Okay, so I need to dig a hole. I go into my garage to look for a spade, and when I find one, I get to work. I don't have to do this under the cover of darkness, because it's not as if anybody has a vantage point into my garden during the daytime, but I'd still prefer to do this with less visibility, if only to ease my worries about getting caught. Burying a body in daylight seems too brazen, even for me. Armed with a spade and a whole lot of motivation, I get to work, digging out a patch of turf at the bottom of my garden that will be shaded by the tall trees when the sun is out. This grave will be as far from my house as I can get it, which is important because the further I feel from my ex's body, the better. I might decide to move the body at a later date, or I might decide to leave it here. It's not as if I have many guests, so it could easily remain undetected here for a very, very long time. It takes far longer than I thought it would to dig a suitably sized hole, even with the help of the ground being softer than usual after recent rains. But even so, I wish I was having to do this twice, because I'd much rather be burying Iris too, instead of just the man she killed for me. As it is, I'm spared double the work, but none of the worry that comes from her escape, as I put the spade down and survey my best attempts at a grave. This looks just big enough to hold Jax, so I go back to the house to get him. I put on a pair of gloves before going anywhere near the bloody body. Not because I'm worried about fingerprints, but because I don't want to get him all over my skin if I can help it. Taking a deep breath before taking hold of Jax's hands, I don't feel the slightest bit of sorrow for this tormenting man's death as I begin to pull. Then, I quickly realize that I'm not strong enough to drag him all the way to the hole. I need another way. But what? Returning to the garage, I see the wheelbarrow and wheel it into my kitchen. I then spend a lot of time huffing and puffing as I try to get Jax into the wheelbarrow, something I manage, though not without feeling like I've sprained something in my back. Still, I can't complain. It's not as if I got a knife in there tonight, is it? Once Jax is in the wheelbarrow, I push him outside, a task that is still far from easy. Such is the weight I'm hauling. But it's much easier than trying to move the body without assistance. As I push him down the garden towards what I hope will be his final resting place, police permitting, I figure I'll have to buy another wheelbarrow to replace this one that is now covered in blood and a key piece of evidence in any murder investigation, that I hope won't ever occur. But on a scale of 1 to 10 of problems, that's probably a 2 right now. I reach the grave and then use my last remaining ounce of strength to tip the wheelbarrow, an act that causes Jax's body to fall into the hole with a loud thud. But much to my dismay, he's not perfectly in it. His legs are in, but his upper half is awkwardly leaning against the side of the hole, not quite fitting, so I reach for the spade to poke and prod him to where I need him. It's a grim task, but he's eventually in, and now all I have to do is cover him in the soil that sits in a big pile beside him. I do that as quickly as I can, sweating as I work, but as Jax slowly disappears, I start to feel better. About him, at least. But despite completing the burial and hiding the spade and wheelbarrow behind the trees to be disposed of soon, and then getting started on the cleanup of blood in the kitchen, I don't feel better about the one who got away. Where is Iris? What is she doing now? Is she alive? Has she decided to quit while she's ahead as far as I'm concerned? Is she finished with me like I hope to be finished with her? Or will she now try and get the revenge that Jax failed to get? 51. Iris. When I first entered the basement, I saw Isaac lying on the bed and feared he was no longer alive. But then he lifted his head after hearing the sound of the door unlocking, and when he did, I got a shock, but it was a good one. "You're alive!" I cried, relief seeping through me. The only thing that had kept me going since my stabbing was finding Isaac, and now that I had, it seemed to be the signal for my body to shut down. I suddenly fell to the floor. Though Isaac rushed to me, I struggled to open my eyes and feared that while he was alive, I was losing my grip on life. The next time I open my eyes, I am not in the basement anymore. I'm in a hospital. Oh no, I should probably just feel happy to be alive, but instead, I'm now paranoid about what might come from getting the help I need to survive. Is it worth my life being saved if the first thing that happens next is being taken into police custody to explain the stabbing? For all I know, Freya might already have found a way of painting herself as the victim, and now the only thing that might happen is I go to prison for killing her ex. The first person I see is not a police officer, though, nor is it a doctor or a nurse. Instead, it's the person I presume brought me here so I could receive urgent medical attention. It's the man who cares about me and just wants me to get better. But it may also be the man who has just done something that we can't come back from. "What did you tell them?" I ask nervously, feeling bad that my first words to Isaac are not ones filled with love, but I desperately need to know how bad this is. "Nice to see you too," he says with a smile, but I can see the worry that lies behind it, as well as the relief that he feels now that I am awake again. "The good news is that the doctors stitched you up. Do you want the bad news?" "What?" I ask nervously, figuring this is the part where police officers flood into the room. "The bad news is that you're going to have a nasty scar, so you might not look quite as good in a bikini as you did before," Isaac says before winking. Not that I care about that. I wish I could laugh at my boyfriend's joke, but I can't. That's because I cannot see any way that involves me being here where the medical staff haven't alerted the police to there being a stab victim in their care. They have a duty to report it because it should be obvious that a crime has been committed, and therefore the perpetrator must be sought. Have they contacted the police yet? And do the police suspect Isaac of stabbing me? But before I can worry about the police thinking this is a domestic dispute and taking my boyfriend into custody instead of me, Isaac speaks again. "I told them we had an intruder," he says. "Some guy broke in with a mask, and when we confronted him, he stabbed you before fleeing." "You did what?" I cry, although that sounds better than the alternative, which would be the truth. "I knew I needed a way of explaining your injuries without mentioning Freya and what we did to her, so I came up with this story," Isaac says. "It's not perfect, but it should keep us both out of prison, at least for now, anyway. I guess it depends on what Freya does next." Both of us think about that for a moment. "I take it that it was her who stabbed you," Isaac says quietly, and I nod. "What happened?" I don't even know where to begin, and I can scarcely comprehend having to tell Isaac that I killed a man. But he deserves to know the truth. He's also the only person who can know it. He found her, I say, in reference to Freya's ex. He broke in, but I was ready for him. I was ready until Freya suddenly arrived too. She got the better of me and locked me in the basement, Isaac says, confirming what was already clear when I discovered him in there. The pair of them had a confrontation, but at that point, I still thought he was the bad guy and she needed saving, I say. So I did what I thought was best. I did what I had to do. My voice trails off as the memory of stabbing Jax runs through my mind again. It's a memory I wish I could erase, but it doesn't work like that. I'll likely replay that scene every day for as long as I live. But thanks to Isaac and the nurses here, that life has a little more time to run on it yet. What happened after that? Isaac asks, mercifully glossing over the actual part where I killed a man because he can clearly see how pained I am by it, even if it was part of the original plan when I decided to try and help Freya. We were just talking, I say, still in disbelief about what transpired when I thought the danger was over. I guess I was in a state of shock after what I had done. I assumed Freya was too. I made sure to try and explain to her how everything we had done was to try and help her, even if it didn't seem that way. I thought she understood. I thought she could see why we did it. But I guess not. How did you get away? Isaac asks. She must have thought I was dead, I say. Even I thought I was dead. But I woke up and she wasn't there, so I left. I thought she might catch me, but she didn't, and I made it back to you. Thank goodness you did, Isaac says. Who knows if Freya would have ever let me out of that basement? Based on what she was willing to do to me, I have a feeling I know the answer to that question, and it doesn't bear thinking about. The police will want to speak to you, Isaac says, after we have had a moment to ponder our alternative fates, to check what I told them about the intruder. I nod my head. Hopefully they'll believe me, I say, but I am more than motivated to make sure that they do. So, while the police are looking for some mystery intruder who doesn't exist, what are we going to do about Freya? Isaac asks. Or what is she going to do about us? What do you want to do? I ask, aware that I have forced him to do a lot of things against his will thus far, so now it is time for him to decide what happens next. If he wants to leave her alone, we can, even if it risks her coming after us. But what does he want? She stabbed you after you helped her, he says simply. And if you'd died, I would have died in that basement. So I think it's pretty obvious what we need to do, isn't it? I can hardly believe what I'm hearing, even if it does make sense. Isaac wants to get revenge on Freya? If so, I couldn't agree more. We have to get to her before she can get to us, he says next. Otherwise, we'll always be looking over our shoulders. I agree with that, too. The question is, Isaac ponders, how do we do it? I have an idea, I say before noticing the police officer outside in the hospital corridor. I guess he's here to speak to me. That's fine. I can handle him. Then I will handle her. As I sit up in my hospital bed, careful not to burst any of the stitches that the doctor put in for me, I can't help but think about how this is where it began for Freya and me. It was as we were recovering here from our car accident that I was able to take her name and move into her house. Whatever mistakes were made are in the past now. Things that have been done cannot be changed. Only the future is to be determined. I don't care anymore about how it started. I only care about how it ends. 52. Freya. It's been a few days now since I stabbed Iris in my kitchen, a few days since I buried Jax in my garden. I've had plenty of time to ponder what might happen next, but I've never been one to sit around and wait for life to happen to me. I much prefer to affect outcomes rather than be the subject of them. So that's why it didn't take me long to start taking action. I started with Iris's broken-down car that was still parked on my driveway, calling out a mechanic to get it fixed. Once it was, I had transport again, helpful since my own car had been written off after the accident. I used her car to drive around and try and locate the house where she and Isaac lived, as I hadn't heard anything in the news about a woman's body being found with a stab wound in the back of it. I presumed Iris had somehow made it home safely and was lying low. Therefore, if I could only find her house, I could pay her and Isaac a visit and finish what I should have done earlier. I assumed she had got her boyfriend out of the basement, which would be a shame because when I locked him in there, I hoped it would be forever. But despite driving around that unsightly neighborhood for what felt like an awfully long time, I couldn't determine exactly which house was theirs. All those damn properties looked the same, so unlike my unique home in the countryside. I even parked on several streets and sat and watched people coming and going from their homes, hoping to catch sight of Iris or Isaac, but I never did. Eventually, I gave up and returned home, and that is when I put my thoughts of murder onto someone else. The man who helped Jax find me. Learning that Alan, the friendly delivery driver who brought my groceries to my door at the same time every week, had been a fellow inmate of my ex's, had been a big shock. But having that unexpected knowledge meant I could be prepared for his next visit to my door. And now it's the morning of his delivery. I am certainly prepared. Usually, in advance of Alan getting here, I would put my empty carrier bags by the door, ready to fill them with the groceries that he gives me from his trays. But this time, I have something else to hand for when he arrives, something he won't be expecting. I check out of the window, but see no sign of the large van that Alan drives full of fresh produce from his employer. Not that I need to, because he'll sound the buzzer when he is at the gate. In the meantime, I go and make myself a tea in the kitchen that looks very different to how it did not so long ago. Gone is the blood and the bodies, and everything looks as it should again now. The marble is gleaming and polished, and all the knives are clean and back in their place. Well, almost all of the knives. This place has gone from a detective's dream to just another ordinary kitchen. It's amazing what a bit of bleach and burying can do. I'm halfway through my tea when the buzzer sounds, that distinctive sound cutting through the quiet of my home. But I'm not annoyed by the disturbance, not when I know that what happens in the next 5 minutes is sure to be the highlight of my day. I head into the hallway, only pausing to press the button that opens the gate, and by the time I open my front door, I see the familiar van trundling along my driveway towards me. Sure enough, I see the familiar man at the wheel too. Alan is here, totally oblivious to the knowledge I now hold about him. Just like I used to be totally oblivious to the knowledge he held about me. I wait by the open door for him to park and get out from behind the wheel, making sure that all he can see when he looks my way is my smiling face. He has no idea that I am holding a knife, but he will do soon enough. "Good morning," I call out once Alan is within earshot, and as he closes his driver's side door, I detect a hint of concern on his face. I guess he's wondering why I am so happy, why Jax hasn't visited me yet. Why am I still alive? He better get used to being surprised, because I have another one for him very soon. "Morning," Alan replies, before walking around to the back of his van and opening it up. Then he takes out 2 trays filled with all the usual things I order in my weekly shop and begins to carry them to my doorstep. As he gets nearer, I glance down at the knife lying on the floor just behind the door. My plan is to accept delivery of the trays, and as he bends down to drop them on my doorstep, I will grab the knife and stab him. Then I'll watch him as he dies, as he bleeds out, hopefully not all over my food, though I accept there may be a drop or 2 that gets spilled before he eventually collapses to the ground. But first, he has to get nearer. "How are you this fine morning?" I ask him as he approaches, his burly size easily able to handle the 2 heavy trays in his hands. Perhaps I should have noticed his impressive physique sooner, considered that there might be more than meets the eye to this man, like he could have been to prison before, for instance. But I never stopped to think about it enough. That was my mistake. Now it is his mistake to keep getting nearer to me after I have found out who he really is. "I'm good, thank you," Alan replies. "How are you?" "Excellent," I say with a smile, and, just as I thought, he doesn't suspect a thing. He's close now, but not quite close enough. Just a few more steps. Just as soon as he puts these trays down, this will be all over. "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a rush today, so I can't stay and chat," he says, and he suddenly puts the trays down short of my doorstep. What is he doing? Now I've missed my chance to attack. "Have a good day," he calls to me, before he hastily departs, and before I know it, he is back in his van and reversing back down the driveway. The gates are still open, and I consider closing them, but that would only alert Alan to the fact that something is wrong, so I don't do that. I just stand and watch him leave, and a minute later, I'm alone. I stare at the 2 trays of food that he just dumped on my driveway. I guess I better pick them up and bring them inside myself. But before I do, I pick up the knife and return it to the kitchen. I guess I won't be needing this today. That man has no idea just how close he came to death. But as I collect the heavy trays and bring them in, I feel like something is wrong. Unfortunately, I don't quite know what it is. 53. Iris. "He's here," I say to Isaac when I see the food delivery van coming down the road towards us. As the van gets closer, I check my watch and see that it was only 5 minutes ago since he left us here by the roadside. That was certainly a quick delivery, just as Alan promised us it would be. And just as I told him it had to be. We wait for him to park before we approach, and as we climb inside the van beside him, I'm eager to know how it all went. "What happened?" I ask, looking at Alan for any visible signs of injuries. But to my relief, there are none. He certainly left Freya's house far more unscathed than I did, that's for sure. "Nothing happened," he says simply. "I just delivered the food and left. Easy as that." "You saw her?" Isaac asks. "Yeah, she's there, and she seemed in a good mood," Alan tells us. "Almost too good of a mood, if you ask me. So I guess that means she had something planned for me. But we'll never know what it was." "We can guess," I say quietly, figuring it may have had something to do with a knife, although I'm glad it hasn't come to that. "So she took the food in?" Isaac asks, as eager to know if so far our plan has worked as I am. "I guess so," Alan replies. "I did as we planned. I left it just short of her doorstep, so I didn't get too close to her. Then I made an excuse and left. I imagine she has taken the food in and is unpacking it as we speak, none the wiser." "Good," I say, because it is. This seems to have gone as well as I could have hoped for, but it's not over yet. "Thank you," I say next. "You didn't have to do that for us." "Yes, I did," Alan replies firmly. "Not just for you, for Jax. He was a good friend of mine. We both helped each other in prison because neither of us truly belonged in there. We just made mistakes, and his was brought on by his crazy ex. Now I'm out, but he's dead because of her. So this was the least I could do." I smile weakly, aware that while the gist of what Alan has just said is true, he doesn't quite know all the facts. Like he doesn't know that I was actually the one who dealt Jax the fatal blow, not Freya. But does he need to know that? What would it change? After all, I only killed him to protect her, and as it has become clear, she was never the victim in this. Her ex was. Sadly, it's too late to save him. But we can still get her, and I'm determined to do that, and not just because she fooled me and led me and Isaac into danger whilst trying to help her. It's because getting her is the right thing to do. "We better get going," Isaac decides, and that's a good idea. Alan drives the van on, taking the 3 of us away from this quiet country lane near Freya's house and back towards town, where the man at the wheel will take us home before he carries on with the rest of his deliveries for the day. But unlike the delivery he just completed, none of the food he takes to the other houses will be tainted. None of the food will carry the risk that it carries for whoever consumes it. None of the food has been poisoned like the food Freya has just taken in. I sit back in my seat as Alan drives us closer to town and think about how this was probably the only way to get at Freya. A woman like her, who is often one step ahead, is hard to get the better of. Certainly a woman like her who has so many security cameras all over her big house behind iron gates. Everything she has done has been to make herself purposefully hard to get to. She kept herself to herself, and I imagine she was happy to go back to that way of living after what happened with me and Jax. With him dead, she probably assumed I'd stay well clear too, and therefore she would be free to get on with the rest of her life, immune to any punishment for all the things she has done wrong in it so far. Yes, she seemed to have it all figured out, but I think I have figured it out slightly better. Knowing I didn't want to involve the police, and also knowing that I didn't stand much chance if I was to try and get into her house without her seeing me, I needed another way to hurt her. But how do you hurt a woman who isolates themselves from society? You have to use the one person who visits that woman every week. Even better if that person has a reason to hate the woman in question. Freya's food delivery was the one weak spot she had in her carefully curated life, so it was the only one I could hope to exploit. So that's what I have done. Having been witness to the confrontation between Freya and Jax in the kitchen on the fateful night when I stabbed him, I heard about Alan and his link to all of this, so I knew I could enlist his help to finish it. I explained this to Isaac shortly after I was discharged from the hospital, telling him that we just had to find Alan, and I was sure he would help us. Finding him was easy. We knew where he would be at a certain time each week, because as Freya's cleaner, I knew exactly when he would make his delivery. So Isaac and I came to the country lane near Freya's house and waited for the delivery van to appear before waving Alan down. He recognized me as Freya's cleaner, so trusted me enough to stop and talk, and once we were chatting, I quickly told him that Jax was dead, and that Freya was going to get away with everything she had done unless he helped us. The thing was, I didn't fully understand everything she had done, only what I had witnessed in her kitchen on the fateful night of the stabbings. But having heard Jax say that he had become close with Alan in prison, I figured he must know the full story. And know it he did. Alan told us how Freya had stolen valuables from his family, causing great pain and suffering to his parents. And what had Freya done with those valuables? She had bought herself a huge house and an early retirement. Unsurprisingly, I hated Freya even more after hearing all that. And just as unsurprisingly, Alan was eager to help us get revenge on her and wanted to know how he could do just that. That was the moment I showed him the grocery item he was to mix in with the other groceries he was on his way to deliver. Having seen the kinds of things Freya ordered regularly for her weekly shop, I knew what to put in there that wouldn't raise suspicion. It would have been no good adding a random item that she hadn't ordered, because she would either suspect something was wrong or just throw it away. But putting something in there that she was accustomed to, that was the way she would never see it coming. So that's what I did. I gave Alan some mushrooms, wild ones that I had picked thanks to the help of an app that tells the user where to find them. Foraging for wild mushrooms was hardly something I had experience in, but armed with the trusty AI sidekick that featured in the app, I was able to find wild ones that were very dangerous if ingested by an unwitting human being. I knew Freya loved mushrooms and always had them with her evening meal, so I told Alan to put them in Freya's basket, swapping them out with the harmless, fresh mushrooms that were already in there, so she would take delivery of the tainted ones. They were the same color, so Freya wouldn't notice any difference until she had already put one in her mouth. And while that felt scary, because anybody could stumble upon those wild mushrooms and come to harm, in this case, it was perfect. Alan obliged with my plan, eager to avenge the death of his dear friend, and then went to make his delivery, but not before I warned him to be careful, because Freya might be planning to hurt him before he could hurt her. Thankfully, a wily man like him who survived prison felt capable of handling himself, as it turned out. He made it back to us safe and well, and the delivery was complete. Freya has no idea that one of her grocery items is going to kill her. By the time she does, it will already be too late. 54. Freya. The disappointment I felt at not being able to kill Alan has been put on the back burner for the time being. I hope to have another chance, and I'm sure I will when he returns at the same time next week to deliver me more food. Until then, I am going to console myself with a delicious home-cooked meal featuring many of the items and ingredients that Alan brought to me earlier. If it is supposed to feel weird cooking in a kitchen where my ex died, it actually doesn't. I guess I'm not normal. But then again, I never wanted to be. A normal person doesn't end up with a house like this, do they? As the steak sizzles in the pan, and the veg pan beside it full of broccoli, green beans, and mushrooms sizzles too, I prepare my plate and cutlery before pouring a glass of wine. Then I serve up the food, hungry and eager to tuck in. Sitting down at the table, satisfied at how the meal has turned out, I prepare to satisfy my taste buds too. Cutting into the steak, I take a big bite before sampling some of the vegetables and, as I expected, they have turned out just great. I keep eating and drinking, washing my food down with wine and enjoying my own company, as I always do, until my plate is empty and my belly is full. Now all I need to do is put my plate in the dishwasher, and I am free to go and relax in front of the television. I do exactly that, only stopping to pour myself one more glass of wine on the way. And by the time I get settled on the sofa, I am feeling tipsy and happy. As I turn the television on, my thoughts do turn briefly to Iris and what she might be doing now. But it's not a paranoid thought, more one of curiosity. I do not fear that woman ever trying to get revenge on me. If anything, I feel sorry for her. Sure, she survived the stabbing, but was it really worth it for her to do so? I mean, judging by the job she had and the home she lived in, her life didn't seem that great. Depending on how bad the injury to her back was after I drove a knife into it, her cleaning days might be over. Such is the physically demanding nature of that occupation. So she might not have a way of making money for the foreseeable future, and, along with what she is already lacking, I'd say that points to a fairly grim future for her. Sinking deeper into the sofa, I lose myself in some television, the food in my stomach contributing to the sudden sleepiness I start to feel. As the minutes tick by, I almost feel as though I could drift off, and this is quite unusual for me because I've never been the biggest napper. I can count on one hand the number of times I have fallen asleep on the sofa downstairs. I usually always make it upstairs before succumbing to sleepiness, but not today. My eyelids feel heavier by the second. Before I can fully close them and pass out, I feel a strange sensation in my stomach. It's very different to the feeling of being full after a good meal. This feels more like a sickness. What is wrong with me? Am I getting ill? Considering how quickly this has come on, I fear that it could be a bout of food poisoning. Was there something wrong with the steak? It can't be the vegetables, can it? It must have been the steak. Whatever it was, it's too late to change the fact that I consumed every last bite of it, and now I may be about to suffer the consequences. I decide to head to the bathroom before things get any worse, in case that's how my body decides to deal with the sudden illness that seems to be consuming it. I hurriedly head into the hallway and am just about to climb the stairs when I hear something strange. It's the buzzer telling me that somebody is at the front gate. I never get visitors, and I'm not expecting any tonight, so who could it be? I consider ignoring it and carrying on upstairs until the buzzer sounds again and again. Whoever is out there is very impatient. They are also very keen to get in. That thought troubles me. It couldn't be the police, could it? No, surely not. Surely Iris wouldn't have been that stupid. But I have to know, so I go over to the buzzer. But rather than press the button that opens the gates, I press the smaller button beside it that allows me to speak to whoever might be on the other side of them. "Hello?" I ask as I grip my stomach and feel weaker by the second.
"Hello, Freya," comes the shocking but familiar voice. It's her. It's Iris. "What do you want?" I ask, amazed that Iris would ever dare to return to the place where she so nearly lost her life, where she should have lost her life. "I think you should let me in," Iris says, her voice worryingly strong and clear over the intercom. As she speaks, I am glad I changed the keyed key on the gates to one she doesn't know, just in case. "Why would I do that?" I am barely able to reply, my voice far less strong than hers. "Because you don't have long left to live," comes the chilling response. 55. Iris. As the gates open, I realize Freya is suitably scared enough to allow me in. That must mean she is already experiencing some symptoms from the poison that made it into her meal. And, as such, she needs to know what she is dealing with. She probably hopes that by allowing me in, I will explain to her what has happened and also how she can save herself. Bless her, if she still thinks she has a chance of making it out of this alive. I wait for the gates to fully open before stepping through them, but I'm not alone. Isaac is with me too, as is Alan. The three of us here not only because we believe in strength in numbers, but also we each have something to say to the lady of the house when we see her. And it won't be long until we get that chance, because as we approach the front door, we see it open and a very weak-looking Freya appears on the other side of it. As I suspected, she is already succumbing to the sneaky tactic I employed, and the clock is certainly ticking fast for her now. That's why the three of us don't waste any time getting to her. "What's going on?" Freya asks, her facial expression a mixture of pain and paranoia. I have no doubt that seeing me here, with not only Isaac by my side, but Alan too, is telling her that something is very, very wrong. "Did you enjoy your dinner?" I ask. "How long ago did you eat? I'm guessing it was fairly recently, am I right?" "What did you do?" Freya cries as I reach the doorway that she is standing in. But whereas a healthy Freya would have made an effort to block my entrance, she is powerless to prevent me walking past her. The same goes for Isaac and Alan too, and as we enter, it's obvious that this place is nowhere near as secure as it once was. But it would be hard considering the homeowner has something far more important to worry about than checking her cameras and hiding behind a big gate. "I'll make this quick because you don't have much time," I say. "I want you to go upstairs and unlock that safe you have in the wardrobe." "What?" Freya cries, ignoring the part where I said she didn't have much time. "I'm serious. You need to go and unlock that safe now, before it's too late for you." "What do you mean?" "That food I delivered to you this morning," Alan says, suddenly speaking up. "Let's just say that there was something in there that shouldn't have been." Freya looks horrified as Alan smirks, clearly enjoying every second of this, and I'm glad I brought him along for the show. "Did you enjoy those mushrooms?" Isaac asks, filling in the blanks. "Judging by the state of you right now, I'm saying you consumed plenty of them. Am I right?" Freya looks like she goes to say something, but the pain inside her is too overwhelming. Or maybe it's just the shock that we have got the upper hand. "Like I said, you don't have much time," I repeat. "If you want us to help you, you need to go and open that safe." Freya finally seems to get the message and heads for the stairs, but she collapses before she gets there, and it's obvious she no longer possesses the strength for the staircase. But that doesn't have to be a problem, at least not for us anyway. "Tell us the code," I urge her, "quickly, before you lose consciousness. If you do that, we will get you the help you need." Freya looks up at me from the floor with fear on her face, and I worry that she is no longer able to speak. But she just about manages to force out the 4 digits. 2761, she says before lowering her head and letting out a grisly sound that suggests the poison is wreaking further havoc on her insides. I quickly head upstairs while Isaac and Alan keep watch over Freya, as we still can't afford to trust her, even in her current condition.
I reach the bedroom and fling the wardrobe doors open before reaching inside for the safe. I enter the code that Freya just gave me before I hear the mechanical locks whirring, and then the door pops open. When it does, I look inside and see some of the things that Alan told me about, some of the things that Jax told him Freya had stolen from his family. It's too late for Jax now. It's also too late for Freya. But it's not too late for these items to be returned to their rightful owners. "Is it open?" Isaac calls up the stairs. "Yeah," I reply, before leaving the safe for the moment, because there will be plenty of time to examine the contents of it shortly. But there won't be much time to have a final few moments with the owner of this house, so I rush back down the stairs. When I get there, I find Freya taking her last breaths, but it's important that she doesn't leave this life until I have had the final word. "You brought this on yourself," I say clearly. "You didn't have to steal from Jax and his family. You didn't have to hide yourself away in this big, secure house that you bought with their money. And you didn't have to stab me in the back after I mistakenly tried to help you. But you did all those things, and now you are paying the price for it." Freya opens her eyes for a moment, but the light and the life are fading fast behind them. "Goodbye," I say to her, before her eyes close again, and a moment later, her body is still. "It's over," Isaac says, and it would appear he is right. "Almost," I reply simply. "Almost." Epilogue. Iris. The first thing I see when I open my eyes is the man lying next to me. He looks peaceful, sleeping soundly. I'm glad about that, and I won't disturb him. Instead, I'll sneak out of bed and go downstairs to make us both a coffee. We just bought a new machine, and I am eager to try it out. I slip into my silky dressing gown and my warm pair of slippers before padding through the house, my feet moving across the plush, newly laid carpet before I descend the staircase that has recently been renovated. It was expensive, but the results are so worth it. Then I reach the kitchen, and as well as the newly acquired coffee machine, I see several other expensive items in here, all part of this room that is now my favorite place in the world to spend time in. I start the machine, and as the coffee beans grind, so too do the metaphorical cogs in my head. I'm thinking about all the crazy things that happened that led me to this moment right here, when I am standing in a home I can barely believe I could afford, as happy as ever with my soon-to-be husband Isaac, and with a little life growing inside me too. I rest my hands on my stomach, feeling it has grown a little since I last did this, and maybe it has, but that would be a good sign, because I want this baby to be big and strong. So grow away, little one, grow away. After doing that, I tentatively reach around and feel the small part of my back that now bears a scar. It doesn't hurt to touch, but it does hurt sometimes if I move awkwardly. I imagine I'll be moving very awkwardly when I have a wriggling baby in my arms. But I don't mind this situation, because while nobody can see the scar behind me, everyone can see the growing bump at the front, and that's the way it should be. They can see the thing I am most proud of, whilst never knowing about the thing I am hiding. As the coffee pours into the 2 cups I set out, I think about the day ahead. To do so is a pleasure, because I don't have to do anything that I don't want to, like go to a job I hate, like clean someone else's home, like work for a psycho like Freya. The same goes for Isaac, too. Neither of us is currently employed, but at the same time, neither of us is worried about money. That is a very privileged position to be in, and it is one that is only possible because of the generosity of a family who had plenty to thank us for. After unlocking Freya's safe just before she died, Isaac and I, with the help of Alan, were able to empty it before taking the contents of it back to where they belonged. Alan knew where Jax's parents lived, a topic discussed during one of their many prison chats, so we were able to visit them. When we did, and more specifically, when we showed them what we had to give back to them, they were in shock. I pick up the 2 cups of coffee and carry them upstairs, careful not to spill a drop on this new carpet. As I put them down on the bedside table and slip back under the duvet to join my sleeping fiancé, I think about how we had to let Jax's parents know that while we had got back from Freya what was rightfully theirs, their son was no longer able to come and see them. Though riddled with guilt, I was careful not to tell them exactly what had happened to their son, nor give them Freya's address so they could send the police around, because I didn't want myself, Isaac, and Alan to become the subject of a serious investigation. As bad as it was, I had killed Jax only because I genuinely thought he was a danger to Freya. It's his fault he died, at least in that moment, so I lay the blame with him rather than myself, though I was the one who dealt the deadly blow. I just made it clear to Jax's parents that we were hopefully doing their family a good deed by returning the items, and we were happy for it to end there. Except it didn't. Before we could leave their house that day, Jax's parents wanted to do something to show their gratitude, something far more substantial than simply saying thank you. That thanks came in the form of a very expensive gift to the three of us. The large envelope full of cash that Freya had kept in the safe, proceeds from selling one of the many family treasures that she had stolen, was given back to us, and we were told it could be divided between us. We initially resisted, but they insisted, and that meant that by the time we left, we were all genuinely rich. Alan took his share and immediately quit his delivery driver job, eager to see some of the world that he had been deprived of visiting whilst living in the confines of a prison cell. As for me and Isaac, we decided that we would use the money to move out of our humble home, the one with the bad memories attached to the basement, and we bought this new property we are in right now. It's nowhere near as big and as fancy as the property Freya lived in, but it doesn't need to be. After all, we don't need to hide away from anybody. As for Jax's parents, money could never replace a son for any parent, so it's not as if they tried. They didn't care about getting any money from Freya, so I felt no guilt about keeping quiet about her house that she had bought with the money she stole from them. While I do feel guilty about not showing them where their son is buried, he is buried, and he can rest in peace without being disturbed now. Hopefully, that gives the poor man some peace of mind in the afterlife. As Isaac stirs and I pass him his coffee before taking a sip of mine, I think about how nice it is to have peace of mind. That was something Freya never had from the moment she stole those valuables. The past eventually caught up with her, but will it catch up with me one day? I don't think so. After all, there are only 3 people in the world who know what really happened at that house, and each of us has a reason to stay very quiet about it. As Isaac and I sip our coffees, we each look forward to the future we have with the life growing inside me. To give birth will mean going to hospital again, and it will be the same hospital where I told my lie about my name being Freya. Then, we just seemed to be 2 patients, but we were so much more than that. In hindsight, we were probably the craziest 2 patients that hospital has ever had. The end.